All right, today we're talking about accepting your shadow. Accepting your shadow. Really light stuff, right? But accepting your shadow. We just had an eclipse. It was very apparent here in the United States, and I think it hit a couple other places. We just had an eclipse about 2 weeks ago. We just had a full moon. I think it was yesterday. Yeah, the full moon hit almost 24 hours ago here, on this side of the world. I think it's a little bit different on other sides of the world. But we had a full moon here. This felt like the good time to talk about our shadow selves. And what that represents is the parts of us that we might not know as well. And so we're going to talk about our darker side. Shout out to Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. That kind of energy, why it's important to understand it and respect it. And lastly, how we can integrate it. If you've worked with me as a coach, you know that we talk about those parts of us that frankly we don't want to talk about. There's certain irony about that. I talked about in the newsletter today at joindamon.me. Again, the link's below, it's free. But I talked about in today's newsletter and about how there's certain parts of our shadow self that need to be almost reclaimed and understood. And so let's get into it. If you have any questions or thoughts or comments about getting into the darker side of who you are, understanding the darker side and integrating it, throw something in the comments. And, I coach a lot of y'all and I've talked with a lot of y'all. I know a lot of y'all have a lot of intelligent, thoughtful comments about embracing the parts of us that we feel shame around. So let's get into it and feel free to jump into the comments. So the first question that we're going to start with, which with this kind of discussion, usually where it starts, is what exactly, Damon, is a shadow? So your shadow self is the part of you that you don't always recognize, the part of you that was put away. I use an analogy of almost like, I grew up in the Midwest, originally from Jersey, but my teenage years were in the Midwest. It reminds me of like the moldy basement, or, for other people in other parts of the country, they don't have basements here in Las Vegas. It might be comparable to the attic, but the basement feels a little bit like dank and dark, and there might be creepy crawly things in there. You might not be comfortable in there. You feel like something's going to jump out and get you. And I've been in some basements where some stuff has crawled out. So, woo, shout out to those Michigan basements. But my whole point is that it represents that area that's unattended to. Now, here's the important part for me. This is the part that always gets me, is that it's still part of the house. Let's knock over my books here, but it's still part of the house, right? When you buy a house or you're renting a house or you're going to somebody's house, in, let's say, the Midwest, because we have a lot of tornadoes back there. And so you're in Indiana, Michigan, Ohio, et cetera, Chicago, Illinois. They don't say, oh, okay, let's go to this other house and we call it the basement. Or they don't say, oh, let's go to this other house and we call it the attic. It's not like an annex. It's not an extension. It's actually part of the house. And I love the basement analogy because it's actually part of the foundation of, frankly, who you are and what you represent. Now, if you look at it from a foundational standpoint, I think it's really important to think this is not just you saying, all right, this is part of who I am, but you're also saying this is part of where I came from. One of my favorite quotes about the shadow self is from Carl Jung. And he says, this is actually the opening quote to, I think it was Built From Now, which is individually available. If I can find it. There we go. So I got way too many books here. Individually available here. You can find it everywhere books are sold. You also find it in the complete Bring Your Worth collection. And this is actually, I believe, the opening quote to Built From Now. That which we do not bring to consciousness appears in our lives as fate. This is such an important quote to me. It's my favorite quote from Carl Jung. We'll get more into it in a second. The shadow represents that part of ourselves that we've cut off from the world. And we've said, this isn't acceptable by the world. This isn't, this is going to go ahead and, oh, it's like the camera got unplugged there. Give me 1 second. Speaking of shadow, oh my gosh. Hold on a sec. I have no idea what's going on with my camera. That is so funny. The ghost of Carl Jung is coming to get me. Hold on 1 second. Let me see what's happening here. Yeah. Hold on, please. I feel like I need one of those old school joints. Where they talk about where they have the one moment, please. You know, that kind of thing. Unfortunately, it looks like that's not happening. So I'm going to go ahead and switch cameras. Thank you for your patience. I'm going to mic off just for a second. Now you can't hear me. There you go. All right. Carl Jung's ghost is trying to get me. All right. Thanks for your patience. So if you were in I'll give a really simple example. If you were in a situation when you were a kid, and a lot of this stuff stems from childhood. If you were a kid and you spoke really, really loud, like super loud, like ear piercing loud. I have little kids. I know how loud they can be. And throughout that childhood, the people that you respect, not the teachers or anybody, not anyone who's on the outskirts, but someone you respect, like a mother or a father or a guardian or whatever, is always saying, "Shut up, you're being too loud. Shut up, you're being too loud." At a certain point, that shadow self might say, "You know what? We're going to hide this part of ourselves." And so suddenly, when you get older, you're not comfortable doing public speaking. Or suddenly when you have to advocate for yourself and you're in a sticky situation or things are hard, God forbid you're in that situation where you need to be loud and need to get somebody off of you, you're not able to find that voice because the shadow's got it. At a certain point, that part that's in your shadow side was deemed unworthy. At a certain point, that part that's your shadow side was deemed unworthy. When I was a kid, I actually had a lisp. And so, it comes up occasionally, even though I've done like, 4 TEDx and TED Talks and all this other stuff. And I help people with public speaking. I still got my stuff. And so when I was younger, I was sometimes shy about speaking because I had such a strong lisp. And I went to speech therapy and all those things. I talked about that in the Bite-Sized Entrepreneur series, which of course is in the Bring Your Worth collection. And it wasn't until I made peace with that shadow self being like, yeah, Damon, you have a speech impediment and you're also very intelligent and you have all these things that you want to communicate. So you better go ahead and make peace with your words not always coming out right. And over time, now I'm helping other people with their words. So if you're able to work with the shadow a little bit, that can become a strength. It's not always that obvious, not always that clear, but it's just a really simple example. Our shadow is created by that part of us that has often been either from guilt or shame, been put in a corner. Like the basement, it's still there. The joint's still there. It's still there. And in fact, as Jung would argue, as to a lesser extent, Freud would argue, I'm not the biggest Freudian fan at all, but we do agree on this part. And as many psychologists will talk about today, and sociologists, we'll get into that in a second, the more you ignore that shadow, the more power it actually has. As I talk about in one of my previous books, you have to know who's at the wheel. And so it's not a matter of just having the shadow and having the shame and not talking about it. It's also, this has a subconscious, you want to call it that, sometimes a conscious ability to manipulate and to take over our lives, often at the worst possible time. So after the blackout, and I got about 10 minutes of conversation, hopefully that gives some insight as far as what the shadow is, what it represents. And again, I love this Jungian quote. That we do not bring the consciousness of peers in our lives as fate. He's basically saying what I just said, is that if you don't understand your shadow enough, if you don't understand that part that's that frightened child, that part that's that scared ghost that doesn't want to be seen, that part of the basement that never got touched, even though you're living your life. You're living your life in the house above it, but you're neglecting it downstairs, and it just gets more moldy and dusty and neglected. At a certain point, it's going to cry out. And that cry is just going to get louder until you actually address and frankly give love to that shadow. There's some great Greek mythologies that are about this. I'm blanking on it right now, but it has to do with two sisters. If you're a Greek mythology person like I am, feel free to throw it in the comments, but it's worth looking up. You can just look it up as the two sisters. I think it has to do with, I want to say it was Persephone, and it was a modification of that. And Persephone is the one that went down to Hades, which is considered the underworld, and then had to spend half the time in the underworld and half the time in the above world. I'm not going to get into the whole thing, but it's a fascinating discussion about those things and parts of us that are neglected. And those neglected parts, again, kind of like Hades, are deemed unworthy and put into the basement. Ooh, we're getting deep today. So deep the camera cut off. All right. If you want to get more insight into the shadow and what it means, my guy. And I think I have it on Amazon. Yeah, I got it on Amazon for you. Link is right here. This book, there's so much history of this book. I got this book when I was in college. I still read look at this. These pages are browner than I am. I'm walking the walk here. This is serious stuff. Fantastic book if you understand more about the shadow. And there's particular chapters, I believe, that are about the shadow. So you don't have to do, philosophy, 301 or sociology 301 with Damon Brown today. But if you want to get into it, it's a great thing. And you got to read the label. Shout out to Jizza. You have to read the label. Edited by Joseph Campbell, the hero of 1,000 faces. So, if you know your history, Joseph Campbell was that guy. Rest in peace to him. And his work was actually seminal as far as the hero's journey. It was seminal to my work, and he even played a part in the best-selling books that you guys have bought, including The Bites as Entrepreneur and talking about the hero's journey. It's edited by him. And so if there's anybody who would be, in modern terminology, the OG of understanding Jungian ideas, it would be Joseph Campbell. Luckily, he edited this probably a handful of years before he passed away. I think this came out in the 80s. Fantastic book. It's still available on all the major platforms. The link is below. If you understand more about the shadow, go as deep as you want to go. Another one, which I came across, and thank you so much to Pursuit of Wonder, which I stumbled across this video recently, and it made me think about this concept and realized I hadn't really talked about it on Bring Your Worth TV. It's The Shadow Become Who You're Afraid to Be. It's an 8-minute cartoon, really intense, very beautiful, particularly at the end. And with the discussion that we've had, you can kind of see the arc of where things are going, but it's still worth the journey. And it really, again, 7-8 minutes, beautifully done. It breaks down very quickly why the shadow matters, how it can affect you, and how you can potentially integrate it, which we're going to get into more right now. All right, but fantastic. Thanks for riding with me. It's a deeper episode than usual, and I love getting deep with y'all, so I hope it's useful to y'all too. Again, this is the Bring Your Worth Show, coming to you live every Wednesday at 1:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Vegas time. You wouldn't think I'd say this every week, but I say it at least once a week, and I still can't get it out. Shout out to my shadow. Bring Your Worth TV, Wednesdays, 1:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Vegas time. I'm entrepreneurial coach Damon Brown, here to serve you and help you as a non-traditional entrepreneur, particularly a side hustler and a solopreneur. You can subscribe for free. Join the 18,000 plus people that have come through. I appreciate every single one of y'all. It means a lot to me, and for us to be able to have these kind of conversations. All right, so we established what the shadow is. And again, if you want to go deeper, the links are below, particularly if you want to grab the Jungian book, as well as check out the Pursuit of Wonders video. Shout out to them. I don't know who you are, but fantastic job on that. Next question. How does the shadow show up? Oh, this is a fun one. The shadow shows up in multiple ways, and myself included. So I'm not coming from place of superiority. Let's be clear. As my longtime partner, as my kids, as my family, as even some of y'all can attest to, the shadow does come out, but that's a part of what makes us human. The trick is to understand what it means, how we can support it, believe it or not, how we can show love to it, and how we can integrate it. Let's talk about number 2. The shadow shows up in a few different ways that are kind of telltale signs that the shadow's coming out. One that I found is extreme emotions. Like saying, hey, you know what? I hate this person. I hate them. I hate them. I hate what they stand for. Shout out to DMX. I hate their haircut. I hate their face. Like, I just hate everything about them. Rest in peace to DMX. He was talking about another rapper. Even if you don't get that reference, the other person, which is called the other, I think Young might have been the first person that talked about that extensively. But again, correct me in the comments if I'm wrong. The other represents all those things that you don't like, but often represent those things about yourself that you repress. So if you're super broke, been there before, if you're super broke and you're like, you know what? I hate people that got money. Not saying you hate billionaires and all that. Well, separate from the capitalist discussion, which whole different episode. But if you're like, nah, man, I hate people that got money. They act like they're all that. That might represent that shadow that you have to say, man, I wish I had money and it just didn't work out the way that I planned it. It's not the position I planned on being in. Again, I can relate. But sometimes that energy is really being mad about the situation you're in, the shadow of it, versus what the other person is doing, which sometimes is nothing. If there's someone and I'll give you an even better example. If you ever have a friend and you connect them with another friend, right? I have multiple friend circles. So you might have had a birthday party or something where people interact and they intermingle and all that stuff, right? And you got different cliques and all that, but I've lived all across the country. I've hung out in different places around the world too, and I know people, you know what I mean? So it's like it's a mishmash. You don't know how people are going to get along. That's what I'm trying to say. And you introduce one friend to another friend, or they go and get a drink together, and then suddenly they're mingling over here at the party. Have you ever been in that situation where at separate times after they interacted, your friend will come back to you and say, you know what? I don't like so-and-so. And you'll be like, well, why don't you like, I thought y'all would get along. No, so-and-so's like really opinionated. They got such strong opinions and I don't like that. They seem pushy. And then the other friend comes to you another occasion after they hung out and says the exact same thing. And you have this moment where you're like, y'all are freaking twins. You can see it, but they can't see it. So the part of themselves that they don't like, they're seeing it on the other person, which is another way that it comes out. Not only as far as, number one, extreme emotions, like I hate something, I dislike something, I can't stand whatever. Once it starts with that, usually has to do with some darkness in ourselves. That's one. Unprocessed darkness. Number two, as I was getting at, there's also a level of projection. This person is doing that. Why are they doing that? I don't like that. I don't like that. But it might be a thing of you actually want to do it. That's what your instinct says. But something along the way stopped you from giving yourself permission to do that. I know I have my particular triggers. It's not even from a place of shame. I'm not even going to belabor you with like the 10 or so triggers that I have. Actually, if you've read my books, you probably know most of them. And it's like, but I know that comes from my heritage, the way I was raised, me being a middle-aged Black man, whatever I've taken on, and whatever I think fits inside me or doesn't fit, I feel restricted. And those things that I don't like that I see in other people, other groups, they don't feel restricted. They feel really, really excited to go ahead and do this thing. You know what I mean? And they're able to go forward. Hey, thank you. Thank you for saying hi in the chat. I appreciate that. Again, Amazon has a different chat thing going on, but I appreciate you, Mr. Chat. Thank you for coming through. His last name is Chat. Um, and so sometimes it ends up being the other. Now, right now we got two major wars going on. We got some other wars going on, particularly in Africa. I was just talking to someone about this the other day. We got so much stuff going on. It's really easy to slip into the othering. I was talking about Moxie and me doing the political stuff with them. Really easy to slip into the othering. We're just here in America 3 years ago. And then we were here in America around the time that my second son was born 8 years ago. Same type of energy. I don't think we ever left that energy going back to 2016, where it was so obvious. But the othering has already happened. Again, being a middle-aged African American, a lot of my family history is dotted with othering too, and it's still dotted with othering. And so that's another part of it. The third part of it, number one, we have the extreme emotions. Number two, we have the projection. The third thing I think will be the denial and saying, oh no, I'm not like that at all. Someone I care about always says how open-minded they are. But then when we actually have a moment where they need to be flexible, they're not flexible at all. And it's like, what? But so the desire and the social mask, which is the word I was looking for earlier, the social mask represents open-mindedness, but the foundation is actually an inflexibility. That's the shadow. So denying, it's like, no, I'm flexible. No, actually you're not. Not when it comes to actual situations. And until that shadow's kind of dealt with, again, it's the one that's at the wheel. If you want to understand your shadow and dealing with it a little bit more, I think a great place to start would be one of my favorite books right now. I mentioned it a few years ago, probably like a month ago. Earlier episode. I think it's one on tough times, which came out about a month and a half ago. Pema Chodron, my homie. You don't know me, but I absolutely know you. Welcoming the unwelcome. I hope you're wonderful wherever you are. Fantastic book. It talks about the different processes we can do to give, again, love to our shadow selves. I don't think she uses the word shadow that often in here, but that's definitely the energy of it, for sure. And one of my favorite parts about it is actually at the very end, where she talks about something called laser, LESR. And in fact, I can throw it in the chat, but it's LESR. In fact, I'll throw it in the chat right now. We'll do it live. I got from my years as temping. You can type pretty fast. Embrace. Back myself up today. Here we go. From Richard Warsh. I always screw up his name spelling. I've quoted him in my book. I want to say the Vice Entrepreneur. There we go. All right, you got your comment there. There we go. This is called Laser. Locate, embrace, stop, and remain. It's from Richard Warsh, but it's via Pema Chodron. That's how I learned about it. So laser, pronounced like laser, stands for locate, embrace, stop, remain, and is a practice developed by Richard Warsh, a well-known human rights worker and a former president of Shambhala International. You can use it as a concise and easy to remember way of combining some of the practices in this book for welcoming the unwelcome, in the name of the book. Whenever you feel yourself getting worked up or having any unpleasant, uncomfortable, or stuck feelings, follow these 4 steps. Locate it. Investigate where that grasping, contracted sensation dwells in your body and make contact with it. Number 1. Number 2, embrace it. Embrace that feeling, that sensation, that contraction. One way of doing this is by following instruction to send any fearful, grasping, self-protective feelings your unconditional warmth. In other words, to give love to that part of you that is feeling that way. That's your shadow. This can be similar to calming an hysterical child. The main point is to reverse the ancient human tendency to avoid and reject pain. Instead, you move forward with heart, or you move towards it with heart. Number three. Can't count today. 3, stop the storyline. I got to work on this one because my background is journalism. This is a tough one. Stop works for the acronym, but I think of this step more as letting go of, interrupting, or looking directly at the thoughts and stories. The idea is not to stop thinking altogether, which isn't possible. I've tried. But to go beneath and behind your thoughts, to contact the underlying sense of being hooked. Hooked on a feeling, shout out to 70s radio, hooked to a story, hooked to being the victim of a particular narrative. You can learn a lot just by having a direct, non-conceptual experience of being hooked, even if it only lasts for a moment. Once you've connected to that raw feeling, you can then continue to interrupt the stories and keep returning to the experience again and again. Having a regular meditation practice will help you tremendously with this step. There you go. Yep. There you go. And looks like J-Lo code came through. I don't think it's the J-Lo, but a J-Lo. Thank you for coming through on Amazon. And thanks for the engagement, Mr. Chat. All right. So number 1, we have locate, embrace, stop, and the last one is remain. Stay present with the feeling. Keep going until it shifts or until it feels like too much of a struggle. Been there. You don't have to wait until you feel overwhelmed. This is not an endurance trial. Just remain with the feeling with kindness and warmth, leaning in as much as you can. What often happens at this time is you discover how painful the feeling is and realize you don't want to continue to do that to yourself. Let me repeat that. What often happens at this time is that you discover how painful the feeling is and realize that you don't want to continue to do that to yourself. It has nothing to do with other people. It has to do with your stuff. This can soften you up considerably. It can also make you more accessible to see and hear other people. Frankly, my sidebar, sometimes the chatter in your brain or in your heart or in your mind or in your stomach, whatever, it's too loud for you to hear other people. That's where the projection comes from. But they might not actually be saying or doing what you think they are. Your mind can play tricks on you. This kind of gets you grounded with that. It can give your natural intelligence and openness a chance to emerge. Fantastic. This is actually the end of the book. The whole book is fantastic. Again, shout out to Pema. Shout out to, I believe it's Dr. Richard Rorsch. Fantastic work. Remember, it's laser. This is a way that you can get back to, I would call it, get back to home. Get back to that place of love. Get back to that place of centeredness and work with that. If you're on Amazon, I think I just clicked it. You can go and check out Welcome the Unwelcome if you want to learn more about that book. A fantastic book. I've read it over the past month. I think I started reading it when I introduced it to y'all 5-6 weeks ago. I'm about to read it again. Like, this is it's like a really good jazz album. You just start it over again, and it's like you didn't finish it. It just keeps going very, very beautifully. A good way to do this as well is to have some type of journal. Now, I have 2 degrees in journalism. Of course, I'm advocating for a journal, so I know my bias there for sure. Like, I'm not gonna pretend like everyone's gonna want to write a book or have a thesis. Oh, there we go. Disappeared a second for again. Okay. All right. The ghost of Carl Jung isn't haunting me anymore. We good? All right. I'm glad we're good. But journaling. Shout out to Bogota. I got it while I was down there. Shout out to Leonardo. I hope you're doing well down there. And thanks for bringing me down. I was doing my keynotes and representing Bogota, Colombia down there. But whatever you use, I have like a ton of these little books. And sometimes I write in them a little bit. Sometimes I don't write in them a lot. But it allows me to, again, take it out of my head and actually process it somewhere else. Again, the laser technique I just talked about. If you missed it, it's all in the links below, or you can just rewind it. Right? I was thinking about a couple of rap lyrics that would work, but they're not appropriate for right now. But if you want to hear the game, just rewind it. About 10 minutes. And I talk about the laser technique. This is part of that energy to say, okay, let me go ahead and take responsibility for the energy that I have. Shout out to Chet who said that in the chat. With great power comes great responsibility. We all have great power as human beings. We all do, every single one of us. I mean, we're here, we made it. You get to the science of it, but the chances of us making it to be full-grown adults is tiny, even just to make it out the womb. So we have this great power, and with that comes the responsibility to understand how we're impacting our world and how, frankly, we're loving ourselves. Journaling, again, it doesn't have to be this particular journal, though. They have a sale going on, and it looks like an awesome journal. Check it out if you want to. Grab a notepad. Write something down. Talk to somebody about it. If you're more vocal, I do all of them. I meditate when I'm good on it. When I'm on it, I meditate in the morning. I write things down. I talk to my close companion about stuff. Like, whatever process you need to go ahead and build up that objectivity and to see your shadow for what it is, I say take it and run with it and have a beautiful time with it. If you're more of a visual person, or if you want to really get into the deeper stuff beyond this episode of Bring Your Worth TV, be sure and check out my mega episode, Begin Emotional Intelligence with Brene Brown. It's Brene Brown for beginners. So you probably heard of Brene Brown, been super popular over the last decade and a half in the space of guilt, shame, and those deeper emotions that we don't actually want to deal with, right? And thank you, chat. Yeah, it is facts. We all have all kinds of power. My whole point is that with Brene Brown, she was able to elevate that conversation. There are a lot of emotional intelligence people before her. Shout out to Daniel Goleman and a lot of folks that were killing it back when I was much younger, back when I didn't have the gray hair. Brene Brown has been that person for that generation, this generation though, as far as bringing that energy. I break down a lot of her biggest theories. I want to say it's about 5 or 6 theories of hers that I break down. And similar to what I'm doing right now, but it's in an edit format. It's not live, so it's very concise. If you want to go deeper into emotional intelligence, check it out. And I have lots of episodes that are about Brene Brown, so feel free to go to Bring Your Worth TV, bringyourworth.tv. Check it out. And again, I think I have about 25 episodes about Brene Brown. Have fun. Go deep into it. Do not be afraid of your shadow. Otherwise, your shadow's gonna be running things. It's kind of like opening up the closet when you're a kid. You look in there and you realize it wasn't as scary as your imagination thought. I'm entrepreneur and entrepreneurial coach Damon Brown. Hello. I help y'all as non-traditional entrepreneurs, side hustlers, solopreneurs, otherwise non-traditional entrepreneurs, as I said at the top. This Bring Your Worth TV comes to you live on Wednesdays at 1:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Vegas time. You subscribe for free. Check it out, see what's happening. If you want to get into my work, I have the complete Bring Your Worth collection, which collects a lot of my books. It's a serious bargain, guys. You can also listen to it, the audiobook, for free here at Bring Your Worth TV. Just click that after this, hit play. You got 8 hours of entertainment, strictly audiobook. So go on your walks. It's really mountainous here in Vegas. You might not know that. So I'll go on hikes and just listen to people's audiobooks. I'm trying to hook you up like that as people have hooked me up. It's for free. Enjoy. All right, so last big question. Where can we integrate our shadow? This is an important thing because you're like, yeah, Damon, yeah, I know. I got a shadow. It's big and scary. I don't want to deal with stuff. I'm projecting it onto different things. I'm having extreme emotions about things. I'm realizing my shadow, which as a business coach, if you coach with me, we've talked about this. I don't do shadow work because there are actual people, coaches, therapists that do quote unquote shadow work. And I don't mean quote unquote as in it's not real. I mean quote unquote as in that's actually what it's called. I don't do that. I'm not trained in that. That's not my thing. My thing though is to help you get to the next level as far as where you want to be, particularly in your idea, your entrepreneurship, your side hustle, your product or service. To do that, we got to open up the basement. We got to air out the closet. We got to go up in that. We have to. Otherwise, frankly, as a business coach, we wouldn't have anything to talk about. Often we end up feeling jammed up. All of us, including me, we often end up feeling jammed up because we're like, oh, I need to make more money, but I just can't. I don't know what the problem is. The community just doesn't get it. Why aren't they buying my stuff? Right? like, oh, well, I need to go ahead and just finish this book, finish this project. But I just keep procrastinating, and I just need to sit down, get my butt in the seat, and just get it done. So I'm just going to push myself. I still haven't done anything. We often don't realize that it's the undeclared part of ourselves. You think about traveling, undeclared taxes, undeclared luggage. It's those things that we left behind. As I say in my books, we have to go into those darker places because that's often where the gems are. So we have to sort through it. It's like going through recycling and realizing you threw a diamond in there by mistake. Same energy. You're just going to throw out all the recycling? No, there's gems in there. And it's not only gems as far as just having the monetary and frankly superficial value. There's also tools that will help you get to the next level. So integrating it, I think, is key to my coaching practice and a lot of the business that I do with y'all as coaching. And, feel free to jump in if I've coached y'all or if I'm currently coaching y'all. I feel like a lot of the work that we do is actually finding a way to discover the shadow, to at least love it, ideally make peace with it, but that doesn't always happen. In fact, it's kind of antithetical in some ways to make a peace with the shadow, because it's kind of what it is. It's a shadow. But then lastly, finding a way to integrate it in some way into our lives. I found that there's a couple ways to integrate it. The first way is actually through relationships. So I've been married for several years now. I have really close relationships with my two boys. I have lots of friendships. I've had a lot of romantic partnerships in the past. All those, and as far as business partnerships as well, like not even just intimate as far as being in love or loving someone. It can just be partnerships. I've done 27 books. Half of those books are co-authorships. Those were types of relationships too. I can do all this stuff on my own. I love being by myself. Even though I'm talking a lot, I love being an introvert. I'm one of those desert island people where give me, Kind of Blue and, Dark Side of the Moon and a couple of my favorite albums and put me on an island somewhere and give me some seafood. And aside from missing my family, I'm good. I'm just one of those guys. Even though I'm super independent, have my publishing company, again, have this TV show, I still know that my biggest growth to this day, again, I'm middle-aged, to this day, has come from my relationships. Because the relationships allow me to understand when I'm projecting. It's another party that's more objective than I am. Not completely objective, but more objective than I am. And ideally with the best relationships, and I say this to the people I love all the time, the best relationships tell me the truth. Not what I want to hear, not what my ego or my sunny side wants to hear, but what my shadow needs to be acknowledged for. Damon, you're kind of acting like that. I'm like, I don't act like that. No, you kind of are. Well, crap. Okay. Well, I guess that's part of myself that I'm not acknowledging. And a couple loved ones have told me that. People that I trust. Let me sit down with that and see how I can integrate that. There's so many folks, and I have so much empathy and sympathy for folks who want to avoid their relationship. They want to avoid the entanglement. Not in the bad way that in recent years, but the entanglement, that's what it is. When we build a relationship, when we connect with other people, it gets messy. It's my stuff and your stuff and our stuff. And then we have new stuff that grows out of that. And, sometimes literally with kids, but it's like it gets messy. The beauty in that, though, is that within that mess, we get a little bit closer to our truth. And if you're afraid of having that level of intimacy, afraid of being known, which a therapist recently talked to me about, not in regards to me, but just a concept in general. If you're afraid of being known, how are you going to get to the next level? How are you going to know your shadow? Because you're not allowing other people to know you. If you're afraid of being known, how can other people actually give you the insight for you to know yourself deeper? Because there's no one that's going to be objective about it. You're just going to be looking at yourself. And as someone said to me years ago, you can't read the label on the jar when you're inside of it. In other words, it's not possible to be objective 100% about yourself because you're living your life, you're in your body. So I would encourage you, if you're afraid of relationships, whether it's having a deeper level of intimacy or being vulnerable with other people, I would encourage you, if you're feeling stuck, that might be part of the reason because you can't do it on your own. So number one, as far as integrating that shadow part of yourself that you might feel guilt or shame about, or more importantly, you might not even recognize, you have to have a level of vulnerability and intimacy with other people. It could be one person. For me, I had that relationship with multiple people, and I feel blessed by it. Not even in a religious way, just literally, quite literally. I have multiple people where if I'm acting out, they will call me on my shit. Not everybody has that. If you're feeling stuck, think about if you have that honest relationship in your life or not. Because if you have a bunch of yes men, not to be sexist, that's the old school term of it. If you have a bunch of yes men around you and you're feeling stuck, somebody might not pull you by the coattails and tell you your shadow's at the wheel. You have to be aware of that part of it. So the number one part is relationships. The number two part about it is that understanding your level of acknowledgement once you see that shadow. And it's easy for those actions to come out. And then back to the projection, for you to say, oh, well, I'm not really an angry person. It's just that person act that particular way, and they made that part of me come out. Have you ever said that? I certainly have. I will own it. I've said it so many times in my life. And then have that realization where it's like, oh. Number one, that side came out again. It's like number two, it wouldn't have come out unless it was actually there. You understand what I'm saying? Like it reminds me a lot of in those times as far as when I've gone out drinking with a friend or we've gone out for a drink or whatever. And then people will act a certain way and they'll say, oh, no, it's the drinking. And it's like, well, no, actually, that's your shadow. It came out to play. You gave it permission to hang out. You gave yourself permission to show that shadow side because you had this opportunity. Not judging other people, just those feelings, those big ideas, those shadows don't just come out of nowhere. It's the same reason why we don't all react the same to certain situations because it's based on whatever our shadow's doing. So number one, I think it comes to having relationships. Could be a friendship, could be a romantic relationship, could be a family member, could be a kid, like, as far as your kid, not a random kid, but like your child or whatever, nephew or whatever, somebody to place that mirror up to you. It's required. It's required. The studies show, survey says it's required. You can't do this alone. The second part of it is acknowledging when you do see it, whether it's you lashing out or it comes out suddenly in this extreme emotion or someone reflects it back to you, to not immediately deny it. And to be like, yeah, that's part of who I am, Yeah, thank you, Holy Chat. Thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah. And you're talking on Amazon. If you're on Amazon, you see the chat going on. But I think that's part of the dynamic is figuring out what relationships work for you, where you have the space to be vulnerable. Shout out to Brene Brown. You have the emotional safety and the space to be vulnerable, and you can show up as your full self. So if you can't do that, then, it just becomes more shadow play, and not in the kids program kind of way, not in a cute way, in a not good way as far as shadow play. If you want to understand your shadow a little bit more, I think a great place to start, which might be an odd choice, but it came to mind. I'm like, this kind of hits. It's Essentialism by Greg McKeown. Shout out to him. Fantastic. I hope you're doing wonderful. Bestseller. This is a brown copy. I think this might be my partner's copy. I can't remember. It's been around in the family for at least a decade, back when I had my first kid. Fantastic book. It talks about how you can strip things down to things that are the most important to you in your life. You think about my coaching, helping side hustle solopreneurs, other non-traditional entrepreneurs. Non-traditional to me dictates that there are certain barriers or certain resources, certain restrictions based on how we're building our startup, how we're building our product, how we're doing our side hustle, how we're showing up in the world. There's certain restrictions as far as how we can do that. It might be time, might be energy. A lot of folks that I coach, shout out to y'all, are dealing with like health ailments and things like that, chronic conditions that aren't going to go away anytime soon, if ever. How do you work within that space? This discusses that. This is important to the shadow conversation because that's essentially, no pun intended, but that's essentially what you're trying to do with your shadow, is to say, there's a certain defensiveness that I have towards this part of myself that feels unloved. That's why it's coming out in weird ways. It's coming out in me projecting things to other people. I want to be isolated. Don't want to talk to people, et cetera, et cetera. Like, forget this. I don't want to do this. Essentialism is basically saying, let's strip all that down and bring in those essential parts of your shadow, and maybe let go of some of those things that you have in your defenses. What's essential? If you think about being essential, you can also compare it to, again, you going through the compost heap, which I talked about in a newsletter a couple weeks ago. If you go to joindamon.me, you get the newsletter for free. Subscribe, but you can see all the previous newsletters. I talked about going through your compost heap. Same idea, going through the rummage. Rummage? You know what I'm trying to say. The garbage. This is you sifting through it and saying, this is essential. This is not. I can let go of this belief. My belief that I cannot communicate well based on some of the trauma that happened when I was very early in my youth. I can let that go. It's not serving me. I can give love to that piece of my shadow. It might always be there, but I can give it love and be like, yeah, I don't feel that way anymore, but thank you. I give you love for that trauma. This other part, though, where me being afraid to communicate because I'll be misunderstood, let me try to integrate that part and become a better public speaker. Let me become a better author. Let me go and start this TV show. Let me coach people one-on-one where I'm talking to people every single day. Let me work on that so that part of the shadow, that insecurity, can be integrated into who I actually am. That's 30 seconds, 1 minute, that's my whole journey. That's the integration. So that can only happen if you're willing to look at the shadow and figure out what parts you're going to keep, what parts you're going to give love to and let go of. Otherwise, what are we doing? A fantastic podcast that just came on. Shout out to Jonathan Fields. I actually have a couple interviews with him on the channel at bringyourworth.tv. Go ahead and go to bringyourworth.tv. You can go and just look up Jonathan Fields. You'll go and find the interview that I had with him. He ended up talking to, I feel weird calling him Dan Pink. He's like older than me. We'll call him Daniel. Daniel Pink, the journalist / researcher. You see why I dig his work. Fantastic author and really good speaker. I love hearing him speak. And he talked about how to harness regrets, hidden power. This was so riveting and so good that I immediately shared it with family members. Like immediately, I was like, I was halfway through. I was like, I need to share this with everybody. It's so good as far as talking about some of our shadow, again, comes from guilt and comes from shame. Shout out to Brene Brown. With that in mind, a lot of that guilt and that shame comes from the past. And if it comes from the past, that means there's usually not anything we can do about it. So it becomes a regret. So this ties right into the conversation. It was a gift from the universe. I happened to stumble across this podcast that just went live. I don't know if it went live a few days ago, but I just discovered it like on Sunday. I was like, oh my God, it's perfect for the episode that I'm doing this Wednesday. So shout out to, I don't know to you, Daniel, but I love your work. And shout out to Jonathan Fields. You know I love your work and I'm glad that you're doing what you're doing. Yeah, but fantastic episode. It's all audio. Check it out. And they have a Q&A at the end too from some people. It was recorded live on LinkedIn. There's a Q&A at the end too. That has some really good questions. Be sure and listen to the whole thing. And once you go through all that, you got to find a way to relax. me talking about some of my shadow stuff today, I wouldn't have been able to do that 2 years ago, even though the show's been on for 3.5 years. I wouldn't be able to do that. Part of that is accepting and relaxing and being like, I'm human, I'm flawed. Excuse me, I'm human, I'm flawed. This is what it is. Like, and part of that comes from, and Pema Chodron talked about that in the excerpt I read. Again, I talked about it like 20 minutes ago. We were talking about recognizing and seeing your shadow. The softer you get into accepting who you are, the less you have to judge for being perfect. And I feel like a lot of the shadow discussion has to do with us, a part of us not fitting perfectly. I do mean that word perfectly into society. And so we don't know how to integrate that imperfect, quote unquote, part of ourselves into this perfect facade or social mask that we have outside. As Carl Jung talked about, and again, I can't recommend his book more. Again, all the links are below. Shout out to Joseph Campbell. That's where the shadow begins. And so the more we're able to relax into who we are, however we do that, whether we meditate, we rest, we spend time with loved ones, we build community or relationships, we give back. This part of me giving back is having the Bring Your Worth show. However we do that, if the more we're able to do it, the higher of a level we're able to do that, the more we begin to accept ourselves. And so this is a fun episode, not this episode, but the episode link right here. This episode is not fun, but this episode, I think it's episode 333. Yes, this episode was last fall. Be sure and check it out. It's like 45 minutes. I give suggestions, books, tools, things that can help you get on your way as far as relaxing into yourself. So key as far as us integrating what our shadow is and who we are. Episode, which I've already gotten feedback on. I just put the title out there. How to deal with difficult people. Man, you guys are already revving up. As soon as I put it out there yesterday, it was like, are we going to talk about this type of person? What about this type of person? Energy's already there. The fact is that we as humans, as we say today, we are social beings. Well before Zuckerberg was even born. We are social beings. We need to interact with other people. No man or woman or person is an island. It's how it works. So if you're going to be building a business, if you're going to make an impact on the world, you're eventually going to have to work with other people. I talked about this in the shadow episode last week, as well as previous episodes, but particularly last week's episodes, where I am ridiculously independent. If you buy a book from me, most of my books are actually under the Damon Brown name, as in Bring Your Worth Publishing. You can check it out at the Library of Congress. I have this TV show, all these other things that I do independently. And even I have dozens of relationships, whether it's vendors who do the t-shirts or other things that I need to interact with people. So if you're going to run across people that you're not going to get along with, and also often you're going to have to find ways to get along with them. This episode talks about ways and tools you can use to do so. So I'm excited. Let's just get into it. Let's get into it. So the first question that I often get as a business coach, I've coached hundreds of people. The biggest question I get is, why the hell are difficult people so difficult? Why are you making life hard? Life should be easy or at least manageable. Why are you making it difficult? That's always a big question. I talked about in the shadow episode last week. Part of it has to do with you. Whatever triggers you, whatever trauma you have. I'm not mincing words here. Whatever trauma you have and that behavior that this person or this organization, sometimes it's organizations, I got stories. Sometimes it's whole organizations or whole business cultures that just grate your nerves. So when I say people, I mean this in the broadest sense of the word. That's often related to our own past history. That's why it's important to know your shadow self. Again, the link is right down below if you want to watch that one. When it comes to other people, it usually comes down to a couple different things. And in fact, I found it's usually two. The first thing is, again, past trauma. So if you're in a situation, you're interacting with someone who has been bullied and or stabbed in the back multiple times by people that they love, then there's going to be often a layer of distrust towards anybody else. it doesn't even have to do with you. That's probably the biggest gem. Often when people are being difficult, it has absolutely nothing to do with you. They're thinking about their bully that beat them up years ago, or might even be beating them up now. Let's keep it honest. They could be thinking about their parent or their guardian who didn't give them love. And so they're assuming that you're not going to give them love, or that they're unlovable. And it comes out in these weird projected ways. And we talked about this in the shadow episode. There's almost like a part 2 to last week's episode. So it ends up being projected in these weird ways. And when it comes out in these weird ways, it's easy to think it's about you. But often, whether you're personally triggered or not, it has to do with them. So number one, difficult people can be difficult because of past trauma. And depending on what's happening, we all can be difficult people. Let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it honest. I can be really difficult sometimes if I'm being triggered in a certain way based on my own trauma that I'm processing. Stuff I've talked about in my book, so I'm pretty transparent with that. Nobody's perfect. And so if you're dealing with difficult people, understand that that's more of how they're appearing versus them just being difficult people. It's like you can be a difficult person, even though you might not intend on being that. So number one, it's based on past trauma. People might react a certain way based on that. The second part of it is based on circumstances. They might be super uncomfortable. I had some medical stuff happen earlier this year, nothing deep, but it happened. And I realized that everybody was getting on my freaking nerves. And then I realized, I'm like, oh, I'm actually tired. I need to slow down a little bit, which is part of the reason for my break earlier this year. So it's like, I need to slow down a little bit. Well, that's my stuff. I don't have the tolerance for this because I have a headache. I don't have the tolerance for this because actually I haven't eaten that well this week, so I need to eat more. Whatever is out of balance. Often that's an internal thing. The thing is that we don't always have the self-awareness to know, number one, when we're being difficult, and number two, that we're so off balance, and it's making it feel like everybody else is being difficult. The wonderful saying, which I did a whole video about, and I'll do the clean version of it, is that if you wake up one morning and run into a person and they're being a jerk, then it's like, all right, they're being a jerk. If you run into a second person that day and they're being a jerk, then it's like, wow, I keep running into jerks. If you run into a third person, you are the jerk. One of my favorite sayings of all time, work with it, take it how you will. Replace the word jerk with whatever colorful word you want to use, and that'll help you on your way. So when people are being difficult, understand that their difficulty might come from past trauma, which has nothing to do with you, or the circumstances that they're in, which also has nothing to do with you. Oftentimes, frankly, it's not you, it's them. What you need to do is understand how you're being triggered and when you're being the proverbial jerk. You might have seen, shout out to Dr. Charmaine, my shirt, my favorite shirt. My family's tired of seeing it. Get you a therapist. That helps somebody. And I don't mean therapy like going to the gym or going for a walk or go having sex or whatever. All fantastic things. But actually talking to someone who's a professional who can guide you a certain way and help you in a certain way to get you out of your own way, that's priceless. I'm seeing one right now. I'm walking the walk. And I got to tell you, it's a world of difference. So if you're dealing with a difficult person, the only person you can really control is yourself. And so if you can control yourself better, understand yourself better, it gets a lot calmer. My favorite book right now, let me go ahead and find it. Oh, there. My own catalog was underneath it. It was underneath my own catalog. The Four Agreements by Don Miguel Ruiz. Hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. I did not do great in Spanish in high school, I'm afraid to say. Fantastic book. It is tiny. I reread it about a week ago. I'm about to reread it again. And you see a couple dog ears there. I read it in like an evening. In fact, I think I read a little bit to my kids when I was putting them to bed a couple weeks ago. Fantastic book. The Four Agreements are really simple. I can read it to you right now. Number one, be impeccable with your word. If you're making a commitment, honor it. Number two, we're just talking about this, don't take anything personally, because 95% of the time it has absolutely bupkis nothing to do with you. Number three, do not make assumptions. Don't assume you know why people are doing things. I have a hard time with this, especially I'm a business coach. I love psychology. It's easy for me to think that I know why people are doing things. And then sometimes you talk with people, which helps, and you realize that's not the reason they're doing it anyway. And number 4, always do your best. You work with that, and a lot of these difficult people, difficult situations, a lot of them will start to melt away. My most popular video on the channel, next to my own TED Talk. Thank you to the good folks at TED for getting me on the stage for the second stage of TED many years ago, which a lot of ways ended up helping my career. My most popular video on the channel after that is this one, Accept People More with One Simple Question. I'm not even going to say the question right now. It's already hidden in all the stuff that I said. It's based on Brene Brown's work. Shout out to Brene. 7 minutes video. A lot of y'all have watched it. A lot of y'all subscribe because you're watching it. Please, if you've not seen this video, not for the sake of the channel, but for you, be sure and check it out. It is a popular video for a reason, because Brene Brown's question is so powerful. I can't even take credit for it. It's her question. I just phrased it in a way that resonated with y'all. Be sure and check it out if we're talking about difficult people. And again, today we're talking about difficult people, how to deal with difficult people. How do you deal with difficult people? Feel free to jump into the chats. Is there a situation that you're dealing with right now? I'm not going to get all Dr. Phil or Dr. Laura. I don't like either one of them, to be honest. I'm not going to be on that vibe. But if there's something you want to share, or some way that you're trying to process how to deal with difficult people, throw it in the chat, or if you have your own recommendations. So, how do I talk with challenging folks? I just mentioned that if you're actually dealing with a challenging situation, one of the best things you can do is actually try to find a way to talk with the person. If you're not talking with the person, then again, it's easy to make those assumptions. Again, shout out to Don Miguel Luis. Make assumptions about why they're doing it. And also it's possible to start, unfortunately, reacting to things that aren't really there. It's almost like an illusion with it. I say the first thing is to consider their POV, their point of view. If they're coming from a particular place, then maybe they're reacting based on how they had to be in that place. I have a lot of close family and even spent some time in the inner city. Shout out to Camden over in South Jersey, where I'm originally from. I was born in Atlantic City, but spent some time there. Their perspective on things is going to be different than my in-laws in California, or my good friends in SF, or my distant relatives down in Louisiana. Like, their vibe's going to be completely different. So if we're having a so-called difficult time, then I need to consider their POV. And maybe there's parts of their POV that they're defending against or feel a way about, or maybe my POV clashes with theirs. So consider their perspective. Like, you have to factor that. Not everyone thinks the same, just like you do. That's probably the biggest fallacy when we go into difficult situations, or difficult situations arise, is that we assume people are thinking the exact same way we are. They're not at all. Number one, they're probably not thinking about you. Number two, they're not thinking the same way you do. Even people with a similar background, similar vibe, even some of my closest friends, like blood brothers and sisters of mine, we don't think the same, even though our backgrounds have been similar. So figure that part out. And number two, as Don Miguel Ruiz says, do not make assumptions. So if you're not sure where someone's coming from, ask them. Hey, you're acting like this. Like, you may not even act like this. You made this particular decision, and I thought we were talking about going that direction. Why did you make that decision? And just let them talk. And not in an accusatory way, but shout out to Jonathan Fields, who's doing his work over at Sparked. You can actually see an interview with him over at bringyourworth.tv. I don't have the link here, but you can just look up Jonathan Fields and Bring Your Worth, and you'll find it on there. Shout out to him. He has fantastic books out there. But he always talks about that is, instead of being defensive, be curious. Yeah, you feel like this person acted a certain way and was unkind. But why did they act that way? If this person is known to be, and there's a wonderful quote from a book I'm about to mention, but it's like, if this person is otherwise rational or otherwise thoughtful, and then they're doing this thing over here, what circumstances will make them do that? What doesn't make any sense? Sorry, pointing at you, James. But what wouldn't? Shout out to James Baldwin. But what would make them act a certain way? And once you start to unpeel that, then you're like, oh, well, why did that happen? Oh, that's because this happened, and you thought I was coming like that. No, that's not how I feel at all. I actually feel like this. So that action that you did was unnecessary because I wasn't even thinking like that. Like, that's when the breakthroughs happen. when you put the judgment away, you become more curious. Again, shout out to Jonathan Fields, as well as the next book I'm going to mention, which is Crucial Conversations. Shout out to my mom who actually recommended this book with some of the work she does. I love you. I appreciate this. Fantastic book. To be honest, I've rarely read it all the way through. It's more like certain sections, and it's a small book, but certain sections or chapters where I need it. And I'm like, I need to have an uncomfortable conversation. How do I do this? There's so many, as the rappers say, there's so many bars in there. There's so many lines. There's so many lyrics. There's so many parts. I couldn't even pick one for today. But there's so much fantastic goodness in there about having these conversations. And in my definition, crucial conversation is something that you can't just let sit there. Again, my intention with today's episode isn't for the people that are in the office who get on your nerves and you just go the other way when you're going to get coffee. I'm not talking about them. I'm not talking about the relative that you see once a year and they grate your nerves. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the people you actually need to interact with. And I talk about this in the newsletter at joindamon.me. If you go to joindamon.me right now, you can get my newsletter from this morning. It's every Wednesday for free at 5:55 a.m. Go ahead and subscribe for free. I think I mentioned it was free. It's free. How many frees did I put in there? But it is free. I mentioned this where it's like, it could be a co-founder. It could be a life partner. It could be somebody else you're doing business with. It could be your family that you really have a close connection to or that you live with. You can't just avoid those conversations. Crucial Conversation gives you the tools, in my opinion, to get straight with it, to get good with it. And a fantastic book. I can't recommend it more. And thanks again, Mom, for recommending it ages ago. How to Have Uncomfortable Conversations. It's a live show from, I want to say, late last year that I did. Very similar format to this, where I go even deeper into having uncomfortable conversations. This is about dealing with difficult people. This episode I'm pointing to, I forget what episode it is. It's back in the 200s. That one is specifically about talking to people. Go a little bit deeper with that and see what's up. Again, we are talking about how to get along with people. Well, I guess we can just call it how to get along with people. How to get along, how to deal with difficult people. If you have any questions or comments, hop in there. Again, my name is Damon Brown. I come to you every Wednesday at 1:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Vegas time. Shout out to y'all on Amazon, on Meta/YouTube, whatever you guys are calling it now. Shout out to my LinkedIn fam. Shout out to the people that are directly on there, bringyourworth.tv. Any question or comments, throw it in there. Let's see what's happening. The last question, how can I maintain boundaries? You might ask, Damon, what does boundaries have to do with it? Boundaries have to do everything with it, because boundaries end up setting up how difficult things can get. So if you're dealing with someone who you already have a difficult relationship or connection with, and then you don't have proper boundaries, then that person can walk all over you based on how you might be feeling. You might start walking all over them because of the response to it. You might have certain things that you have an issue with that they might not even be aware of because you haven't set those boundaries, or at least you haven't stated them. So number one is to figure out what you will accept and what you won't accept. I'll accept this relative talking loud during the holiday dinner. I will not accept them saying anything about my kids. This is all made up. I love you all, family. But you understand what I'm getting at. That's a boundary. I don't want them to talk loud during the holiday dinner, but they're a loud talker. And actually, I come from a family of loud talkers. But, they're a loud talker. Okay, so that's not something I want, but it's okay. It's annoying. It's annoying. But they say one word about my kids, I'm afraid I'm going to jump over the holiday table, over the dinner table. So I need to set some type of boundaries, back to communications, with them. Or give them feedback, be like, yeah, I'm not comfortable with you talking about my kids. I want you to talk about something else. And look them dead in the eye or whatever. It seems to work for me. But whatever works for you, figure that out. But you can't have those conversations, those crucial ones, until you know exactly your boundaries are. And then once you know what your boundaries are, then you can start to state them. Now, if people start disrespecting your boundaries after you stated them, then you got to have the rougher conversations, and/or all bets are off, depending on what the situation is. But at least you respected them enough to be like, yo, you're crossing the boundary. And I've had some conversations with loved ones, people I care about, even people I work with, where I've said that to them as far as boundaries, and they didn't even realize they were crossing it. And I was like, Like, you didn't, and they were like, no. And I was like, are you serious? And so I was thinking, oh, they're doing this stuff on purpose because they're disrespecting me. No, actually, not only were they not disrespecting me on purpose, they didn't even realize they were doing it. Again, get you a therapist. Shout out to Dr. Jackson. You know what I mean? The shirt link is below. That's what helps with that. It could be meditation, it could be journaling, it could be getting a therapist, but some way to have that self-awareness so you know how you're showing up. I could have a whole extra episode on that, but check out last week's episode about shadow. The link is right below. There's also mini episodes or clips from it. Now that I'm starting to do it, Bring Your Worth TV. So if you don't watch that whole episode, find out the 2 or 3 questions, the subject matters that matter the most to you from that episode. You can check them out at Bring Your Worth TV. Have a good 5-10 minute session with me. See what's happening, and then see what's going on in the comments too. The second part about it, again, you want to make sure that it's loud and clear. So it's not enough to say, I have this boundary, I have this want, I have this need. You also have to voice it to the other person. Can't emphasize that enough. All right. Book recommendation of 48 Laws of Power. I lent it to someone, and then someone took my power. I have no idea where it is. Shout out to 50 Cent. I don't know where the book is. I don't know. It's been missing for a while. I might as well just cough it up and get a new version of it. Whoever has it, well played. Well played. I hope you're making use of the laws. 48 Laws of Power, really simple. Best-selling book, millions sold. I think it came out, God, it has to be 20 years ago. I'm thinking about where I physically was when I got the book. And I think I was living in New Orleans. I was in New Orleans during Katrina. That gets you how far back this book was when I read it. And I think it was an old book back then. So I want to say it's about 25 years old. Shout out to Robert Greene. He's had some health issues. I hope you're doing better. And I love the work that you're doing on YouTube. Definitely check out his stuff. Remember, it's Green with an E. Fantastic book. It's a long book, but each of the 48 laws is only about 5 to 10 pages. Awesome audiobook, by the way, too. When I did my last road trip, I listened to it. These 48 laws are about how you can empower yourself in any situation. I'll mention one of them, which is my favorite, is, I always have a different favorite, but plan all the way to the end. If you want a certain outcome, work backwards from there. Shout out to Stephen Covey or Stephen Covey and all these other folks who have talked about that. But working your way backwards. So if you're setting boundaries, and if you have a particular relationship with a certain person, you're like, I don't want to be hostile to them anymore. I'm tired of us arguing. What does that relationship look like? And then work backwards from there. If you start getting upset when they're crossing your boundaries, then working backwards, obviously you need to state what those boundaries are. Now, if they don't respect those boundaries, then you guys go into a different category, like I just said. That goes into planning all the way to the end. If you want to understand the direction that you're going in, then you have to know where actually you want to go. Otherwise, you can't get upset when you still have that same basic, frankly, bad relationship with that one person. That's just one simple one. Speaking of power, one of my favorite episodes that didn't get a whole lot of shine when it came out. It was about 1.5 years ago. I Am the Manager meme. If you're familiar with the meme, you know what I'm talking about. If not, you just click on the video and you know, if you're familiar with internet culture, you know exactly what it is. It's basically saying that you are the manager of your life and you are setting up everything. And so if you change the dynamics and if you act differently and you show up differently to those so-called difficult people, they have no choice but to show up differently or to leave your life. That's it. The saying, it takes two to tango, there's a reason for that. If you start doing the cha-cha and they're used to doing the tango and you're determined to do the cha-cha, they're going to have to adjust. And it's not even a power thing as far as like you're going to take control over them. It's more about you really taking control over you. That's all I got to say about that one. And so if you're not, I talked about this in a previous joindamon.me newsletter. Again, you can go to joindamon.me where I talk about self-regulating and over-regulating. If you're regulating yourself properly in a way that works for you and you're as cool as a fan, but you're showing up with thoughtfulness and effort, then other people are going to have to adjust. And that's not a bad thing. Maybe y'all aren't meant to have a relationship, or maybe it's supposed to be more on the outskirts, or maybe they thought you were showing up a certain way and they thought you were being difficult, but now that you're showing up in a quote unquote better way, maybe the relationship improves. There's beautiful power in that. Be sure to check out this video as well as Robert Greene's work. Hey, today, Sunday. Today's show, how to calm down. Things get a little hectic out there. And if you know the rest of the line, then you and I can be friends. But seriously, when it gets hectic, then there's that challenge of finding the space for that. I talked about that in today's newsletter. I have a newsletter at joindamon.me. It's free, as far as I can tell, always be free. It's delivered every Wednesday. What day is it? Every Wednesday at 5:55 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Vegas time. And I talked about that in the newsletter. The link is right below. You don't need to type it in. Just look for newsletter in the description. And I was talking about how things can get hard and things get really busy, especially as we're adulting. You know, I'm married. I got 2 little kids. I own multiple businesses or run multiple businesses, own them, but also run them. And so it can get really hard sometimes, even if you're quote unquote doing everything right, or, you have your different ways of managing it. What I said in my newsletter and what I'll share here is that sometimes we don't realize all the different ways that we can actually find breaks within it. We wait for, I'm going to quote Tim Ferriss a little bit, we wait for retirement before we take any type of major time off. We wait for the big vacation, and the vacation is like for 2 weeks or for a week, 2 weeks if we're lucky, but for a week or maybe even 3 days, and we're saving up for that vacation. But there's ways that we can do it in small increments. I talked about a meditation practice where I meditate most every morning for 5 minutes right over here in the corner in my office. My little meditation mat doesn't take a lot of space. But that meditation practice has been happening for anywhere from 3 to 5 minutes for going on 2 decades now. The only reason why that works, at least for me, is because I've kept it manageable. I've kept it small. And that serves kind of like a rest for your brain. I don't go to sleep or anything, but it allows me to shut down or calm down. So the whole point is, sorry, I think I lost you for a second. Looks like you're back there. But the whole point is that you have the opportunity to connect with people and connect, most importantly, with yourself. And that can be in a resting way, as far as like literally taking a quick cat nap, or just, it's super sunny now. As I said, you're just, with me and my youngest son, we went to the park, not for a long time, because again, it's hot. We went to the park and he just wanted to lay in the grass. So he's laid in the grass, and then we looked at the clouds and saw the different shapes of clouds, and we're making up funny stories and seeing what was up there. And we did that for about 5 minutes, and then we did something else. That was 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes of his life and my life. That was beautiful. It was a great moment. It's been really hectic for all of us, because they're wrapping up school and stuff. So it's a lot going on. But we were able to do that in that increment. What I want to go ahead and show with the show today are ways that even in our most hectic times, our most stressful times, we have the opportunity to actually calm down. And calming down can be achieved by taking some type of break. And when we think of break, particularly here in America, we tend to think of, 4 days in the Bahamas, or, I'm going to go wait till this holiday and that holiday. And it's like, no, you can actually find ways to take those breaks. And it's a matter of you not waiting till your energy is to 0 or your stress levels to 100, but actually finding incremental ways to do it. Kind of like not waiting for your phone battery to get to 1%, which just talking about that stresses me out. Speaking of stress, and then go ahead and say, maybe I should plug it in now. No, actually, you can plug it in a little bit earlier, right? So it's a matter of managing that. That's what we're going to talk about today. I have some really good book recommendations, including some from folks that I know. Also have some good video recommendations, some from folks that I don't know. So it's not just recommendations from the Bring Worth catalog, again, almost 400 episodes, but also from other catalogs. So I really want to give y'all as much game and insight as possible. So let's stop messing around. Number 1 question, Damon, why can't I slow down? Why can't I slow down? I just keep moving. I keep going. I don't feel good when I stop. Why can't I slow down? And I've been a business coach for several years now, coach hundreds of folks. And so we talk a lot about that. because a lot of people that I coach are ambitious. I'm ambitious as well. And ambition can be a double-edged sword because on one hand, it allows you to do these big, often grandiose things that are beyond what other people have done, which is fantastic. The challenging part of that is if you don't know where that ambition is coming from or why you're driven that much, then it can get murky because what if you're not able to achieve? What if your body, your mind, your soul actually needs a break? Do you feel like you deserve a break? Right? Keep on quoting commercials. You deserve a break today. But do you feel like you deserve a break? And so it becomes quickly more psychological, not like, oh, I'm a person who doesn't need to rest. Everyone needs to rest. Let's cut that out. No. Nope. As I was talking to someone else earlier this week, that hustle culture is out the window. We're over that. And if anything lasts 4 to 5 years, we're realizing that hustle culture is just going to drive us to the ground. So even again, as an ambitious person with me, I own like 3 businesses. I'm still like, like I took a nap earlier today. I'm not even going to lie because I was exhausted. So I had a bunch of work I need to get done. Got my kids to school, did my work, had a little bit of breakfast, and then I did my work. And literally as soon as I got my work out the door, I laid down for 45 minutes. I couldn't do it. I was like, I gotta stop. And I felt like the energy I have now, I would not have had. So there's usually 2 reasons why we feel away and believe that we can't slow down. The first way is having guilt or feeling guilty about slowing down. This can come from a couple different places. It can come from our childhood, our friend group, the people that are around us, our environment that says you actually can't slow down. You should always be busy because this bill is always going to be due, because this accident could happen, because we're a family or we're a peer group or whatever that always stays busy. So it could be from that aspect. It could come from the aspect of you actually doing well, which is ironic, right? Why would you feel guilty about resting when you're actually doing well? You have, the amount of money you need in savings, or your business is doing great. Well, that's again back to the environment where maybe there's a level of survivor's guilt, which I talked about there's a live episode about Kendrick Lamar and his journey with his music. It's from a couple episodes ago. I want to say it's episode 375. In the replay, I'll go and put that in notes. So if you're watching in the replay, I'll throw it in the notes right below my big head. My whole point is that with his dramatic success, and perhaps with your dramatic success, again, ambitious people, you're realizing that not everyone made it. And so there's a weight with that. It doesn't always feel good. I can identify with that. There's certain things that I was able to do that my peer group, my friends, even some of my family were not able to do. And with that success comes a level of guilt. And you're like, okay, well, I'm the one that made it, so there's no way I should go and take a nap today. Well, if you don't take that break, it doesn't have to be a nap, but it doesn't have to be a supersized thing. But if you don't take that break, then you're actually not going to be able to show up for the people that you might feel guilty leaving behind or being in their situations. So it gets really complicated. But the first big reason that you might not feel like you can slow down is by guilt. And that's usually based, I found in my research and in my work as a coach, based on our environment. The tricky part is that environment could be right now, like your peer group, people you're around. That environment could have been when you were a kid. A whole nother layer of it, that environment might have been based on what your parents or your guardians went through. My parents hustled a lot to get to where they are today and to have a good environment for me as much as they could. So if I'm slowing down, but I get my ethics or my values, or I just get certain lessons from my parents, they might not have been in a position to slow down. So us slowing down, at least to the extent of me being able to take a nap today, sometimes can be viewed as a sense of privilege. And in some ways it is, but it doesn't mean you don't slow down at all. And guilt isn't going to automatically make them get their rest and absolve your family or your environment for whatever they're going through. And frankly, that's not going to help you at all because you won't be able to support anybody, not everybody, but anybody, if you're over there not doing your thing and not getting the rest that you need. The second, more insidious way of why we sometimes feel like we can't slow down is that we're actually trying to outrun something. And I don't mean like, I don't mean like Sha'Carri Richardson. I think I've got her name right, or Usain Bolt. Shout out to both of them. They're both beautiful and amazing. But you're not being a distance runner. You're being a runner in a more abstract, psychological, or emotional way. There might have been something traumatic that happened. It might have been something challenging that happened. It might have been a heartbreak or something that you're like, I'm not gonna deal with that. Again, a couple episodes ago, we talked about your shadow and dealing with it. And I have a longer episode that talks about it that came out a few Sundays ago. Again, I'll throw that in the links below. But if we're not dealing with our shadow, if we're not dealing with the stuff that have usually feelings, big feelings, and we don't want to deal with it, one of the best or easiest exits, the most common exits, I should say, to not deal with it is to overwork ourselves, because then it forces us to put our focus on something else. I think it was Carl Jung, it might have been someone else of that era, said that if we don't want to deal with things, then we're going to focus on something else. And if there's nothing else to focus on, we're going to create that thing to focus on. So when we talk about there being drama, or I have to deal with this, or I have to deal with that, sometimes those things are based on our own creation. Again, it gets really deep psychologically really quickly. And that's why I wanted to have this episode, because I wanted to give as many tools, have this conversation, jump into the chat if you have any questions or comments or thoughts about some of the things I'm talking about. That's one of the reasons why I want to give these tools, is that when I work with people, or even, people in my circle who say they can't stop or they can't rest, usually it's not a physical condition. Usually it's a mental or an emotional one. And again, it can get really deep really quickly. The best way to deal with it is actually figure out why you feel like you can't stop. Because as I talked about in my newsletter today, again at joindamon.me, you have the opportunity to stop a lot of times. Whether it's if you have a lot of places nearby like I do, walking to the grocery store instead of, if you're getting light groceries, walk to the grocery store instead of taking your car. If you're physically able to do it, if it's comfortable, if it's not 100 degrees outside as it is here, and you're getting some light stuff, then you can't take the extra 10, 15 minutes. It doesn't mean you need to exercise. It means that that's a form of rest that gives you time. And time, as I say, heals most, if not all, wounds. And so when we're talking about not feeling good resting, we're also talking about you not feeling in a place where you can take care of yourself. And literally all of us need to rest. Even the most testosterone up hype person, which I know quite a few folks, shout out to y'all. You need to sit down sometimes. And as I say, if you don't sit down, then life often will find a way to help you sit down. And that's as real as the talk gets. So just to make sure that that's clear, it could be if you don't feel good or feel like that you can't stop. It could be guilt over stopping because you don't feel like you deserve it, or it's not a safe enough environment to do so, which could be from your background or your current environment. Or you could be running away from something where if you slow down, this thing's going to pop into your mind. And either way, it's a pace that cannot be kept going the entire time. Great book on this topic is Do Nothing by Celeste Headley. I want to make sure I get her name right. I had might have connected with her at TED. I think I saw her speak at TED. We've never met in person, but I loved her work. And she was actually talking about her previous book or previous work before this book came out. This book came out, I looked it up because I was familiar with the book. I checked out again. I mentioned her on other shows. This book came out March 2020. I was like, wow. Prophetic Celeste, because that was a period of time, for you guys that are just tuning in, that was a period of time where most, if not all of the first world, you want to call it that, was sheltering in place. That's when everything kind of shut down here in Las Vegas. And for a lot of the country, it was St. Patrick's Day. I remember it was that Monday So it's definitely that Monday. It might have been St. Patrick's Day the day before, but it was March 17th, basically. It was a great opportunity for us to talk about why we should slow down. And that's what the book is about, the positive aspects of doing nothing. Now, she goes a little bit deeper than what I'm talking about here. What I'm talking about here, what we're talking about is calming down. So it's like calming down. So let me go and find a moment to breathe. How do I get into that space? Doesn't have to be official meditation or anything that fancy, but it's like, no, I'm going to find this little nook and cranny to go ahead and just sit here for a moment, or to experience this for a moment. I talked about at the top of the show, me sitting with my kid looking at the clouds. Like, kids are, if you have kids in your life, they're a great catalyst for, believe it or not, doing nothing. They might say that they're bored a lot, but then they also, if you catch them at the right moment, they are not doing anything. Particularly teenagers, I would imagine. My kids aren't teenagers yet, but I remember myself as a teenager, and just staring, or just looking into space, or just being themselves. Celeste takes this a little bit deeper and says, not only is it just taking those moments that we're talking about in the show today, but also literally doing nothing. Like, no reading, no podcast on, maybe some music. I'm a big music guy. You can see Miles Davis and John Coltrane behind me. Like, but maybe some music, but just literally just doing nothing. Kind of like when you first start going out with someone and you're just happy to, and you guys get along, it's a good date, you're just happy to be together. Having that, but for yourself. I was talking to a good friend of mine a while ago, and I was like, you know what? The last time I really just zoned out and just was comfortable just doing nothing all day, like really nothing, I was thinking back to like my college dorm, or maybe a little bit after that when I was post-grad. Now, there's reasons for that, because again, a lot of us are adulting. A lot of us have little kids that we have to take care of, or a spouse that we're working with, whatever. A job to do, we have to pay the bills. But that doesn't mean that we can't take like a Saturday or an afternoon or something and not plan anything and not do anything. The to-do list is not going to go away. I've talked about this in some of my TED Talks. The to-do list is infinite. Remember the show that came on a few years ago? I think it was Nora and the Infinite Playlist. Same thing. Just like you put on Spotify, whatever your preferred music network thing is, your music platform, and you play it on shuffle, and it'll literally go on forever for the billions of songs in there. That's what our to-do list is. This is a great rallying cry against that. The to-do list is a thing. I'm looking for my index cards, because I always got index cards everywhere. Let me see if I have my example index cards. I must be using an index card right now, but it could be a piece of paper that I'll use, and it'll have a long list of to-dos for that particular day. But I also know that to-do list has to end. Like, I have to stop it. She gets into that. Fascinating book. Again, as you can do the math, it's a few years old, but it's definitely worth your time. Another book is 50 Ways to More Calm, Less Stress. I can never say the book title. I love the book title, but I can never say it. Shout out to Maggie Cardis. Hope you're doing fantastic. We met a long time ago and have been involved with different journalism and media organizations. So I'm so glad to see you doing well. She has a fantastic book that just came out, I want to say last fall, maybe right before the holidays here in the States. The title just says it all. It's a really simple way to say, I can do this one thing today to calm the heck down. We need that, because even though kind of a counterpoint to Celeste's book, when Celeste's book came out, that's, if you remember, a few years ago, we were doing well, I wasn't, but in general, I have little kids, but it was different story for me. But for the general vibe, the general culture was doing the sourdough starters so you can make your own bread. It was, I crochet, and there were so many people, and I started crocheting like a long time ago, around the time I started meditating. And there were folks that were asking me, how do you crochet? And do you know about knitting? Which I don't, but they were asking me about that. Just that whole vibe. It was just different. And now, many years later, I can feel the gears shifting again. And suddenly we want to be busy again. Suddenly we want to hustle again. Suddenly, going back to what I was talking about with the the question as far as being afraid to slow down or not being able to slow down, which is how we often phrase it, even though that's not quite true, but not being able to slow down, that often can come also from a place of fear. If I slowed down before and I lost this opportunity, I slowed down before and the world slowed down. And if that happens again, I need to keep going. I need to keep going before it happens again. That puts us into a place of burnout. The 50 tips and suggestions, just short chapters in here, will help you chill. So this is kind of the foundation as far as us talking on the show today. This will actually allow you to execute. So you could be like, yeah, Damon, I want to rest. But what is that? What do you mean rest? What am I supposed to do? I don't know. I've never rested before, which we have, but I have some people that talk to me. That's when people come to me. They're like, I've never rested before, never taken a vacation. I'm like, well, you probably have. You just didn't recognize it was rest, or you put in some other category and your version of rest is something else. There's a great way to break that mindset a little bit and have a more productive mindset. Productive as in you can actually, these are 50 action steps you can take depending on your situation to actually stay calm and rest today. So shout out to Maggie. She's been all over the country promoting the book. It's good to see you outside. If you have any questions or if you have any feedback, like, do you feel like you can't take a rest? Do you have particular reasons for it? There might be reasons that I'm totally ignorant to. Feel free to throw them in the chat, or feel like you're struggling, trying to find ways to slow down. Say something in the chat, and let us know how we can support. Next question: how can I be productive while I'm resting? Ooh, this is a fascinating question. How can I be productive when I'm resting? We run our own businesses. Again, I have multiple businesses. Chances are, if you're watching the show, you have a side hustle or solopreneurship. You might have a couple. I know some of y'all watching right now have like 4. I'm like, whoa, 4 and little kids? Man, let me see how I can help you. Jeez. So the amount of juggling that you guys do is admirable. The thing is that if you're wearing all the hats, I wish I had my hat's up there, but if you're wearing all the hats, all the things, then it's like, how exactly am I going to take a half an hour walk to the grocery store? There's an invoice that might come in. There might be someone that wants a copy of my book. How am I supposed to get it out? Oh, the show is going to happen at Wednesday at 1:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Vegas time. I can't take a break. I got to keep going and produce the show. So I think it's really important to address that part of it. Say the quiet part out loud. Is that for the people that I support as a business coach, the side hustlers, the solopreneurs, the non-traditional entrepreneurs, so many of us are actually the CEO, the CFO, the CEO, the CMO, like pick a C and an O and throw a letter in there. We're probably representing that. If we do have that support, we might have limited employees, we might have consultants, we might even have a virtual assistant, but pretty much we're it. I think there's some smart ways that we can actually find to keep our business going, not become insolvent or go bankrupt or have our business fall apart, and still continue to rest. The first thing is to actually be strategic about when you're taking a rest, when you're taking a break. My kids are actually graduating from school, not the big school, but graduating their current grade over the upcoming days. My partner knows that. I know that. The rest of the family knows that. Now you guys know that. So everything going back to like January, February, I'm not exaggerating, has been designed so that they're going to be at home for this period of time. They're going to be at summer camp for this period of time. This relative is going to be visiting at this period of time. They're going to be visiting this relative. Like all that is mapped out. So I already know from a personal standpoint, those pockets when I'll be able to get a little bit of a break, even with the kids at home, even with my partner away or here, even with relatives in town, or them being like, I already got it designed. So there's certain things that I'm actually starting to go deeper into actually this week, as far as how I'm going to design this program during the summer, because I'm not going to be around every single Wednesday. If you think about it, you have little kids in summertime, you're not always going to be around. You don't always want to be around, to be frank. And so if you're more strategic about it, then you have to be able to plan for it. It's not as complex to say planning a vacation where you're gone for a week. I'm not saying that. I mean, literally just saying, I'll give my example. All right, I have a show every Wednesday at 1:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And I know that's a period of time where my kids are probably going to want a snack because we had lunch earlier. And they're probably going to want to be outside. But it's really hot here in Las Vegas. So maybe we go somewhere like a water park, or, go to the neighbor who has a pool, whatever. Okay, so then maybe this week I'll have a rerun, or I won't do a show, or I'll do a bonus show the following week to make up for it. Like, I'm already thinking on those levels, as you should be. And so the more strategic we can be with how we're going to rest, how we're going to structure our lives, and how our businesses are going to fit into that, as well as our, personal stuff, then the further out we can do that, the more we can actually build rest in. Like, I'm positive I'm going to get rest this summer. Like, I don't, like, see little backs in their eyes. I'm tired. Like, I love y'all, but it's like, I also need a break. But I know that my break is coming. I know I'm going to get rest, and it's already being developed. That in itself calms me down. Now, I'm a planning guy. It might not matter as much to you, but even if you're not a platter, hopefully you're not a platter. If you're not a planner, I would implore you to go ahead and think about, let me plan out my rest just a little bit. Let me have maybe this person take over. Maybe I can go ahead and do a little bit of extra work here so that I can be gone for this next day. Think about it more from a strategic standpoint versus just, I'm going to go ahead and, push until I can't push anymore, and then hopefully I'll get a break. We live days, months, years. I got some people that care about that have lived decades like that. Rest in peace, because some of them passed away. But they lived decades like that. Like, I'm going to go ahead and I'll figure out the break later. I'm just going to keep pushing. And then you keep moving, moving the mountain, moving the mountaintop, moving the flagpole until there's no more flagpole left. There's no more mountaintop. I'm not saying it has to be some dramatic exit for you. What I'm saying is that we can keep pushing our rest until we do burn out, or we end up hating the stuff that we do, even though it's something that we traditionally love, or we end up running out of time. Whatever time means to you, we end up running out of time. The key thing is to figure out that strategy as soon as possible and put in that flagpole and say, I'm going to take a break during this period of time. I'm going to slow down during this period of time. Even if it's just 15 minutes, even if it's just an hour of myself sitting on the porch, having a glass of lemonade, eating a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. That sounds really good right now, by the way. Even if it's just that, you say, I'm going to do that this day. I'm going to take a little lunch break from my job. I'm going to come out of the office. I'm going to sit, on the sidewalk, and I'm just going to reflect for 5 minutes. There's ways that we can put that into there and build it in, but it requires a little bit of strategy. Going back to the previous question, it requires a little bit of strategy, and for us to recognize the ways that we can actually rest within the context of our lives right now. The better thing too, not just doing the strategy, but also with being productive while we're resting, is that we actually scientifically proven that we actually are more productive after we rest. Again, I took a nap earlier today. I know I would not be functioning. Believe it or not, this is me high level functioning. But if I would not be functioning at this level without that nap, without that break. Again, things have been super busy over here on all fronts, personal, professional, everything, all the things. Nothing I can complain about, but it's been busy. So my body and my mind and my soul's like, no, you need to sit down here. Like, literally, I heard my mind say that. It's like, yeah, after you send out this project, go sit down. Go sit down. Go sit down. Us being able to listen to that voice, I think, is important, not only from a health standpoint and on all the reasons I talk about, but also because we're actually able to be more productive. And so if we really care about our business, how we're showing up for our customers, how we're serving people, how we're making money, nothing wrong with making money. We can add that in there. However we're feeling about it, and we're saying we want to be our best selves, then grinding it out is not going to give you your best self. It's going to get you eventually a hollow shell of yourself. There's moments that are crunch time. There's moments where you have to hustle. Again, I'm in that period of time right now, so I can speak from experience. My whole point is that if you keep pushing things, just like a car, eventually it's going to break. And then you won't be showing up for anybody, including yourself. And so the question is, if you're really about that life, showing up the best, doing 110% on all those things, you can't do 110% if you never take a break. You literally can't. Again, I've done the research. I've read the books that have done the research. I've interviewed people that have done the research. I've done books on the research. That's why my first bestseller was called The Bite-Sized Entrepreneur. Like, we need to find a way to pace ourselves. Otherwise, we're not going to make it. One of the things that I love talking to my coaching clients about and asking them is, whatever you're doing right now, is it sustainable for the next year? I usually say 5 years. Let's just say the next year. So if you're getting 3 hours sleep, that means you're doing 21-hour work days or whatever crazy stuff you might be doing. And you're doing that every day, and you're not eating right, you're not getting fresh air outside, you're not spending time with people that you care about, not building relationships. How's that going to look 365 days from now? Probably not that good. No judgment if those are things that you're struggling with. My whole point is that you can course correct in minor ways. And if you really say, my business is my life, I care about my business, all I do is dream about my business. I've been in those situations. If you're going to keep showing up for your business over time, again, I'm not a kid. And so my businesses that I run right now have been around for, in some cases, decades. There's no how that I'd be able to have a sustainable business, multiple sustainable businesses, have my 2 little kids, have this, what I consider a beautiful life, and be able to do all that and never rest. So if you're worried about taking a break and that your business is going to fall apart, find ways to strategize so you can offload some of that, even scale back in some cases, or maybe you find other hustles that can pay you more income so that you don't have to make income just from this particular business. Because if you're not taking care of yourself, you're not going to be there to lead the business. And if you're saying this business is your heart or the main thing that you're into, then how can you do that to your business? Right? How can you do that? The math isn't mathing. If this business is the most important thing, and you know if you don't rest, you're going to burn yourself out and the business is going to fall apart, then why wouldn't you rest? That's the riddle of the day. Riddle me that, right? Good food for thought. As you can tell, I'm passionate about it, but that's why I do the work that I do. One great book that talks about this, in fact, it might be the best book that talks about what I was just talking about, is Ryan Holiday's Stillness is the Key. Man, he does more books than I do. Like he's got a book coming out every year. I think he just had a book that came out about doing good. Sounds really good, and I love seeing his videos and hearing his work. This one is a classic, and I all the things that I'm talking about right now, you can see why I rock with it. The main argument is that if we're going to make an impact on the world, if we're going to be strategic and thoughtful, if we're going to run our businesses, do our entrepreneurship, even show up as spouses, as parents, as children, if our parents are still around, as aunts and uncles, nieces, nephews, et cetera, however we're showing up in the world, contributing, it requires slowing down enough to think about our actions and for our emotions, or as they say, our soul to finally catch up with us. That is required. It's required. I talked about this recently on the shadow episode that I referred to earlier, where we could be so busy running away from whatever we don't want to deal with that we end up leaving all these gems behind and not realizing we're walking into the trap of burnout, the trap of stress, the trap of health problems and issues, the trap of loneliness because we're not developing a relationship. There's all kinds of traps along the way. Not trying to scare you. Just my whole point is that without us slowing down, then we're not going to make it. Again, scientifically proven. We're not built like that. We're not superheroes. We're not built like that. And often the reason why we're not being still is because of something we don't want to deal with back here. That's often how it works. For better or for worse, it just is what it is. Again, as they say, I don't make the rules. It's just, this is kind of the way that we're designed. If you're familiar with Ryan's work, he talks about Stoic philosophy a lot and has been basically become a historian on it. Forget being an author, historian about it, about these different philosophies from Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius. If you're familiar with his work, then these names will ring a bell. I've mentioned them a few times too on the channel, particularly with my favorite book of his, The Daily Stoic. He gets much deeper into this, mostly about the ability to be still. Even from a strategic standpoint, because we're talking about businesses. How many times have you taken a shower? Have you played with little kids like your niece or nephew, or even your own kids or whatever, just to kind of mind off of things? Have you, last time you did like a cross-country trip or drove to the beach or whatever outside stuff you might have? I love doing long walks in Midtown Manhattan. So walking actually further than that, but walking from Midtown Manhattan all the way to downtown and back. Like, I love doing that. I actually miss New York. You're doing that, whatever that equivalent is for you. And suddenly these strategic pieces start coming together. And you're like, oh, that's how I should launch that product. You know, that person I'm having a conflict with, you know, my business partner or whatever, this is what I'm going to say to them. Yeah, we need to have that conversation. This, that, and the third. Those things only happen when we're not worried about them. And unfortunately, if we're always in the active mode, if we're not being still, if we're not putting our focus somewhere else just for a moment, we don't get a chance to put those pieces together, emotionally, physically, mentally. We just don't. Again, that's not how the human brain works. He talks about that a little bit too, but that's not how the human brain works. This book is a great start to think about that, to think that actually stopping could make your business better. Again, food for thought. Brene Brown, How to Slow Down Without Losing Your Business. Shout out to Brene Brown. As you know, I love your work. This came out about a year and a half ago. And this matters because I think I shared in the actual video. There's a Bring Your Worth episode, obviously. And she went on LinkedIn and she said, hey, I'll be gone for the next 3-4 months, I think, maybe a little bit longer. Yeah, I'm done right now. And I think she had 3 podcasts. She had at least 2 podcasts. I couldn't even keep up with all the podcasts she was doing. And I'm a fan. I was like, I can't listen to all this. She was doing that much work. And she had a book come out. And she had a Netflix special that came out a few months before that about Atlas of the Heart, which was her book that came out at the time, again, about a year and a half, 2 years ago. And she said, yeah, I'm going to go ahead. And she was like, these are the, and I think she broke it down. She's like, these are the things that are going to happen, or this is how I'm going to handle it, whatever. And here it is. When it comes to emotional intelligence, she's the top 3 most known person in the English speaking world. I'm positive. Again, this is some of the stuff that I studied, so I know where she ranks. She's top 3. It's her, Adam Grant. You know what I'm saying? I could date him. Shout out to Adam. But you know what I mean? Simon Sinek might be on that list, you know, depending, but he's more workplace versus just emotional intelligence. Again, so I know what I say. So for a top 3 in the English speaking world to say, yeah, I'm going to go off grid for the next 3-4 months. And she has kids too. So she's like, I'm going to go off grid for a little while. And then to break down and model that and say, this is how I'm going to go off grid. This is what it means. Yeah, there's not going to be a podcast for the next 3 to 4 months. I already talked to the advertisers. You know, she has big sponsors. It's like, right? She's got big sponsors, like brand name sponsors. Yeah, I already talked to them. Yeah, but I need to do this. And then I think it was in the fall, instead of being like more like 6 months, she came back. She's like, hey, I'm back. Here's a new episode of, I forget the name of her thing. Is it Unlocking Us? I think it's Unlocking Us. Like, Unlocking Us, here's a new episode. And it's featuring the former Surgeon General of the United States. He's talking about loneliness. Shout out to that guy. And it's like, whoa, okay. But she was able to come back, roaring back. And she's been fine ever since, as far as I can tell. I was like, okay, she's back on her grind. Not in a bad way. Back on her grind, as we say nowadays. And it's like, oh, she's modeling that. So for someone who talks about burnout and emotional intelligence, she's actually modeling behavior. That's why I had to do an episode about it. Again, it was probably about a year and a half ago. Be sure and check it out. It's only 20 minutes long, not that long, but I break down her philosophy, why it matters, and go a little bit deeper into some of the stuff that we're talking about today. All right, so we are talking about how to calm down. How are we going to calm down? How are we supposed to do that? And it doesn't mean that we have to stop completely. It just means finding spaces, or I'll call them breaks, or as I said in our newsletter this morning, the pause, capital T, capital P. Finding a place for the pause within what we're doing. And if you have a hectic life like me and so forth, it can be hard, but there's ways to do it. I'm an entrepreneurial business coach, helping side hustlers, solopreneurs, otherwise non-traditional entrepreneurs. You can watch the show every Wednesday at 1:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Vegas time. Get through my mouth today. You subscribe for free. We're almost at episode 400. Man, I love celebrating with y'all. We're about to hit 400. Thank you for riding with me. You want to subscribe for free and check out the previous 378 episodes. Be my guest. It's all available for you. All right, the last question. If you have more questions, feel free to throw them into the chat. Last question. How can I carve space? You're like, yes, Damon, I get it. I felt like I couldn't rest, but now I'm realizing I can. And I was worried about my business falling apart, but I'm realizing that it'll be fine. My ultimate question is, how can I actually carve space? And this is an important one, because we could have the knowledge and saying, yeah, I definitely need to rest. And I think there's ways I can do it with my business, but how do I actually make space? Excuse me. The first thing is to actually know what your priority is. What's the most important thing? We've been talking about that a lot on the live episodes. One great book about that is called Essentialism by Greg McKeown. It's in the link. Shout out to Greg. But finding different ways to say, this is the main thing. In Essentialism, they talk about the priority. And priority is let's say it's Latin. So I think it's either Greek or Roman. But it comes from a Latin term meaning the one. In other words, we're not meant to have multiple priorities. We're meant to have one priority. That's literally what priority, the root word or the root meaning of priority is. It means one. The priority, the one. So what is the main thing? And that might shift. As I've talked about recently, when my kids were a lot younger, as in babies and toddlers, and before they went to preschool and school, kindergarten and all that, they were my priority. So my best-selling books, and even before, it was before I had the TV show here, but the speaking engagements, even some of the TED stuff that I did was second tier. The first tier is, let me make sure my babies stay alive to turn age 5, which if you're a parent, you can probably relate to that. It's like, I just want them to make it. Not from a place of stress as in they're not going to make it, but more like you don't want to screw it up. You only get that one chance to give the foundation, psychologically and otherwise, for these beautiful human beings that you've given birth to. It's like, okay, I gotta get this right. But then after our youngest started going to not preschool, but with kindergarten, their needs shifted. They weren't in diapers anymore. And then my needs shifted, where I was like, oh, I can actually look at other things and I can start this show. The show started around the time that my son turned 5. That's not a coincidence. He just turned 8. This show is 3 years old. Zero coincidence there. Talking about with the previous question about strategies. That's a strategy. It's like, I can't do anything else. Oh, okay. They're going off to school. All right. Well, and they don't need me as much. I have a little bit of room to start a TV show. Let's go. I connect with my coaching clients on a bigger level, and connect with some of y'all that will never be my coaching clients, because we might never connect in person, but at least I can support y'all on your particular journey and be part of this non-traditional entrepreneurial movement. That's what I mean by priority, knowing what that one thing is, and then trying to build everything around it. The second thing is saying no. And my partner always teases me about it. My family teases me about it, where I'm one of those people where I don't have a problem saying no. And I got so many stories. The amount of volunteering I've been asked to do, or to do this or that. And luckily I know what my priority is. So it's like, it doesn't fit in that priority. Okay, well then that's a no from me. And there's ways that you can kindly say no. I think I have a video about it in some of the earlier Bring Your Worth episodes. You can go and look it up at bringyourworth.tv, of course, about saying no. But there's kind ways to do it. That's one of the reasons why I feel comfortable with it, because it's not from a place of malice, as in, I'm not going to help you, or I'm not going to help your organization. It's more like, no, actually, If I work with you, then number one, I'll be spreading myself too thin, and I'm not going to be showing up for you or the folks I already made a commitment to. And number two, as I implied, I already made a commitment to these folks. So how would it feel if I made a commitment to you and I made a commitment to someone else and I said I didn't show up for you in the way that I promised? And so when you put it in those kinds of terms, not as intense, but in those terms, it makes it a lot easier to say no to things. These things you say no to, you might really want to do them, or you might want to really be there for someone else or some organization or whatever. You might want to really work with this client. Maybe the timing isn't there. And if you think about it like this, if you don't carve out the time to rest, if you don't find a way to take a break, then again, the whole machine's going to shut down. Like if you look at the body as a machine, it's going to eventually shut down. That's kind of how it works. There's literally millions of stories, lots of books and literature that keep telling us the same thing. We're not meant to be on fire fifth gear the entire time. That's not how we're built. And so saying no is actually a place of kindness, because if you know you're not really going to show up as your best for the person that wants you to be there, then why don't you just say no to them? If you know if you say yes to this other thing, then it's going to fall apart for your other commitments, then why would you do that? Again, it gets really deep quickly with the psychology of it, because as soon as we start to realize we have a choice, then suddenly we have to question why we're not making that choice. If we realize we can rest at any moment, and we realize we're choosing not to rest, then we have to go deeper. If we know that saying yes to this one thing is going to overwhelm us, but we keep saying yes anyway, then what is it really feeding? Because as soon as we know we have a choice and we don't have to do it, then we're realizing, oh, actually, I am choosing to do it. Why? That's kind of the energy of this. If you want to take a break, if you want to rest, almost always you have that option. And if you don't have that option, it's a period of time in your life. It's a season. But once that season is done, or before that season comes where we're in that hustle, I get it. I've done 2 startups, got little kids, I get it. But all this is seasonal. Very rarely, especially if you have the resources, the wherewithal, the time to even listen to me, you might be at a certain status as far as having an amount of resources. It's not always going to be grind time. No, things are seasonal. What season are you in? You might be in grind season. Godspeed to you. But grind season is going to end. You have to recognize when it ends, and then you have to be equipped mentally, physically, particularly emotionally, to allow yourself to rest. Otherwise, you ain't going to make it. If you're going to go deeper into that topic, a book that I really enjoy called Hell Yeah or No by Derek. Actually, it's Derek Sivers. I know who Derek River is. I think it autocorrected, but the link is good below. Sorry, Derek. I love your work. I swear I didn't mess up your name on purpose. I think autocorrect got me. I first heard about this guy on a Tim Ferriss show ages ago. Like, oh my gosh, I think my second kid was born, so it was probably about 8 years ago, long time ago. And then he came out with a book about this concept. I think he actually did a TED Talk about it. I don't think I ever saw a TED Talk, but I think it was before I started going to TED, so he must have did a TED Talk. I've been going to TED for like 12 years, so he must have did a TED Talk 15 years ago. The basic point is this. He lives his life as in if he's going to be into something, if he's going to say yes to a speaking engagement, because we're both public speakers. If he's going to say yes to a speaking engagement, if he's going to say yes to going on this trip, if he's going to say yes to helping his buddy with something, it has to be a hell yeah, as in, yes, I want to do this. Otherwise, it's a no. That sounds like a lot of privilege, but once you start to break it down, you realize that that's actually how all of us in some way should be functioning. Now, if a family member desperately needed something or whatever, of course, you should be there, assuming you're cool with the family member. Like, of course, if a friend needed it, which I consider chosen family, of course, you're there. But we're talking about that squishy stuff in between. That stuff that you say yes to, and you're realizing, maybe I shouldn't have said yes. That sense of regret, I know you know what I'm talking about. That sense of regret where you're like, oh, I know I committed to this, but I don't even want to do this. Why put ourselves through that? Why put the other person or organization through that? Because now they're thinking you're hell yeah, but you're really, you're meh, M-E-H. Like, This book breaks it down. It's a super short book. I was trying to find my copy of it. I think it's somewhere. If you watched the Clutter episode last week, you know the amount of books I have right now because I'm doing so much research for this show and the other stuff that I'm doing. The book's somewhere around here, but it's a great place to start if you're dealing with that confrontation of how do I say no to things and whittle my stuff down. And my recommendation is how do I make time to rest? The Ultimate Live Guide. I talked about this, more about making the time to rest versus calming down, but it hits a lot of those similar topics. It's also much bigger, a lot more material, a lot more content, a lot more book recommendations and video recommendations. If you're kind of craving more and you're like, Damon, I'm not sure where to go next, this would be a great way to do that. I think this mega episode came out top of the year maybe, but I had a whole live episode dedicated to rest and tools, literal tools, whether it's software or whatever that you can use to rest yourself. We didn't get into that today because more of the psychological and emotional aspect of it and how we can continue to run our business. This episode right here gets into it. All the links are below. And yeah, they're free for you to enjoy. It's episode 349, so it wasn't that far back. Today, one of my favorite subjects. Again, I'm a business coach. I've coached hundreds of y'all. I love this subject. Stop self-sabotage. Stop self-sabotage. Blah, blah, blah. Get it out of my mouth. Let's go ahead and define what self-sabotage is. Let's talk about how you can stave it off. You might not be able to stop it, but you can slow it down a little bit. As they used to say in basketball, you can't stop someone, but you can contain them, right? You can't stop somebody, but you can contain it. So we're going to talk about that aspect. And lastly, we're going to talk about what you can do if you fall into that trap. I certainly have. And it's like, you have that moment. It's like, what the hell are you doing, Damon? Why are you doing that? And self-sabotage actually can prevent us from being our best self. And that's my ideal for you, is for you to be at your highest level, whether it's personally, professionally, mentally, emotionally, even physically, reaching those levels that frankly you deserve. But self-sabotage tends to come in when we feel like we don't deserve whatever we're getting. So let's get into the episode. If you have any questions or comments, or even want to share a moment where you end up sabotaging yourself, I'm definitely going to share some stuff here. Feel free to jump in the comments and let me know what's happening. All right, the first question. What is self-sabotage? Really important thing, because we talk about, they sabotage themselves. They're sabotaging this project. I sabotage this. What exactly does sabotage mean? If you have my newsletter or at joindamon.me, you know I made a joke about it where I was talking about BC Boys sabotage. So feel free to go to joindamon.me and learn more about the deeper discussion in regards to self-sabotage and what it can mean in our lives. But for here, let's define it. As I said in the newsletter this morning, self-sabotage often happens when we haven't fully integrated our worth to our situation. Self-sabotage often happens when we haven't fully integrated our worth into our situation. In other words, if you have a fantastic relationship and they're everything that you want them to be, and they love you and all that stuff, and then you do something and it becomes a train wreck, you might not feel like you deserve that love. If you get this great job offer and it sounds like everything's lined up and it's all good, and then you come up with something almost like, if you guys used to watch Seinfeld, which I guess is a classic now, it's like 20 years ago, but those moments, you know the moments I'm talking about. If you watch Seinfeld, where it's like you're in this perfect situation and then you do something, and it's like, why did you do that? Maybe you feel like you didn't really deserve the job. One of my guys, Carl Jung, weird to call him one of my guys, he was well passed away by the time I was around here, but one of my favorite philosophers, and of course one of the forefathers, I should say, of modern sociology, says that which we do not bring to consciousness appears in our lives as fate. That which we do not bring to consciousness appears in our life as fate. So you ever meet somebody, or maybe you've been that person where it's just like, man, I almost had it, and then this thing happened, and I just have the worst luck in the world. And we've all had bad luck. I got my stories, But at a certain point, it's like you have to figure out what the common denominator is. If that happens to you 5, 6 times, there might be something that you're blocking or something that you're bringing up. And not even from a spiritual standpoint, not even that deep, but just literally certain actions or motives or changes that you're doing that are preventing you from having the success that you want. Carl Jung kind of hit the nail on the head. He said this probably a century ago, back when he was coming out with his books. I have some other videos where I talk more about Carl Jung's work, down in the link below, but we'll get into that in a second. Self-sabotage then is when you haven't fully integrated your worth to your situation. You might have a great situation, but if you feel like you don't deserve it, you're not worth it, you're not worthy of the situation, then it'll be like, let me knock myself down a peg. There's a lot of celebrities in the news right now. I'm not going to get into it. There always are a lot of celebrities in the news right now. And you think about their actions or the stuff that's come to light, and it's like, you seem to be at the pinnacle of where you're at. Why would you do that? You don't have to do that. But on some level, evidently they felt like they had to. And as I was talking to a mentor recently about it, it's almost like people say, okay, I'm actually not worth this. You guys think I'm a genius. You guys think I'm perfect. You guys think I'm exactly the amazing genius, iconoclast, whatever fancy Merriam-Webster word you want to throw out there. Grab a thesaurus, throw it out there. But inside, I don't feel that. You all might say that. The crowd might say that. The populace might say that, but I don't feel that. And so I'm going to take myself down so you can see who I really am, because that feels like I'm being true to myself. It's not enough. It's not enough. The adoration of thousands, millions, in some cases, people, billions. And the more adoration they have, the more they feel like they're not worthy of it. And then they'll find ways to sabotage themselves. That's about as deep as it gets. Because, I mean, why wouldn't everyone wants to love themselves? So there must be something that's preventing them from doing so. And that's that deep work that I've talked about a lot since all the recent episodes have been a lot about deep work and going inside oneself. It's been a deep year for me, so I'm kind of taking you on my own journey. I'm far from perfect, but I'm doing the work. And that's all that can be asked of someone. Are you doing the work? If you're doing the work, then the chances of that self-sabotage become smaller and smaller. If you're not doing the work, if you're not exploring your shadow side or understanding the deeper side of the work of how you're showing up in the world, then that self-sabotage should come out. As I said in the newsletter at joindamon.me earlier today, that shadow side tends to come out right when we're at our pinnacle. With the Will Smith, Chris Rock incident, I guess that was a couple years ago now. And that's essentially what he said when he got the Oscar after the slap. He was like, yeah, this, and he said it in his own particular way. But it's the same thing where that came out when he was at one of his career pinnacles. You can name a celebrity and those things happen. If you're not doing that deeper work, then it's going to come out and bite you in the ass. You got to think about those particular things. That's why I really want to do this episode today. As you can tell, I can talk about this all day. I've been on my own journey with it, and it's real talk. It's real talk. So you're like, all right, I know what self-sabotage is. What am I supposed to do with it? First recommendation, one of my favorite books in the world. And as I've talked about, I've particularly this year, again, I'm working on myself a lot, and I have like castles now of books. Even after all those books and all the books I've read, even all the books that I've written, all that stuff, this is one of those ones, as they say. Easily top 25, maybe 50th book I've ever read in my life. I've read a lot of books. The Big Leap by Gay Hendricks, fantastic. Let me stop ogling and going on and on about this book. Let me break it down to you. Number one, a lot of the theories and things that I've talked about in my books, there's like 5 or 6 of them that come from this book where I just started to think about these theories. So shout out to Gay Hendricks, for real, and expanded on them, of course, but expanded on them. We could do a whole episode, or maybe we will in the future. Jump in the chat if you'd like that. His book basically says we are the biggest limitation to our own success. Not in a sense of blame or that you should feel shame about it or if there's something wrong with you. More like we have mental limitations that prevent us from that's from happening. There's quite a few theories in here. That's why I'm kind of stuttering. But my favorite theory in here, and that's tough to say, is the upper limit problem. You call it a ULP if you want. The upper limit problem basically says you want to go over here, but you feel like you deserve to be over here. And so once you start to veer over here and get higher and higher, better and better, have that success, have that money, have that beautiful love of your life, whatever, then that upper limit problem comes in and says, no, that's not who you are. I think the Gay uses it as the description he uses, if I remember correctly. He has quite a few analogies. It's like a thermostat. And so again, it's about 107, 108. We actually have a temperature warning here in Las Vegas. So it's about 108, 109 here. Okay, that's why you see the little sweat on my head. And our air conditioner is working and it's still hot as heck in here. But it works like air conditioner. I'm not air conditioner, a thermostat. Or more like a temperature gauge. Where if it goes up to say 80 degrees, but you have it set for 74 degrees, then temperature, the AC or whatever the equivalent is going to kick in. And it's going to be like, no, Damon. No, you said that you're at 74 degrees. Now you're at 80. We're going to turn you down. And it could be 79 degrees. It could go all the way down to 70 degrees. Because it's like that little thing in your mind says, no, that's not who I am. I have a lot of relatives that are from the hood. I'm originally from South Jersey. I spent a little bit of time there, but that's not where I was raised, mostly suburban and urban areas. And we talk about that all the time. Shout out to Camden, New Jersey. We talk about that all the time where you can get out of the hood, out of the rougher areas. Again, Camden back then, as well as now, is pretty rough. Much love to my folks that are out there. But once you leave, nice Freudian slip there. Once you leave that particular area, you still could have the same mindset of the people there that might be a little bit more limited. Not all the people, but some of the people. So I know Tim Ferriss had talked about this recently where his family grew up with very modest means. And now, like, he's very well known. He's probably been a millionaire several times over at this point, especially with his investments. But he'll still, I think it was some example he gave where he'll still buy the cheapest brand of toilet paper. And it's just like, right, but it's not good for his body. He's around my age, so we're both middle age, and it's like, you can buy the Charmin. It's okay. you don't have to buy the great value. No shots at great value. We have some of it. But do you understand what I'm saying? There's a level of limitation. And that's what he means by upper limit problem. So if you're a janitor and you've been told you're going to be a janitor, and nothing wrong with being a janitor, and then you get the opportunity to be, say, principal of that same school, and it happens like that, there's going to be certain transitions, and they have to be conscious that you're going to have to go through to make sure that you're ready for that leap. Again, the big leap. That's just one of the many, many great theories on it. Again, I might do a whole show about it. Let me know in the comments if you'd like to do that, but I can talk about it all day. It's a fantastic book to start if you're trying to do less self-sabotage, and aren't we all? A good companion to this is a recent compilation I did, a beginner's guide to how to know yourself more. I had a live show talking about understanding your shadow, had a couple other shows understanding the parts of us that we don't see. There's something called the Johari window, where there's certain things that people see and certain things that people don't see, and the same for you. I'm not going to go and break I've done whole videos on it. Feel free to look up Johari, Johari, in the comments or on bringyourworth.tv and see what's happening. But basically, there's certain parts of ourselves that we don't see, but that's reflective of how we show up in the world. If that's the case, then it's better for us to understand and empower ourselves in that regard. This episode gets to all that. It's probably about an hour and a half, might even be shorter than that, might even only be an hour long, but it's like 3 or 4 different techniques and tools in there, including a live show to break down what those insights would look like to do less self-sabotage, understand your shadow self better. I'm entrepreneurial coach Damon Brown. You're watching Bring Your Worth TV every Wednesday at 1:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Vegas time, as well as some bonus episodes as you see. Subscribe for free at the link below. Let me know if you have any questions or comments. And while you're out there, go and check out the best Best of collection, the complete Bring Your Worth collection, available everywhere fine books are sold. Excuse me. All right, let's get into the next one. How do you prevent self-sabotage? Decent question. If you have any questions, jump in the comments and let me know. I think it comes down to two basic things. First of all, you have to know what your insecurities are. As I talked about in the newsletter this morning at joindamon.me, it's almost like knowing what your Achilles heel is. And the second part is having strategies in mind around that Achilles heel, around that insecurity. I was talking to a relative recently, and they were talking about they wanted to start a project, and they tend to make it big. So it's like, okay, I'm going to do this small thing. Well, why don't I add this thing to it? Well, why don't I make it bigger? Well, if I'm going to do that, I might as well make it bigger. And and you can almost see it expanding. But at the same time, that idea is expanding, which works for some people. I can be like that. So I tend to be expansive. So that works. But while my loved one was doing this, I could also see the fear start to come in their eyes as far as, wait, how am I going to do this? But it was like they kept expanding. It's like, and in many cases, if we have that particular type of framework, then we're just not going to start, right? It's almost like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to make a Lego model. You tell them play with Legos, except for with my kids. I'm going to do a Lego model of, let's say, a building. I'm just going to do a building. Wait, well, why don't I make a building next door? Why don't I make the people that are walking to the buildings? Why don't I make a neighborhood? Why don't I make a city? Why don't I make a replica of Las Vegas? And that excitement is there, and it's like, okay, but I haven't put down one brick. I don't even have enough bricks. That's too much. Let me move on to the next thing. That is a self-sabotage. Because there's a certain Achilles heel and insecurity where it's like, if I do something small, essentially, that's not going to be enough. What I do has to be big. Otherwise, people aren't going to appreciate it, and I won't feel good about it. So let me make it as big as possible. Oh, but I don't have the follow through to actually do this big thing. And if I can't do this big thing, I'm not going to do it at all. Example from me, I told you I was going to bring out some of my dirty laundry, was me being a kid, and my kids are 8 and 10. Around that same age, particularly around the age of my eldest. And my room was so messy. Looking back decades later, I'm like, oh my God, how did I sleep? You know, I mean, we were in a safe neighborhood. There weren't any issues in the house, but something could have been hanging out in my room the whole time and just crawled out at night, and it would have been fine. For someone who has an active imagination, I don't know how I managed to have papers and whatever other stuff that I had on the floor and still sleep very well at night. Of course, my parents were like, Damon, you got to clean your room, get your stuff together. But I'm very self-motivated, which is a gift and a curse. I'm assuming a lot of y'all are too, since a lot of us are entrepreneurs, right? It's kind of the nature of self-motivation. F you, I'm not going to do what you tell me. Shout out to Suicidal Tendencies, the group, right? But that whole thing, it's like, I wasn't having it, but I was comfortable with that. But what I learned later is that for high achievers, I got a TV show, I got best-selling books. I'm sitting here sweating 110 degree heat. It keeps going up, right? I'm sweating in 110 degree heat in a blazer because I want to show up for y'all. Tell me I'm not an overachiever. For overachievers like us, right? They're not like us, right? Overachievers like us, we're more likely to have that extreme mindset, which I'll get into a little bit later on in the show. Stay tuned for that. And so it's like the room is so messy, I'm not going to do it at all. Because I know it's going to get messy again. The daily chores and all that, I don't want to do that. Because I already ate 3 times today. I have to do the same thing over again tomorrow. Yeah, I already made a mess in my room. I got to clean it now? But it's going to get messy again. So why not just skip that? It's almost like you're too smart. It's like, skip that, right? Too smart in air quotes. Trust me on that. So there had to be ways for me to structure things where, you know, my office is a little bit messy, but not anywhere near what it was. Absolutely messy because I'm doing a lot of things. And like I mentioned in previous episodes, I'm doing a lot of projects. So this is actually not the default. My default is having a clean office. But the cleanliness comes in me doing little things at once. Saying, okay, I'm going to have a snack in here, which I rarely do in the office, but I'm going to make sure I throw it away. I have my coffee. Okay, let me make sure I clean my coffee mug and move on. And do that while it's happening. That allows the self-sabotage to at least be, contained. As I said in the earlier analogy, you can't stop self-sabotage. We're naturally insecure. We naturally have our Achilles heel. We naturally have our issues. In some ways, as some psychologists said it, I forgot who said it, I wish I could remember, but they said our issues are essentially our personality. Those things we call personality are actually based on our issues. And if you want to get really deep, also based on our trauma and whatever came from that. Whole nother episode that we actually had earlier this year. And in fact, if you go to the previous episode I just talked about, as far as, let me find the link for you guys. You know what I'm talking about if you just joined in. Here we go. How to Know Yourself Better, a beginner's guide. I talk about this. The link is right below, just to make sure I didn't neglect you guys who just got into the show. So if you know what your Achilles heel are, knowing yourself, then you're able to create strategies to get around that. That's the key thing. You're not going to stop your issues. There's always so much healing from, trauma healing, whatever you want to call it, you can do, because some are scars, which are past tense, and some are wounds where they're always going to be a little bit open for you. It's just going to be insecurity. That's part of humanity. And trust me on this one, I've worked really hard working on my stuff, particularly again, as of the last several months or last couple of years, even deeper than I normally do. And those things are still there. So you find ways to work around them or even make peace with them. I'm insecure about certain things. I've talked about it in my books. That's kind of what it is. But that humanity allows me to connect with you and vice versa. And then we might even come up with strategies that allow us to overperform. One other quick example, I talked about this. It's definitely in the Complete Bring Your Worth collection, but I can't remember which book. I want to say it's in The Ultimate Bite-Sized Entrepreneur. You might be able to tell I have a slight lisp. And I had a really strong lisp, like people weren't able to understand me back when I was starting kindergarten. So really high reading capacity or communication level. It's probably like 4th or 5th grade communication level while I was going into kindergarten, 1st grade. So I was always really into communication. Other things, strengths weren't as high. So this isn't a flex. I was just saying I was overperforming in communication. So you can imagine how hard it was when people couldn't understand what I was saying because I had such a bad lisp. Fast forward now, and I've done 27 books. I've been on various TED stages. I got the show. There's 18,000 plus subscribers as of this premiere. And I'm about to hit 400 episodes. And I have 2 degrees in journalism. Shout out to Northwestern and Oakland University. So that's what I mean. Like that insecurity, those challenges as far as saying people don't understand what I'm saying. I overperformed in that in such a ridiculous way where it's like, people are like, oh, you're a great communicator. And I'm all like, am I? Because that insecurity is still there. That's what I mean. If I didn't take that and understand that communication was an Achilles heel of mine and recognize that I felt insecure about it, then there wouldn't be anything I could do about it. If I was just like big and bold and like, I communicate fine, blah, 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 and I felt that way all the time, you can imagine the self-sabotage that would have stopped me from getting my master's in magazine publishing, would have sure as hell wouldn't have got me on the TED stage. Like all that stuff wouldn't have happened, I don't think. Or I would have sabotaged it before it would have happened. So that's what I mean by being able to prevent it. It's not about being able to take it away or suddenly feel better. It's not going to go away. It's more like I'm going to find ways to recognize it, know my insecurities are, and then to come up with strategies to process and deal with it so that I can, at baseline, be functional in my life. Otherwise, the sabotaging does not stop because you haven't healed, recognized what you need to heal from. Speaking of strategy, why plans don't work, do this instead. It's actually one of my favorite episodes. It's one of the less watched episodes. And it's like that little episode that could, where I'm like, oh my gosh, I love this episode. I love the theory behind it. It's basically the difference between a plan and a strategy. I'm not even gonna get into it here. It's a super short episode, like 6 minutes long. Check it out, please. Please do me a favor, check it out. But it gets into this where the short version of it is that a plan is temporary and fixed. And the strategy is more flexible and allows you to have long-term thinking, which is what we're really getting at here. Speaking of that, man, I'm hitting all my favorite books today. Upstream by Dan Heath. Shout out to Dan. Fantastic book. I have the audiobook, but I don't have the physical book. I need to buy the physical book, so I need to grab it. Maybe I'll put it on my Father's Day list. But fantastic book. The basic premise is that there's downstream and there's upstream, like a river. If you know how a river goes, there's going up the river and there's going down the river. What you want to do is look upstream at issues that might be coming up, so that when they hit the downstream to where you are, they're not an issue anymore. So many, similar to Gay Hendricks' book, The Big Leap, there's so many good theories in this, like a ridiculous amount of good theories. One of my favorite ones, and I forget the name of the theory. Lots of theory terms in there. I forget the name of the theory, but the basic idea is that we often think we're doing well when we're able to do well in a crisis. We'll put it like that. It's like, oh, this thing happened and I was able to show up here, and this thing happened, I was able to show up here. What we undervalue, though, is making decisions that prevents the crisis from happening at all. And the problem is that when you prevent something from happening, mentally you don't get credit for it. And no one else gives you credit for it either. Right? So if something like the printer suddenly catches on fire at your office job and you're able to put the fire out, they're gonna be like, Jim, and then they're gonna give you a crown and parade you around and say, you saved our company. But if 3 months before you were Bob and you notice that the printer had some type of logistical issue with it and it might cause a fire, you could fix it without getting paid, run by your boss and say, hey, looked like there might be a future issue with the printer, so I just went in and fixed it. They'd be like, all right, thank you, Bob. And then they go back to drinking their coffee or doing their reports or whatever. Total stereotypes here. I'm thinking Office Space or The Office, pick one. Do you see the difference? Upstream is basically saying, you want to be like Bob. You want to just stop it before it even becomes an issue. But we have to train our brains for that. One of the biggest trainings about it is that you're not going to get as much credit for it. There's things that I've done within my family. There's things I've done within my businesses. There's things that I've done as a coach where I saw stuff down the line and I'm like, okay, we're going to change this. And might not even have said anything. If you're going to do that, which I think is true leadership, if you're going to do that, just assume you're not going to get credit for it. In fact, there was an excellent book, and I cannot remember which book it was, but it began with a great analogy, talking about a medicine person. And this is back in the day. It might have been like the Andes or somewhere like that, like ages ago. And a medicine person, to paraphrase briefly, what wasn't well known. And I think someone came up and said, hey, you do all this great work. Why aren't you well known? Why aren't they praising you? And the medicine person said, well, if they were praising me, then it would have been too late. They're going to praise when they're sick already. They're going to praise when there's a crisis. When they actually see the magnitude of the situation and then I'm able to fix it, they're going to praise it. But I do good work because I'm able to stop it before it even begins. So that's what upstream is. As soon as I find that book, I definitely will include it in one of the episodes. I wish I could remember what book it is. Like I said, I've read a ridiculous amount of books. It was a great analogy that began the book. Upstream is basically giving you the tools to be that medicine person, to say, hey, this is how I'm going to go ahead and show up in my life, in my business, to my colleagues, to the world. I'm going to do this in this particular way, and that will prevent these bigger things from happening. Again, back to the self-sabotage. Love that book. Highly recommend it. Can't recommend it more. Shout out to Dan. You made a killer book. I'm entrepreneurial coach Damon Brown. I'm here to help you as a side hustler or solopreneur, otherwise a non-traditional entrepreneur. You're watching Bring Your Worst Show. You subscribe for free at the link below. I come to you every Wednesday at 1:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Vegas time. Like I said, it's hot as Alvin over here. Welcome to June in Las Vegas. All right. If you have any questions or comments, throw them in the chat. Are there moments where you were about to self-sabotage and you're able to prevent it? Jump in there, share some stuff. I'm happy to share mine. All right, when it comes to self-sabotage, how can I recover from it? Really, really good question. I think it's an important question when it comes to understanding, well, kind of accepting is going to happen. And I think it comes down to three basic things. When self-sabotage happens and you recognize it, it's really important. Number one, you have to give yourself grace. It happens to everybody. Number two, you have to make sure you got support around you. So to remember that you are loved no matter what you do. And number three, and this gets back to the previous question, to take the long view, take the macro view, look at the big versus the small. Let's start with the first one. Giving grace to yourself essentially means you accept that you're human and you are going to be off the mark sometimes, you're going to make mistakes. And that's part of the game. That's kind of how it works. No one came here being a genius and getting everything perfect. No one. And if people tell you that they are, then that means they really, really have some big insecurities. So no one is like that. No one is perfect. So accepting that and maybe even giving yourself some slack and some ease when it comes to you making progress. So it might be a thing of you self-sabotage all the time, and then suddenly you're in a situation and it's like you stop right before the cliff, Wile E. Coyote or Roadrunner style. You're like, oh, almost did it. Wait. And you reflect for a second. And then you do it anyway. That reflection is growth. Even if you end up self-sabotaging anyway, that 1, 2, 3 second delay, right? As the famous saying goes, there's the gap between response and oh no, I'm forgetting another one. The gap between response and reaction. The gap between reaction and response. That's where the wisdom is. So you're ready to react to something, especially if you're mad or something. You're ready to react. But then if you pause long enough, then you actually can have a response. Something that actually matches the situation. It's almost like a level of emotional intelligence. You might self-sabotage anyway. I'm gonna keep it real with you. I've been there. But what was the process right before you self-sabotaged? Were you more reflective? Did you realize you might be self-sabotaging, but you convince yourself otherwise and I'm doing it? As you keep working on that, the gap gets bigger and bigger and bigger until you get that level of awareness. The books, the tools, the videos that I'm giving you today, hopefully will help with that awareness, and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Trust me, that gap can only get wider, but it's never gonna, that tension's never gonna go away. It's kind of how it works. Again, you see the gray hairs in my chin, so I've been around long enough. It doesn't go away. You get better at it, but it never goes away. Once you accept it doesn't go away, I think you can give yourself more grace. Because I think often we're hard on ourselves because we believe it's going to go away. It's like, no, actually it doesn't go away at all. Like that's not how it works. Number one, if you want to recover from it, you have to accept that some level of grace for yourself. And then, whatever you deal with, it's not going to go away. The second thing is bringing lots of support. And that could be your blood family, your chosen family, your loved ones, your friends, your colleagues, your partner, whatever, your kids, your parents, doesn't matter. But someone to go and say, yeah, you did that and you're still okay. Yeah, you did that and you're still loved. Even connecting with other people who might have a similar self-sabotage thing, where like I have so many people in my life that consider themselves perfectionists, and they can talk, and I'm not a perfectionist, but as you can tell by like I'm kind of more of a launcher than a perfectionist, but that's a whole nother episode. But the thing is that I'll see them have conversations and I'll have no idea what they're saying, and I'm like, what are y'all talking about? I don't. And they're like, oh well, you're not really a perfectionist. I'm like, no, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. If you're watching, you know who you are. And I was like, oh, okay. But that's bonding. That's giving each other grace. Not just giving yourself grace, giving each other grace. Be like, yeah, I get it. It's hard. I want everything to be perfect, and I gotta let that stuff go. I can't relate to that. But they found people that they can relate to. Again, I got other issues. So it's like I find people that have like issues, And those people in some ways became, my chosen family. So shout out to them. Again, you know who you are. But finding other people that will give that grace to you and remind you that you're worthy of whatever you happen to be pursuing. And lastly, taking the long view of it. You see me becoming very New Jersey right now, using my hands all the time, but very long view. So if it's something that you self-sabotaged and it was, say, a job offer, are there going to be other job offers? Were there actual reasons why the job wasn't a good fit for you? Are there going to be other opportunities that are similar to that particular job? Do you need a job right now, or can you wait a little bit longer? Is it a dire situation? Like just that one idea, you can try and do the calculus on it. Bring out the abacus and be like, oh, this wasn't life or death. Some situations are life or death. I've been in a couple, so let's keep it real. Sometimes it is that, but most of the time it isn't. And it's like the main thing that's hurting right now is your ego. I got a big one, so I get it. And sometimes it's like that's the main thing that hurts. And it's like, all right, if you can nurse that, then you'll be all right and move on to the next thing. So if you're trying to recover from a self-sabotage situation, like it already happened, not while it's happening, but it already happened, it's done, then you want to give yourself grace. You want to be surrounded by people that will also give you grace. And you want to take the long view and decide how really important that thing is. Sometimes it is really important, but sometimes the main thing, Bruce, is your ego. Here's an episode, Having a Long-Term Vision Beyond Now. It's actually a really short kind of experimental episode I did probably about a year and a half ago, but it was like various clips from the previous episodes talking about having a long-term vision. I think the whole episode's like 6 minutes long. It's very short, but it's like 3 or 4 different little episodes. I think you might enjoy it. And I rediscovered it again. I'm approaching 400 episodes, so I don't remember all of them, to be honest. But I was exploring my show a few days ago for an upcoming project. You can look for it in the upcoming days. You'll get a notification when it comes out. I was working on this project and I came across this and I'm like, you know what, that would kind of fit the vibe as far as thinking long term, and also being generous and gentle and having grace with ourselves as much as possible. And the classic, shout out to Dr. Carol Dweck, the classic Mindset. You might not have heard of the book Mindset. It's an unusual title, but you probably have heard of fixed mindset and growth mindset. A fixed mindset and a growth mindset. If you're watching this channel, you probably have heard of this before, even in passing, but let's break it down. A fixed mindset says, this is who I am. This is my view on the world. This is what I'm good at. This is what I'm not good at. This will never change. I am good at math. I am bad at science. Fixed mindset. Excuse me. Growth mindset says, I'm not great at math right now. Or I'm sorry, I'm really good at math right now. When I get to higher levels of math, I might have some challenges. I suck at science right now, but maybe when I get to chemistry, I'm going to be okay. Or maybe biology will be my thing. Let's do biology instead. The difference is one person is saying, this is who I am. I can never change. It's almost like being whatever you have from birth. Like I have a birthmark. Like it's like having a birthmark. It's like, no, this is what I am. I'm tuned to this, right? It's almost like the class society. You know what I mean? Where you get into the different rankings. Like, okay, you're born of shopkeepers. You're going to be a shopkeeper the rest of your life. You got some kids. They're going to be shopkeepers too forever. That's the energy of a fixed mindset. A growth mindset, as it implies, says, okay, this is who I am right now. This one thing could happen, or more importantly, I could grow, hence growth. I could grow in a certain way so that this isn't true anymore. When I first started the channel, I didn't know what the hell I was doing. All my episodes are up there. You can go back to episode 1. And yeah, it looks like I'm being held in an underground cave against my will. I'll leave it at that with the lighting and all that stuff. But at that moment, you got a choice. You, meaning all of us. You could say, okay, this kind of sucks. I think I'm going to stop because I'm going to suck. 400 episodes in, I'm still going to suck. And I'm about to hit my 400th episode, so speaking from experience. That's the fixed mindset. Or you can do the growth mindset and say, yeah, this sucks, but I wonder if I can do a little bit of research, get a little bit better lighting. And you notice I was tripping over a couple of my words. Maybe I could script it out as opposed to freestyling. Maybe I can do that. And then episode 2 comes. And it's like, oh, the lighting's a little bit better. Maybe I shouldn't have the window open, especially here in the desert. I live in Las Vegas. Maybe I shouldn't have the window open because the light's really harsh. And it's like, even for my brown skin, it's like blanking me out. Nobody can see me. Why don't I roll down the windows, get some blinds, and then have stronger light? Okay. And those adjustments happen. Growth is really about adjustments. It's about saying, I'm here right now. If I'm willing to make these adjustments, these not sacrifices, that's a little bit too dramatic, but if I'm willing to put the work in, back when I was talking about work at the beginning of the episode, if I'm willing to put the work in, then I'm confident this will improve. I don't know if I'm going to be like on this level, but I definitely can be better than where I am right now. That mindset helps with the self-sabotage as far as it not happening. Because if you have a fixed mindset, then you're basically saying, wow, let's go back to the job thing. Well, I was in a job interview and I said something really stupid again. All right, well, I guess I'm not good at job interviews, so I'll just stop interviewing for jobs, which sounds ridiculous when you say it out loud, but some folks have that mentality, and it's like, even if they don't say it out loud, it's like, okay, you're just not gonna interview for jobs anymore. I hope you like entrepreneurship, right? What else are you gonna do? Okay, all right, good luck, right? Come watch Damon's show. But where a growth mindset will come in and say, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and I suck at job interviewing. I'm gonna take a LinkedIn thing and I'm gonna go ahead and figure out, like, you know how LinkedIn has the classes, right? They used to call it something else. That's why I'm forgetting the name of it. But their new class system, where it's like, okay, this is a certain class I'm going to take, and it's about how to interview people, or how to be. I'm used to interviewing people as a journalist, how to be interviewed and so forth. And I'm going to take that, and maybe I'll be like 1 or 2%, maybe even 10% better. So I'll go to the next job interview, and I'm ready to go. Those are the differences of the two things, for sure. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. I'm so excited about today. I'm literally clapping. Right? Literally clapping. I'm so excited about today. 5 secrets to mastering change and transition. Woo. This has been a long time coming. I've actually been relatively quiet in the past few weeks as far as doing the live episodes. I usually do a live episode on Wednesday. But as you can tell, I'm in new digs. This is a new setup. I just put this bookcase together. It just came together like a few days ago. I'm still getting my books together, even though it's over my big head. And you see John Coltrane, at least you see his beautiful hands, and you see the beautiful hands of Jimmy up there, James Baldwin. Happy 100th birthday to you, my friend. But I'm still getting it organized. As I mentioned in my newsletter, you can get it at joindamon.me. I have a lot more gray hair in my beard just through this summer. My kids are... one of them's in middle school now, the other one's in late elementary school. And I remember when they were born and holding them as soon as they came out of my wife. So it's just like, whoo, the amount of change. And again, as I mentioned in my newsletter this morning, change has become a friend of mine. And we're going to talk about today how to handle change and handle transition. We're going to talk about the difference between change and transition. Those are 2 separate things. Number 1. Number 2, we're going to talk about how to handle change in a positive and productive way. Third thing we're going to talk about, we're not numbers here. Third thing we're going to talk about is how we can handle transition, particularly when it's a difficult change. We'll get into that in a moment. And then we'll also talk about how to figure out that messy middle and where you should go from here and how to evaluate those steps. Super important episode. I'm going through a lot of change myself. So I wanted to, I'm trying to be the reporter here. My background is journalism. So trying to be the reporter here, I'm like, I've been on the front lines of change this year. And these are how you handle change and transition. And of course, we'll get into the definition of what that means. First of all, shout out to Short Form. Thank you. Love y'all. I appreciate the support. Y'all made this episode possible. Short Form is your ultimate book reader companion. I'll move to the side. I have a ton of books behind my big head. I have more books back there. You can don't ask my kids, but if you did talk to my kids, I have stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks of books. As far as moving to the new office location, the couple of things I have, like my desk and all that, were easy. The problem was the books. The amount of books that I have are massive. Short form is the ultimate book reader or book lover, more accurately, guide or companion, for two big reasons. Number one, it allows you to understand the books that you currently have better. Number two, it allows you to get the information in your books a lot faster. So let's hop in real quick, and we'll go ahead and do that. Let's see, present, share screen. Hopefully, with the weird weather, everything will work. Hey, we're good to go. All right, so this is short form. I actually have a special deal that I negotiated with short form. So y'all have a free trial as BringYourWorth.tv listeners, viewers, however you happen to be get to catching this podcast, as well as getting at this as of this recording 20% off your first subscription. I believe it's annual, but you can go and check on that and see. Fantastic deal. It's worth your time. Here's short form. It basically gives you a synopsis, but a deeper synopsis of all of the popular books that you might have on your shelf. You see some of my joints here. Again, shout out to Adam, Liz, and shout out to Robert Greene. Hope you're doing well. What it does is it summarizes them, but at such a deep level that it's almost like like a preview of what the book is about. Now, if you're my age, you're middle age or what have you, you're older, you've heard of Cliff Notes. This ain't Cliff Notes. I was never a big fan of Cliff Notes. No offense to them, but I was never a fan of them because it was like, this is what happened. It was like the equivalent of Wikipedia. No offense to Wikipedia. It has its place. This is completely different. This is a place that's saying, okay, we're going to go and break down the essence of all the things that are happening in here. And then we're going to allow you to, number one, understand the book better. So if you want to go deeper, you can go buy the book. And number two, we're going to connect it in ways that you can't do from a traditional published book. So let's look at 48 Laws of Power. I already have it up here. Again, shout out to Robert Greene. As I go back and check out the 48 Laws of Power, which I've mentioned quite a few times in my best-selling series, the Complete Bring Your Worth collection, as well as with my recent book, Career Remix, where I interviewed Robert Greene. It's a fantastic book. The book is also massive. The 48 Laws of Power is a classic, came out about 25, maybe 30 years ago. I got it about 20 years ago. The book is like those old school dictionaries that I had in my house. We call it the Red Book. It's that thick. I remember I was doing an episode earlier this year, no lie, and I wanted to reference the 48 Laws of Power. Number one, I had the physical books. I like to have physical books. So someone borrowed it. I don't know where it is. So if you have it and you're watching, please give it back to me. I'm over here in Las Vegas. So I don't have the physical copy anymore. But even if I did, it will be hard to find this particular passage. And then there was another thing where I have the audiobook of it, which is a fantastic audiobook, very long, like 20 hours long. That's how long the book is. But, it's like I can't skim through the whole thing. This was perfect. And I discovered short form earlier this summer. I was like, what's the one, which I think it's on screen right now, what's the one where it talks about you connecting with people before you need them? In other words, keep your networks fresh. It's like, don't isolate yourself. Never isolate yourself when you come under pressure. This just cuts you off from the information you need, and people could help you. And when the real danger arises, you won't see it coming. I say that all the time. If you coach with me, I talk so much about connecting with other people. It gets to the principles, because there's 48 principles, gets into one of them, and then talk about the sidebars. Like, it's a great synopsis. In the regular book, this would be about maybe 6, 7, maybe 8 pages, because it's storytelling and other type of nuances, which the original book is fabulous. That's why I have several copies. But if you need the essence of it, this is great. That's one. The second part about it is that if you end up let's look up Robert Greene. And apologies for my internet. It should take a second. The nuances of moving to a new office. Robert Greene. So and it's his joints. Mastery, The Art of Seduction, The 50th Law, shout out to 50 Cent, Curtis Jackson, all that stuff. But here's where it gets crazy. And then it starts connecting you to the podcast, where he's been on 5 episodes of Modern Wisdom. I've never heard of that podcast. Maybe you guys are fans. Then, of course, Jay Shetty, I've heard of him. Diary of a CEO, fantastic. I love the work that you're doing, Stephen. we'll connect one of these days, I'm sure. I'm not as familiar with Theo Vaughn as far as him doing good podcasts, but evidently he's doing serious podcasts now if he has Robert Greene on there. So then you don't just have the essence of the book, but you have the essence of the person, the work they're doing. I know with Elizabeth Green, what I had, or not Elizabeth Green, Elizabeth Gilbert, looking at Green. Elizabeth Gilbert, who I was flipping through her Big Magic, one of the best books I've ever read about creativity. And she happened to have an article, I think she did with HBR, Harvard Business Review. So if you click on that and go through there, then she has her stuff on that. Of course, she's done the podcast circuit several times. Same thing with Adam Grant. And so it doesn't just connect you to the book itself of Think Again, Big Magic, or 48 Laws of Power. It also connects you to almost like the root or the extended play. As we used to say back in the day with DJs, that EP or that extended play of it. It's like the long play, just continues. So you can do a lot of your good research on this too. Anyway, big fan of short form. Thank you so much for supporting the show today. If you want to go at special Bring Your Worth TV discount, do it right now. I don't know how long it's going to last, to be honest, but you can get a free trial that's going to last. But you also get 20% off if you do it right now. Go and click on it. And of course, you'll be supporting the show with that too. So again, thanks so much to Short Form for doing that. All right. So you're like, change and transition. Damon, what's the difference? There's a difference, big difference between change and transition. And we're going to break it down. And because of the difference between the two, it's important to go ahead and address them in a different kind of way. Often we'll say change and transition, and we'll use them interchangeably or at the same time. And they're actually separate. Special shout out to Bernadette Johnson. Thank you so much for helping me on this journey as far as understanding the difference between change and transition. You actually learn more about her at BernadetteJohnson.com. I'll go ahead and throw it into the link in a second, but love you and I appreciate you always. All right, so what is the difference between change and transition? Really simple. A change is something that is external. A transition is something that's internal. A change is external. A transition is internal. A change is you start a new job. A transition is you're not at home anymore, sad because you can't find a job. Suddenly you have something to do 9 to 5 every day. How are you transitioning psychologically into that place? How are you processing the emotions around that? Change has to do with something external. It could be initiated by you, it could be initiated by someone else, but something that's external. It's something that's tangible that shifts. The transition is the stuff that's on the inside. It's a little bit messier. It's the stuff that you need to work with. Some of the biggest challenges that people face, whether it's leaders or folks that work with me that are going through big changes, is that we work on the change, but we don't work on the transition. We say, for instance, I just moved to this new office. So you go and say, okay, well, do we need boxes and we need a car or a truck, and do we need movers? I don't think we need movers. I don't think we have that much stuff, so we don't need movers. And okay, and then we're going to go ahead and we'll have to be offline for a little while, which is why I haven't had the show for a few weeks. So it's like, okay, well then we got to do that. Like that's managing the change. It's practical. It's relatively simple. It's the logistics. It's the list, the to-do stuff. It's moving stuff from here to there or back and forth. It's whatever needs to be done physically. The practical side of it, which is great. There's nothing wrong with that, right? I wouldn't be possible to move into this office without having the boxes and transportation from my old office here, et cetera, et cetera. The transition, though, is what are the cultural changes that are going to happen because we're not in the old office anymore, we're in the new office. We're used to going across the street to the park and getting some fresh air when things are stressful, with the work. Okay, so then how are we going to do that? How are we going to let that stress out? How are we going to get that fresh air? Not everything can come into this new office. So there's a sense of loss. So then we need to grieve. Not too dramatic of a word. We need to grieve that loss. There's a certain rhythm or cadence that we're used to having because we're used to having that office. Now we have the new office. So what do? We need to process those emotions and those feelings. That part's a transition. And in some ways, we master change pretty well. We find ways to cope with change, healthy, unhealthy, whatever. As humans, we're fairly adaptable. We find ways to cope with it. Transition, though, basically says, how are you going to cope with it? What, again, is the loss? And as a lot of change leaders and transition leaders will talk about, it's like, what's going to stay the same? What's going to be different? And who's going to lose what? That last part is important. So there is a sense of loss when people go through any type of change and transition. The change doesn't master or work with that loss. The change just is what's different now. The transition says, emotionally, what are we going to lose? If I have a favorite sandwich shop, we're a very food-forward family, so I have a lot of food examples. If I have a favorite sandwich shop that's in this neighborhood, and then I find another office that's a great opportunity, the price is right, et cetera, et cetera. From a change standpoint, it's like, great, sounds like a good change. But I can't get my favorite sandwich. And the family that owns the sandwich shop, I'm not going to connect with them anymore. That's the transition part. That's the loss. Transition isn't always about loss, but loss is often a part of it. And if we're not processing the loss that happens with the change, then number one, we might not be able to do the right calculus to figure out how much we're actually going to lose with that change. Number two, we're going to have stuff that's unprocessed. It just sits there. I look at it like bad milk, or if you have, stuff in your fridge, back to the food examples, but if you have stuff in your fridge that was always in the back of your fridge, and my family and I had one fridge where the ledges, the shelves wouldn't go all the way back. There was a little gap. And so as my kids are stuffing stuff in the fridge, and then, we're in a hurry and stuff, and inevitably some stuff will get shoved back there, and there might be a little bit of cheese that falls back there and it's lost. And then we finally clean the fridge every other month, whatever, and we find it back there. That's what those feelings are like if you're just dealing with the change, but not the transition. The transition basically says, we're going to process all this stuff. We're going to work on all this stuff. We're going to show up in this certain way. That's what transition is. And so often we end up focusing more on the change rather than transition. As one person put it, change is done to you, and transition is something that you have to do. No one's going to say you have to transition, but someone will say things have to change. One you have way more control over than the other. And unfortunately, we often forfeit our control when it comes to our transitions because we don't realize we have control over it anyway. As they say, you can't control your reaction to things, but you can control your response. Change is what we react to, but our response is transition. One of my favorite books on transition, I read this last week because I was going through a lot of transitions, and I ate this up. Like, proof is in the pudding. See all those dog ears? I was putting my kids to bed, and there's like the bedtime story. I was literally reading it to them. I couldn't put it down. I read it in like 2 days and started reading it over again. Fantastic book. You can highly recommend it. Shout out to Burnett Johnson for recommending this book. Transitions by William Bridges, and I forget his widow's name, Susan Bridges. Shout out to both of y'all. Rest in peace to William Bridges. This is a 40th anniversary edition. Again, I'm middle-aged, so this book came out. probably I was starting to come out the womb. This is a classic book. I'm so angry that I just read it now. It would have made my life so much easier. It's so ridiculously good. This is where that definition as far as the difference between change and transition comes out. And as the late author talks about, there's a lot of books that talk about change, how to deal with change, how to do the change. But none, as far as I know, at that time, were about transition. So we can focus on the external as much as we want. The external is cool, the external matters. There's nothing wrong with that. But if we're not working on the internal at the same time, mm, mm, yeah. Again, and with my work, I've seen it firsthand. And it's just crazy when you see these moments, and it's heavy stuff. It's heavy stuff. All right. If you want to get more insight as far as with this work, you want to read or watch my episode on Begin Emotional Intelligence. Thinking of losing my comments here, so I'll put it in there for you guys. Begin Emotional Intelligence. There it is. Sorry, I think my tech is running a little bit slow today. Speaking of transition, Begin Emotional Intelligence, Brene Brown. Blah, blah, blah. Brene Brown for beginners. One of my favorite episodes. It's basically taking all the good stuff that I've talked about in regards to Brene Brown, whether it's gold-plated grit or difference between shame and guilt. Understanding the different dynamics of our emotional landscape. If you want to understand, this is my tongue again. Better have some coffee. If you're going to understand transition more, this is a great place to start. That's good. Shout out to Saigon Coffee. I love y'all over there. So what about y'all? What kind of transition are y'all dealing with? Is that an insight to you as far as knowing the difference between change and transition? Are there certain changes that you've gone through that you realize you didn't really transition? That you still have baggage back there during the change that still needs to be a transition? We're going to get into it more later on this episode, but I'd love to hear your take on the comments, and I'd love to break it down and maybe see how we can support each other. Again, I'm entrepreneurial coach Damon Brown. Man, tongue-tied today. I'm entrepreneurial coach Damon Brown. I help side hustlers, solopreneurs, otherwise non-traditional entrepreneurs, just like yourself. You're watching Brainwork TV Wednesdays at 1:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Vegas time. You can subscribe below. All right, so this is an important one. What are the 3 steps to changing my life? What are the 3 steps changing my life? It sounds really big and kind of vague, and I respect that it feels that way, but it really comes down to these 3 things. A lot is discussed in the book Switch, another fantastic book. This is more about change rather than transition. We'll get into that in a second. Shout out to Dan and Chip Heath. So if we're gonna break down the 3 steps to change your life and you wanna make your life better, assuming it's a good change, then it comes down to this great analogy that I learned in the book. Again, learned in the book Switch, but it's originally from Jonathan Haidt. You might know his name. It's Haidt. He's gotten really popular this year, where I think his book is called The Anxiety Generation, where it's basically about tweens and particularly teenagers who are leaning so much on social media and on cell phones, and that actually might be making them more anxious, or vice versa. They might be on cell phones more because they're anxious. But that's part of his argument and discussion. I think he had a cover story in the New York Times last month or two. Very popular book. One of his books before that was about happiness. And he used this analogy that was covered again in this fantastic book, Switch by Dan and Chip Heath. The analogy is the rider and the elephant. So I've ridden a horse before for my wedding. Ooh, that was quite an experience. I'd never ridden a horse before, so I came in on a horse. If you've ridden horses before, or if you've ridden elephants before, then you know where I'm about to go. There's the rider, and then there's the elephant. Let's just stick with the elephant rather than the horse. The rider is the part of us that is logical, it's efficient, it has the to-do list and a checklist. It knows that, frankly, change needs to happen. We're going in this direction. It's generally cool-headed and wants to find the best path. Again, it's the rider. It's guiding. Like about to do the electric slide. All right, rest in peace to Frankie Beverly, by the way. Speaking of electric slide, I love you. All right, so it's like a rider. You're going, right? Then you have the elephant. The elephant is what you're riding. The elephant is emotional. It is intense. It is powerful. It's allowing you It's allowing itself to be written. It, whether it's explicit or not. If you're riding on an elephant, you got its permission in some form. It's allowing you to do so. Both of these are how we operate. The rider, again, is very logical, trying to be efficient, says, well, we know this must be done. It's right in front of our eyes. The elephant says, well, I'm emotional and I'm big and I'm actually bigger than you. And if there's like our old school cartoon, if there's like a mouse on the floor and the elephant gets scared, all bets are off. It's running things. The elephant is running things. The rider is kind of our human mask, basically saying, you know what? Everything's cool. I'm a logical person. Yeah, of course I should get up and go to work. I have to wake up at 6:30 in the morning, and I need to go ahead and leave this time to do the commute. And then, of course, I'm going to have a very reasonable lunch. I'm not going to stop at Wendy's, and no offense at Wendy's, but I'm not going to stop at Wendy's, and then I'm going to come home, and then I'm going to go and exercise, and then I'm going to go to bed at a reasonable time. The elephant is like, no, actually, you're going to stop at Wendy's, and then you're not going to go to the gym, and then you're going to stay up on your favorite streaming service. That's what you're going to do. That's because the elephant's like, no, that's what I'm going to do. When we deal with change, and I'd say to a lesser extent transition, but focus on change, then it's a tension between the rider and the elephant. Again, this is Jonathan Haidt, Haidt, shout out to him, mentioned in the book Switch by Chip and Dan Heath. We'll talk about the book more in a second. So that's kind of the analogy that we're working with. That's why we can't just say, okay, I'm going to get back to the gym analogy. I'm going to go to the gym every day, and somehow you're not at the gym. I'm going to be more patient with my kids when they're getting on my nerves, and suddenly, you're flying off the handle. You're like, well, that's not logical. Well, no, because we're actually not logical people. And remember, the rider and the elephant, there's this analogy or the symbolism for a reason. The elephant isn't the logical one, the rider is. So we're driven by emotion, we're driven by passion. So in this wonderful book, Switch, they break down the 3 steps to changing your life, or changing something in your life if you want to make it less grandiose. Number 1 is to direct the rider. Remember, you're riding. Number 2 is to motivate the elephant, to keep the elephant going. And last is to shape the path, to give it direction. This is why, and this is really why I'm bringing it up. Fantastic stuff. I'm going to go ahead and throw the link in the book as well, so you guys know what's happening. All right, so when it comes to directing the rider, this is one of my favorite passages in the book. What looks like a people problem is actually a situation problem. So if you're having a hard time making a change in your life, it looks like a people problem is actually a situation problem, right? Again, back to the food analogies. If you want to eat healthier, but you have 20 packs of Oreos in your fridge or cabinet or whatever, what is the first thing that people are taught to do if they want to eat better or be healthier? Throw out the junk. The junk isn't in the house, then that's fine. So in that sense, it's a situation problem. The situation is this, that, and the third. I have people that I adore who have gone through Alcoholics Anonymous. One of the challenges with AA, and if you're familiar with the 12-step process or other types of addictions, one of the things they talk about is it's actually not a chemical problem per se. It is. But the real problem, after you get over the chemical stuff, is the social part. Because if you have a hard time making friends, and some of the ways that you grease that social wheel is by drinking, then you're going to run into a lot of people who might have the same issue. And they become your friend group. Where's your friend group hang out? At the bar. So then you're not just letting go of the alcohol, but you're also letting go of your friend group. So if you focus just on the alcohol, you're going to be lonely as hell because Barney and whomever else is still at the bar. So it makes it harder to change your life. That's what they're getting at. We look at things as a people problem. They just can't do this, or they don't really want to do this. But in actuality, it's the environment, it's the situation. So if you're trying to make a change in your life, how can you actually make yourself successful, build up the environment so that you're actually ready for success? How can you make that happen? That's in the environment. And that might be part of leading on other people or setting up things or having conversations. We're going to get into conversations in a minute when we talk about transitions, but having conversations with loved ones or people that are supporting you saying, okay, I need this from you, or we can't do that anymore. We need to do this. It's not a people problem. It's a situation problem. That's what it means directing the rider, allowing your logical self to take over. But it's a lot easier to do if you actually have an environment that's going to be more supportive of that. We can't always build up all the support that we want or frankly need, but we definitely need to have it on our radar. If we're having a hard time, that might be part of the problem. The second thing is, I love this one. What looks like laziness is actually exhaustion. When we have a hard time making a change, what looks like laziness is actually exhaustion. Let's go back to the Oreos in the cabinet. It's like, no, I'm going to eat healthier, no more Oreos. And then, the Oreos, the double stuff, whatever your vice happens to be. I think Oreos are okay. I have other vices. But you know what I'm saying? It's like you hear them. And it's like, they're right there. It's like, you have a rough day? Maybe I'll have an Oreo or two, whatever. But that's not laziness that you end up succumbing to the Oreos. That's a lack of willpower. You're tired. They talk about this a lot in the book Switch, where they have actual scientific studies where it's not about you actually saying not having the willpower to do it. It's actually you do have the willpower. It's just it takes so much willpower that you're exhausting yourself. And then we end up giving up. So again, this falls a little bit back in the environment again, as well as actually being gentle and kind with ourselves. If we're gentle and kind with ourselves, then we can say, you know what? Yeah, I had a couple Oreos. It's taken a lot of willpower to not do it. But I'm doing okay. And I didn't have 10 Oreos, I just had 2. So it's a level of grace, as we talked about earlier in the episode. And I talked about this with Brene Brown's Guide to Emotional Intelligence. Again, the link is below. But she talks about this, and I talk about this, as far as giving yourself grace and self-flagellating yourself. Like it's not gonna get you there. And in fact, it's more likely to reverse those changes because you're just gonna get tired. So especially here in the Western world and particularly here in America, there's so much dialogue as far as people not changing because they're lazy. It's like, well, they're arguing, well, no, actually. They're not changing because their willpower is tired. Imagine having to fight something every single day that your natural habits go towards. And you've had that habit or whatever for a while. That's hard. So how can we, again, change the environment and also be gentler and kinder to the people? So motivating the elephant and actually helping people figure out what can motivate them to make that change versus chastising them when they're tired. There's a big difference in that. So number one, it's direct the rider. So that means what looks like a people problem. Peter Piper picked a pecker. What looks like a people problem is actually a situation problem. What looks like a people problem is actually a situation problem. So you gotta change the environment as much as possible. Number two, you have to motivate the elephant. What looks like laziness is actually exhaustion. So how can you get that energy back? Part of the reason, or part of the things you can do, in my opinion, is to give grace when changes don't work as quickly as you'd like. Again, you're steering an elephant. Your passion is saying, yes, let me eat the Oreos. Your rider's saying, no, we're not gonna eat the Oreos. That's a tug of war. And often the elephant's gonna win. So if you understand that, then logically you can say, oh, okay, well, sometimes I'm gonna fall off the wagon or whatever the equivalent is. Sometimes I'm not gonna make it. And that's okay, to give yourself grace for that and find ways to motivate yourself so that your more passionate side could be more involved with it. Maybe instead of having double stuffed Oreos, maybe you find a really sweet fruit that gives you that same dopamine rush that you get from sugar. But some way to compensate for that makes sense. The last one, number 3, is to shape the path, shape the direction that things are supposed to be going. What looks like resistance is often a lack of clarity. Love that line. What looks like resistance is often a lack of clarity. So I got 2 kids, they're 8 and 11. One's in just started middle school, and one is in late elementary school. And they lose stuff all the time. You know, if you raise 8-year-old or 11-year-old, I know you're shocked, but they lose stuff all the time. One of the things that me and my co-parenting partner do is we create systems so that for the eldest, the bookcase behind me, the book bag, and then they play instruments. So their instrument is right next to the book bag. All that stuff is as organized as possible. Now, giving them responsibility to organize some of it, but at least the basic placeholders are there. So the chance of them forgetting their instrument when they're running inevitably late for school, going to 6th grade, the chance of them losing that instrument or forgetting that instrument is a lot smaller. Why? Because we make sure I get the term right, shape the path. I love that term. Shape the path. What looks like resistance, why isn't my son taking his instrument? Does he not want to play it? Is actually a lack of clarity. Oh, he was in such a hurry and he was doing too many things. He didn't notice that his instrument was there. Why not put it in a place, or he'll put it in a place where he puts it down, where it's going to be all the time. So he knows that's the place for his instrument. So he doesn't have to think about it. Boom, path done. And now he's not forgetting his instrument. Real life examples. Like, I'm not making this stuff up. Real life examples as far as with the instrument. That's how change is enacted. Number 1, you have to understand that what looks like a people problem is actually a situation problem. You have to change their environment. Number 2, what looks like laziness is actually exhaustion. Don't put yourself in situations where you have to use up your willpower, because the willpower is going to lose. The elephant's going to win when it comes to analogy of the elephant and the rider. And lastly, what looks like resistance is often a lack of clarity. If you don't have a clear path or a clear system for you to make that change, then of course it's going to be harder, and you may never make the change because it's taking too much energy. Fantastic book. It's called Switch. Just started reading it last week. Fantastic book. This one, again, is about change. This previous one I was talking about is about transition. We're about to get into transition again. Change, though, is the outer stuff. I need to do this. This needs to change. How do I make myself change? That's what this book is about. Fantastic pick. If you want to go in and watch a Bringworth episode that talks about this, I recommend Reverse Clause, The Biggest Stoic Secret. It's from another one of my favorite books, The Daily Stoic. Love my new bookcase, Daily Stoic. Shout out to Ryan and Stefan. Hope y'all both are doing well. Fantastic book. This chapter, tearing up my books here. This episode is only about 4 or 5 minutes. And it talks about my favorite chapter in this 365 chapter book. It's called Daily Stoic for a reason. My favorite chapter is about the reverse clause and about making decisions. And sometimes we're not willing to make decisions because we put too much weight on the impact of that decision. And sometimes those decisions aren't as impactful as we think they are. That's what it's about. Me explaining the episode will be longer than the episode itself. The episode's like 4 minutes. All the links are below if you want to check it out after our conversation today. Again, my entrepreneurial coach, Damon Brown, here to help you as a side hustler, solopreneur, and otherwise not just entrepreneur. Sorry, that coffee's getting me today. You're watching the Bringworth show at bringyourworth.tv. Come to you regularly on Wednesdays at 1:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Vegas time. I don't need more coffee, and at the same time, I need more coffee. Go figure. You subscribe to Bring Your Worth TV for free. This is episode 393. Y'all been rolling with me. It'll be 4 years this winter. Almost 400 episodes. It'll be 400 episodes probably by then. Well before the holiday season. Enjoy. Dive in. I made it all for y'all. It's literally hundreds of hours of live conversations, some interviews, including with Um, lots of interviews to go through, and would take a long time. But handful of interviews, me being interviewed as well as me interviewing other people, fantastic folks that were gracious enough to come onto the program, particularly early on in the program, as well as a lot of audiobook editions of the books that I was talking about, including the complete Bring Your Worth collection. The link is below. Enjoy yourselves. Have fun. This is really for y'all. So are there particular changes that you're going through in your life that you're struggling with? Are there changes that you've gone through that you have particular insights or hints that you want to share with, with the audience or with myself? I'd love to hear what you got going on. The lines are open. Feel free to jump into the comments. Call the break. All right. How do I create a healthy transition through a rough change? Let's make sure that this is clear. There's a difference between change and transition. Change is something that happens. You move to a new office, you go to a new city, you're dating a new person, you have a child. Those things are changes. Transitions are the internal stuff that actually gets you in a healthful manner, as in healthy manner, from one change to the next, from the before to the after. How do you get through that? That's such an important key part of it. We want to talk about how to have healthy transitions, particularly when we're having a rough change. And change comes down to basically three different things. And this is based on, again, the book Transitions by William and Susan Bridges. Shout out to both of them. Rest in peace to William Bridges. Fantastic book. I talked about it at the top of the show if you want to rewind it. And so, rewind it, showing my age. If you want to go back to the beginning, hit the VCR button, go for it. There are three parts to every single transition. There's the ending, there's a neutral zone, and there's the beginning. Now you notice the order is a little bit different than what we're told, particularly here in America. The order we usually have is beginning, some type of messy middle, and then end, something ends. And then we start something new. What the Bridges, that's their last name, what the Bridges argue is that it's actually kind of the opposite. We go through an ending, a wrapping up, conclusion. And then there's this kind of what they call neutral zone, this messy, amorphous, hard to describe, you can't put your finger on it. Things that used to be comfortable are uncomfortable. As I talk about in the Bites of Entrepreneur, which is included in the collection, I talked about going through a phase in my life where I was almost like I was a toddler, because I had a toddler at the time. Again, my eldest was a toddler at the time, and how the clothes didn't quite fit, and the arms start getting awkward, and the legs don't seem to work as well. It's like you're growing, but you're not quite a kid, but you're not a baby anymore. That toddler stage, 2 to 3 years old, is just awkward. And that's how I felt career-wise, particularly after I sold my last startup, Cuddler. And so much of my identity was wrapped up into it. I didn't know what to do with it. You know what I mean? I'm like, what am I now? That's what you go through. That's what it is. And we'll get deeper into that in a second. And then you have the new beginning. And as Bridges argues, again, in Transitions, they argue that often that beginning will naturally occur when we're doing the messy work, when we're in the in-between. It reminds me a lot of the seasons. If you saw the thumbnail, the picture to this, that's why I had a picture of myself with the 4 seasons here in the United States, where it's like winter, spring, summer and fall. We're about to enter the fall season in a couple of weeks here in the States. And that's why I mentioned that, where it's almost like in wintertime, those seeds are getting planted, believe it or not, for the spring bloom. It's not like, again, here in the States, it's not like in March or in April when spring begins here in Las Vegas that suddenly the trees start blooming. It's like, oh, trees came out of nowhere. No. Actually, those seeds might have been planted as early as the fall. and they sat in the earth and we didn't see them growing, but they were changing. And then suddenly we got a sprout. And then before we know it, summertime and everything's green. But it doesn't happen immediately. That messy middle is a really important part of us understanding what goes into a new beginning and what goes into an ending. Often we do the reverse. We want to begin something new, and then when it's over, then we want to wrap it up really quickly. But how you end things, I've learned, is almost as important, maybe even more important than how you begin things. Because how you end things kind of sets up the stage for the beginning. How you get ready for things in the fall or in the winter time will dictate how the new beginning begins in the springtime. You can't have one without the other. They're all part of the game. Yeah. Hi, Dara. Thank you for coming through. Woo! Yeah, that is huge. I'm transitioning to full-time professor in person and on campus. That is big. At 3 years of working from home writer / editor, huge transition, and I'm feeling it. Yeah. Cheers. Cheers to you. Some coffee for you. It's such a big part of it. And Gerard, I think you're already kind of recognizing it. So I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. But just kind of give context for the rest of the audience. It's not just, okay, you're going in and you're becoming a in-person professor, and you're commuting and all those things. You're not doing the Zoom calls anymore, whatever the equivalent is from your home office. It's not just that. And it's not just the logistics of that, not just, you might have to update your wardrobe and stuff like, it's not just that, but it's also, again, what's going to stay the same. And you're still going to be professoring. I think that's a verb. We're going to use that as a verb today. You're still going to be professoring, right? Dr. Snyder, I'll call you doctor today, right? And number two, what's going to change? Well, what's going to change is that you're going to be doing it in person. You'll have more socialization with the faculty and, of course, with the students. But then that third question is, what's going to be the loss? And loss might be you having a little bit less quiet time at home, or you having to be more social if you don't want to be social, or I don't know, maybe more office hours. I don't know. Or maybe even the psychological thing of being able to work from home versus having to kind of go out into the world. And depending on part of the United States or the world that you're in, wintertime is going to be coming really soon. So you might not look forward to that. Those are certain losses that are part of that transition. And there's grieving and an emotional part of that, particularly, like you said, after 3 years. That's a long time. So you're doing the same thing since 2021. That's a long time. So suddenly you have this lifestyle change. If you have friends or family, then the amount of time you spend with them might be different. It's definitely going to be a different schedule, right? So all those things play into transition. So thank you for your comment. And that's huge. Hopefully the stuff that we're talking about today and the books I recommend, particularly Transitions, again, I can't speak about this book more. Highly recommend it. All the links are below. Hopefully they'll help you with this transition. It sounds like you can handle the change fine. But transitions, as I mentioned, they tend to get a little bit more complicated. So thank you for your comment. I really appreciate it, Ron. Yeah, and congrats. It sounds like that's the direction you want to go in. Speaking of conversations, if you're going through the phases of transition, you're probably going to have to explain it to people. You're going to have to explain it to if you have a long-time partner, explain it to your partner, or even a short-term partner. Explain it to all your partners. You explain it to your family, if you have kids or parents or whatever, older adults. You have to explain it to your crew, your friends. You explain it to a lot of folks. That requires, frankly, a level of conflict. It's like that conversation. I know those conversations. I've received those conversations and I've given those conversations where it's like, hey, yeah, I have this great opportunity. It's in a different state. They want me to start right away. Yeah, everybody's moving. Yeah. Are you cool with that? Like, we need to learn how to communicate to each other when those changes happen. And then it allows us to actually deal with the transition Again, remember, change is external. Change is, I got a new job. It's exactly what I want. It's exactly what our family needs. It's in a whole different state. Transition is, okay, so will the kids feel at home there if you have kids? It's, will I be able to work there? Just like my partner is. Like all those little details, but they're more on an emotional level. My friend group, will I still stay connected to them? We're used to getting together and have a drink once a week. How are we going to do that? That's transition. Again, that's almost like the emotional underbelly of it. To get to the emotional underbelly, you need to have good conversations. I have 2 degrees in journalism, a master's in magazine publishing. I'm so proud of them. When it comes to these crucial conversations, they might as well be useless. Now, I don't have the physical book, but I do have it on Kindle, so unfortunately, I can't show it to you guys. The link is below. There's like 5 authors. I'm not going to go through all of them, but I love all of y'all. It's a fantastic classic book and really good stuff, worth checking out if you're going to do that. Yep, absolutely. Yep. And congrats on your change, and good luck with your transition. Again, all the links are below. Hopefully it'll help you with your process as well. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. Crucial Conversations, can't recommend the book more. I've heard it recommended over and over again, particularly from coaching folks and people that support people who, have to have tough conversations. Chances are, if you're going through a big change, you're going to have at least one hard conversation. And remember, you have to set yourself up for success when it comes to change. So if you're going through a change, chances are other people around you are going to have a change in some form too. Speaking of change, one good companion to understanding the 3 stages of transition is why should I change my goals, how to let go of a dream. Really important. I'm a really ambitious person. A lot of y'all that I coach are ambitious, so I know some of y'all are watching right now. And sometimes our goals don't fit us anymore. Sometimes our big dreams don't make any sense anymore. We're going to do all this changing, evolving, growing, mastering things, outgrowing things like that, and then we're going to have the same goals. It doesn't. If you think about it, from a logical standpoint, it makes no sense. Of course, we're going to have different goals. Of course, we're going to outgrow things. Of course, we're not going to fit anymore. This relatively short video, I'd say like 8-9 minutes, talks about how particularly ambitious people like myself, perhaps like you, can be in situations where we're looking at a goal to obtain and we're like, oh, I don't want it anymore. And sometimes that can feel like a failure. Not because you can't reach the goal, but because it doesn't satisfy you anymore. How do you make peace with that? And sometimes it is a case of you not being able to reach a goal, but maybe you're not reaching a goal because it doesn't make any sense anymore. In other words, it might not be, quote unquote, your fault. It might not be a failure. It just might not make any sense. If we're going to talk about transition, we have to talk about the process of letting go. That's what this episode talks about. It's one of my favorite episodes, a little bit old school. I think it's from a couple years ago. One of my favorite little episodes, like 8 minutes long. Check it out, particularly if you feel like you're struggling with the concept of particularly transition. I'm entrepreneurial coach Damon Brown. I help side hustlers, solopreneurs, otherwise non-traditional entrepreneurs like yourself reach their goals, ironically enough, figure out if goals aren't right for you, work on your emotional intelligence so that you can be more connected to yourself and the people that you care about, including understanding your own pathway, and also helping you build passive income in other ways so that you can actually build towards creating something amazing for the world. I want you to have your voice as loud as possible and you impact the communities you want to serve. You can watch this every Wednesday at 1:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Vegas time. You subscribe for free below. It's episode 393. So it's 392 episodes for you to hang out with. So, if you're enjoying the live shows, there's about 100 live shows, and there's a bunch of recorded shows, interviews with other folks. I think you guys will have a blast. Go and subscribe now, as well as check out the complete Bring Your Worth collection, available everywhere books are sold, as well as you can listen to the audiobook right now after we're done talking using the link below. And shout out again to Shortform at shortform.com/Damon, DAMON, where they're giving you a special discount only for Bring Your Worth TV viewers and listeners, where you can get a free trial to the Ultimate Book Reader Companion, as well as 20% off, as of this recording, off their regular plan. All right, so let's talk about it. Good stuff. How do I handle the in-between time between change and transition? This, my friends, is the hardest part. I'm not gonna lie to you. Cup of coffee for that. This is by far the hardest part. Because the challenge that we have is that, particularly, again, speaking for the Western world, I know a lot of y'all overseas, you might have different perspectives. Here in North America, particularly the United States and in Canada, we tend to lean towards doing. That's not a good thing or a bad thing. We just lean towards doing. Something's going on, okay, we try to fix it. This is uncomfortable, okay, we're gonna do something about it. All right, I don't like where I'm here, okay, well, let me take action. And I meditate most mornings. You know, a couple of my good friends have been Buddhist monks. Like, so I'm familiar with more of the Eastern style of it. And it's interesting to kind of see them clash that discussion and to understand, wait, we don't always have to take action. And remember from the previous section of the show, there are 3 parts based on, again, the transitions model. Shout to the bridges. The transition model, where there's, when we're going through a transition, there's an ending, there's a neutral zone, that messy middle, and then there's the beginning. That neutral zone is key. As I talked about earlier, it's similar to wintertime before the spring blossoms bloom. You know, I'm thinking of Japan and the cherry blossoms. You know, but it's about to get cold in Japan. I've been in there where it's been snow in Tokyo. It gets really cold in Japan if you haven't been there before. So it's like Michigan. So they have their cold seasons, and then it comes up. That neutral zone is that cold season. It's the, it's the chrysalis period between the centipede and the butterfly, where things are mushy and gooey and confusing, and boundaries that were there before don't exist, but the new boundaries aren't established yet. I can talk about it all day. I talk about it more in actually my newsletter. You can go to joindamon.me and read my newsletter right now. The link is below. And I talked about it in my weekly newsletter today. Free newsletter, comes out every Wednesday morning. But I talk about it extensively. That messy middle is where things start to take shape, but they're below the surface. It reminds me of a fantastic quote from Les Brown, the famed speaker that was a couple generations older than me. Hope you're doing well, Les. But I love his work. And he talks about the bamboo tree. And evidently for the first 5 years of the bamboo tree, once you plant it, you have to water it every single day and nothing shows up at all. But you have to water it every single day. If you don't water it every single day, it's gonna die. But under the surface, or on the surface, nothing's happening. So you water every single day. What's that, like 1,500 days or something? Every single day, 3 to 5 years, I believe he said. And then one day, it just sprouts up. And suddenly it's this magnificent, if you've seen a bamboo tree, again, speaking of Eastern Asia, if you've seen a bamboo tree, then they're just beautiful and big, massive, taller than me, et cetera, et cetera. That's what the neutral period is like. That's why we have to hang out in that in-between time. And there are 5 disses, D-I-S, that we experience during the neutral period. And I'm going to get this directly from the book because it's fantastic. I want to make sure that I don't miss one of them. Sorry, amazing silence. I come from a radio background, so so silence is kind of weird. I like silence in my real life, but on the air, it's like, oh my gosh, it's silence. So there's a series of disses that come with it, and some of it actually spills into the ending as well. So this is the ending. Remember, there's 3 stages: ending, neutral zone, beginning. This is going from the ending to the neutral zone. The first one, there's 5 disses. Get my fingers right. There's 5 disses. The first diss is disengagement. Feeling disengaged from your daily life or your routine. It might be stuff's going on at work, you feel disengaged from work. It could be stuff's going on at home, you feel like whatever the case may be. There's stuff going on in a relationship, you feel disengaged. It's part of the ending process. That's part of the challenge with it. The next one, in no particular order, is dismantling. In other words, you're taking apart, again, those certain boundaries or setups or systems that you had in place before. They don't matter anymore. They don't make any sense anymore. If you're ending something and or in this neutral zone, then you have to dismantle a little bit. Otherwise, it's not really an ending or a new beginning, right? If you end up, if you end up doing the same, the second verse, same as the first, like what's the point of that? So there's a certain amount of dismantling that happens. Again, the conversation, Crucial Conversations, the book link below would help a lot with that. I like this one. Number 3 is disidentification. In other words, you don't identify with the same thing. And I talked about that a little bit earlier, where if you identify with this particular social group, this group of friends, and then you move, are you still associated with those friends? Now, of course, today we have modern technology, and I have friends literally all around the world at this point. I'm so grateful for it. And we can catch up on all the different platforms. But still, that's not the same as us, sharing a hug and then getting a meal down the street. So there's a certain amount of this identification I have is in that transition, where it's like, what is my identity? What is Damon? What do I represent? Who am I? That's part of the confusion. Number 4 is disenchantment. Disenchantment is basically saying, I believe this was true, but now that this is ending or I'm in this neutral zone, I'm realizing it wasn't true at all, or it's not true anymore. I kind of like, there is no Santa Claus. And there's a bit of a letdown with it, and maybe even a sadness, maybe even a depression, depending on the heaviness of it. And the last one, number 5, is disorientation. Disorientation. As far as not knowing which way is up, which makes perfect sense, right? Because if your beliefs are based on this, and those beliefs change, then it's like, well, what do I believe in anymore? Like, I don't get it anymore. What do I believe in? So in other words, those are the five disses. That's disengagement, dismantling, disidentification, disenchantment, and disorientation. Those are 5 stages. Kind of reminds me of Elizabeth Kubler-Ross and the 5 stages of grief. 5 stages of death, which also can be related to the 5 stages of grief, as my Freudian slip just said. If we're in those positions and we feel any or all of those things, what I'm trying to say is that that's completely natural and normal. That's okay. That's part of the process. And allowing us to feel those things is really, really important, because it basically says, all right, if we're going to feel these different things and we give ourselves permission to do so, then we can allow ourselves to go through that process without the guilt or shame. I was thinking about this earlier today when I was getting ready for this episode, where for me personally, and for a lot of people that I coach, and I think I've coached between 400 and 500 people at this point, and there's a commonality there where when we have the most challenges, it's not usually based on the change. Change is hard, but it's not usually based on the change. It's based on the transition. Remember, change is external. Transition has to do with what's going on inside of you. And the challenge still with that transition, it's not usually with the emotions that are around it. The feeling of loss, grief, anger, frustration, disappointment, et cetera, et cetera. I've had a lot of change and transition this year. So if there's this great emotional wheel that a therapist had recommended years ago, that I actually bought for my family, that I have on a pillowcase. But you ever see that wheel? It's like a color wheel. You know what I mean? Like with swatches and stuff. But each color represents an emotion. So if you're feeling overwhelmed by emotions, you can point to them. So I got it for my kids when they were a few years younger. Worked out really well. They don't need it as much anymore. Thankfully, they're kind of able to articulate their emotions more. But it even helps with us adults. And right, the year that I've had, I felt like I had the wheel of fortune where I was feeling all kinds of stuff with all the changes that have happened in my life. The challenge, though, usually isn't with, again, the change, which is external, but with the transition, the internal stuff. But then on a second layer of that, with the transitions, it's not usually that wheel of fortune of emotions that we feel. It's our feelings that are connected to those emotions. I feel sad about this change, but I feel like I shouldn't feel sad. So I'm not going to allow myself to feel sad. And that last part, I'm not going to allow myself to feel that emotion. That's where our pain is. Very Buddhist philosophy. It's not new, I'm not, this isn't breaking news for Damon, but it's that basic psychology 101. But it's that friction. It's our unwillingness to go through those transitions. It's our unwillingness to admit that we have those feelings because we feel embarrassed or shame. Again, Brene Brown for beginners is right below. You can click the link. Real talk. We end up getting caught up in those things. So not only are we dealing with the change, which is external, and not only are we dealing with the transitions as far as what feelings we're feeling, we'll also have to deal with our feelings about feeling those feelings. And that part right there, our feelings about feeling those feelings, that's where the guilt, the shame, and other things come from. A lot of the coaching I do, we end up working through that, at least as much as possible. Because it's not usually about the feelings itself. It's about how we feel towards those feelings. And somewhere along the way, or maybe it's inner dialogue, or maybe because of the situation, we feel embarrassed or feel shame or guilt for having those feelings. So we refuse to address them. And, like Albert Einstein and other people have said in the past, energy can't be destroyed, it just goes somewhere else. So, the body keeps score. The emotions come out in a different way. Physically, mentally, emotionally, in some situation where we end up overreacting, but it's really about this other thing. So all that stuff is connected, but it's really about us fighting those things. And a lot of that fighting, frankly, happens in the neutral zone because we don't have anything in particular to do. As I talk about my book, Career Remix, and it's funny, they had a very similar analogy in the book Transitions. And I had never read the book before, so it's funny, we were thinking the same way. But it's almost like leaving shore for a distant island. And then there's a certain point where you can't see the island in front of you, but then it's too far or it's barely legible or visible as far as the shore that you left. So some people spend the extra energy to go back to where they came from, but then eventually they're gonna have to make that journey. And then sometimes you just need to be bobbing in the middle, continue swimming, stay afloat, doggy paddle if you have to, just stay afloat. And then before you know it, the shore is right in front of you. Just like the bamboo tree. Shout out to Les Brown, that bamboo tree that just pops up at the last minute. Suddenly it's in front of you. And that's a beautiful thing, but you have to trust the process. And on those waves of emotions, sorry for the tortured analogy, but for those waves of emotions, you gotta just kind of roll with it. And the more you're able to roll with it, the better off you'll be. A good book to talk about this and to navigate that middle area is called The Creativity Leap by Dr. Natalie Nixon. Shout out to you, Natalie. Hope you're doing wonderful. Fantastic book. One of my favorite books of a couple of years ago. I shout it out many times if you've watched the channel for a while. Dr. Nixon talks about two basic processes that allow us to be creative. And creativity, in my opinion, is life. So it allows us to live our life. It's wonder and rigor. Wonder is, wow, I'd like us to, what would it be like if I lived on Mars one day? Is that going to happen in my lifetime? I wonder what it would be like if I was the kind of parent where creativity was above everything. And schoolwork and all that, that's great, but it was just, my kids come home and there's a new art project for them to do. Totally surprised. Just go for it. What would it be like if I travel regularly and I learned to become a DJ and I just explored different areas and had fun and made people dance? That's wonder. I wonder if. That's wonder. Rigor is, okay, so if I'm gonna have a new art project for my kids every day, then I better go to the art supply store, better get a calendar to go ahead and for each day of the week, go ahead and write it down. It's gonna require some planning. I better put some money aside because art can get really freaking expensive. So how am I gonna do that? The rigor is saying, how am I gonna implement it? The wonder is imagination, what if? Rigor is, okay, brass tacks, how's it gonna work? This book breaks down, neither one is right. Now, Now, if you've been watching for a little while from the beginning of the show, I was talking about there being a rider and there being an elephant, as talked about in the fantastic book Switch by Dan and Chip Heath about change. This parallels that. The rider, the person steering, is the rigor. How are we going to implement this? How's it going to work? The elephant, the person, the thing, not person, thing, elephant's not a person, the thing being ridden is the wonder. What am I passionate about? Where do I want to go? This is where I'm being drawn to. Oh my gosh, there's an animal over there. Oh, it's not really an animal. It's okay. All right, great. I think I want to wander this way. You know, I'm really hungry. Just very much like free spirit, as we used to say back in the day. That's your wonder and your rigor. Implementing and using this book, I think, will be super helpful if you're in that neutral zone, if you're in that messy middle between an ending and a beginning, because you can look at the possibilities. And then which is wonder, and then as you go deeper into it, you can look into the rigor and be like, okay, well, how do I implement this? And maybe the rigor part, frankly, doesn't come so much later. Maybe you're just in the wonder part where you're like, you know what? These boundaries that I had before don't exist anymore. These assumptions that I made don't apply anymore. What exactly can I do now that I wasn't able to do before? And based on that, how can I show up differently? How can I show up better? That's a different vibe. That's the wonder. Sometimes we have changes, and oftentimes we have changes that are out of our control or not the way that we would have planned it or the way we would have liked. I look at the neutral zone, as talked about in transitions, as this kind of middle where it's like everything is possible. It's not turning out the way that you planned it, obviously, but everything's possible. So if everything's possible, then let's just swim in that for a little while. And it's like, oh, we're getting a little bit closer to shore. Well, how can we make this a reality? How practical is this? Dr. Nixon does an excellent job on this. Again, love her book. I read it probably about once a year. Fantastic book. Definitely worth checking out. And I love supporting her work because she does fantastic work outside of this as well. Related to this, one of my other favorite people, Seth Godin. Hope you're doing great. On the Dip and When You Should Quit. One of my earliest Bring Your Work TV episodes. I think it was like episode 50 or something. Right. Again, less gray hair and the beard. Man, Seth Godin has been a mentor of mine. I have all his books. He has a new book coming out this fall called This Is Strategy. I will talk about it as soon as I get an early copy of it. He's a legend. You know, I got 5 of his books right behind me. This episode is about The Dip, which might be my favorite book of his. Super short book. It's like 45 minutes long. If you click on this episode, I think a link to the book is on the description of the episode. It's about when to quit and when to stick with it. I will not get into that because I will make this a 3-hour program. I could talk about me talking about The Dip will be longer than the 45-minute audiobook. I can guarantee you that. I can talk about it all day. But basically, there's a formula you can use to say, okay, should I stick with this or should I let this go? And this doesn't have to do anything with sunk costs. And sunk costs have to do with what you've already invested into it. That's kind of the Trojan horse of this, is he's saying sunk costs shouldn't be calculated. Because if it's sunk costs, but it's the wrong path, who cares how much you invested in it already? As they say in the investments, what's it called? Don't throw good money after bad money. That's what that means. You already lost money in it. Okay. The next thing you can do is stop. Do something else. He talks about that. I talk about in a much more concise version that I'm doing right now. It's like a 6-7 minute video. It's very, very short, but it's concise, talking about the dip and we should quit. And I break down some of the three best things that he has going on with that. So when do you feel like that you've been in the in-between space? Are you in the in-between space now? Are you in a place where you've ended something or something has changed? Let me be clear about it. Are you in a position where something's changed, but that new thing hasn't sprouted yet? Are you dealing with that kind of fear that the new thing might not sprout? which is totally natural. And how are you dealing with that fear? Again, I've had a lot of change this year and way more transition. I can relate to that. So how are you processing that? Are any of the tools or the analogies that I've used today, have you started to practice those before for the program today? Hop into the comments. I'd love to get your take, and maybe some type of support that me or the other viewers can give you. Again, my name is Damon Brown. I'm an entrepreneurial coach. I promise to know how to spell it. I'm an entrepreneurial coach helping side out to the solopreneurs, otherwise non-traditional entrepreneurs. You're watching Bring Your Worth TV Wednesdays at 1:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Vegas time. You subscribe for free. Again, we're approaching 400 episodes. Go back, enjoy the catalog. I love hanging out with y'all. And the newest book is the Complete Bring Your Worth Collection, 27th book. 8 books are in here. I wasn't playing when I said the collection. Check it out. It's a really good price too. And it's published through Bring Your Worth Publishing. So you'll be supporting the channel as well as my little old publishing company. Oh, if you happen to miss it, you recently did an episode on how to begin freelance writing if you want to become a writer yourself. Coffee break. Cheers to y'all. And shout out to Shortform, shortform.com/Damon, DAMON, sponsors of this episode. You can go through there and learn more about the ultimate book reader's companion. Get a free trial and 20% off courtesy of Shortform and this episode. The big one, how do I determine what's next in my life? So we talked about earlier in the episode, there being endings, there being a neutral zone where things are a little bit confusing and we're not sure what's what. And lastly, there being a beginning. So you get to the beginning, you're like, okay, where do I go from here? You know, I appreciate you, you know, and it's like, where do I go from here? And there's a few ways or a couple ways that I think will help as far as you figuring out what your next step is going to be. As I get my mic right, there we go. Number one is to recognize that everything is temporary. So there's decisions that you will make now that might just cross another bridge. That's it. I have my new office, so I got some new furniture, you know, the new bookcase behind me and all that. And I remember being paralyzed for, I wouldn't say paralyzed, it would be really dramatic. Indecisive, we'll put it like that, for a matter of days, where I was like, well, there's this book. If you ever look up a bookcase, there's like a million different places you can get them and all that stuff. And I'm looking at bookcases, and if any loved ones are watching right now, thank you for your patience. Because I was pinging some of y'all like, well, I'm thinking about this one, but maybe this one, particularly since it would also be obviously for the TV show. You know, so it's different dimension because I know I have a regular show and I'll be connecting with y'all. So I'm like, I want it to be, you know, and I haven't bought a new bookcase in like years, and it's a new office. You know, you want every single piece to be represented. And then it hit me one day where I was like, okay, like, number one, this is going to be the last bookcase I'm buying. Hopefully not. Hopefully I have a lot more life to live. I was like, number two, bookcases they can be very expensive. I mean, I saw some bookcases that looked gorgeous, but they were literally in the 4 figures. I am not kidding. I guess if I was well into the millionaire status, then I would have a $1,000 bookcase. I'm not at that point yet. I'm like, I have other things I would rather focus on. My point is that a lot of these bookcases are well within the price range of my business. So it's like, just get a bookcase. If you don't like it, then put it in the other room or give it to someone. It'll be okay. This is a temporary choice. It's an important choice, but it's a temporary choice, as opposed to where my office is going to be located. So me actually finding the location of my office and the right price and all that, that's way more important. So if you're looking at the next stage in your life or after a major change, recognize that most things are temporary. You can have a bookcase right now and then get another one next year after you get settled in. It'll be fine. It'll be okay. Because sometimes that pressure ends up keeping us in that neutral zone where we don't do anything longer than we should. Remember, with the book Transitions, again, shout out to the Bridges. There's three parts to transitions. There's an ending, there's a neutral zone, and there's a beginning. The neutral zone is that place where you want to hang out just long enough to get your bearings. That's why they use the term bearings. That's to do with sailors and getting your bearings, you know, while you're at sea. So the water analogy works as far as you swimming from one island to the next. You're swimming from one island to the next. Wait until you get your sea legs. Wait until you get your bearings. And you get your bearings, you're like, oh, this is what I want. It starts to come together. But it's the other side of it where you want to make sure you don't just stay in the neutral zone. You actually, at a certain point, do have to make a move. Speaking of Seth Godin, I talked about him in an earlier segment. He has, his book is called, he has a lot of books, but I think his book was called The Icarus Fallacy. I think it's called Fallacy, but it has to do with Icarus. And I love Greek mythology. I have like 3 Greek mythology books right behind me. I love all mythology, but Greek is my favorite. Excuse me. And Icarus, as you might remember from college, or if you're into Greek mythology, was fashioned wings made out of wax to escape a dangerous island from his father, Daedalus. Daedalus was the designer. He designed the wax wings. And he said, Icarus. And I'm a dad, so I'm putting on my father voice. Talking to my son, it's like, Icarus, we're gonna go ahead, we're gonna fly out, but don't fly too high, otherwise the wax is gonna melt, and then you're going to die. I want you to live. I got my wings on. We're gonna make it out this island. So he's like, yeah, bet, Dad. Sounds good. Like, okay, great. He flies too high. He falls to his doom. I think it's called the Icarian Sea. I believe that's how it's pronounced, right? Which is why it's called the Icarian Sea, because he fell into that sea over in the Mediterranean. The Icarus fallacy talks about in Seth Godin's book. He talks about the opposite also being true, which isn't in the mythology, and he's correct. Where if he got too close to the water, which remember it's salt water, then the wax would start to deteriorate based on the salt on the water. And then he'd fall into the water too. So if you aim too high, then you're gonna melt. But if you aim too low, staying in that neutral zone, then you're gonna crash. That's what he talks about in the Icarus fallacy. Again, keep up feeling like I got the name wrong, but it begins with Icarus. You can look it up. Again, love all his books. That's one of them that's really good. The point is this, is that everything is temporary. You can change your mind. Almost everything. There's certain things that are like either you're in or out, right? Most things in life are not like that. So give yourself a break. This might be good for right now. This bookcase might be good for right now. In this season, this bookcase is perfect. Next season, maybe not. But I didn't pay that much for the bookcase. I could afford it. It worked within the business budget. It works. Okay. This works fine for the neutral zone going into the new beginning. And assume that the rest is going to be coming together. The other part of it, which gets into Adam Grant's work, is to reconsider your assumptions. If you're coming out of an ending from a transition standpoint, coming from an ending, you made peace with your ending. You're like, yeah, I made peace with that as much as possible. It sucks with that change, but I made peace with it from a transition standpoint. There's nothing I can do about it. I've learned to let it go. Okay, now I'm in the messy middle where I'm processing a lot of those feelings, but I think I'm okay. It makes zero sense. And we talked about this at the top of the show. It makes zero sense for you to go and do the exact same thing that you just ended. There's a great line in Transitions, and let me see if I can find it really quickly. As you can tell, I'm a fan of this book in a ridiculous kind of way. Yeah. I will go ahead and I will summarize it because it's going to take me a little while to actually find the passage. But the short version of it is that if we don't actually process our transitions as well as possible, then we'll find ourselves in the same situation when we do that new beginning. It'll just be with different actors. So if you feel like you're being persecuted in a certain situation, or you feel like you are domineering a certain situation, or you feel like that you're unloved in a certain situation, and that situation changes. Again, remember, change is external, transitions are internal. That situation changes for good, for better, for whatever the situation is. It just changes. Doesn't matter if it's good or bad or whatever. If you don't allow yourself to go through that ending, and more importantly, to go through that neutral zone, then when you begin something again, you're going to end up having the same people. Now, people talk about that with karma. And I'm into a lot of the spiritual stuff. I've heard that discussion, but it's not even spiritual. It's just psychological, because you haven't processed the stuff from the previous change. So you're going to be literally building the same thing over again. I want more for you. 100%. That's why I do this work. If you're going to go through a painful change, if you're going to say, this isn't working, this isn't working, this isn't working, and you finally get what seems like what you want by this thing ending, it makes no loving sense for you to go and create the same situation over again. The best way to prevent that, from my understanding, I'm not a psychologist, but the best way to prevent that from my understanding and my experience and working with other people is to process that transition, those feelings, that stuff in the messy middle as much as possible. I'm talking about the emotional stuff, not the practical stuff, not the I'll deal with it later, not the let's move on, it's a new chapter. I mean, really processing that. Because the more you can process that, the pain, the struggle, the guilt, the shame, whatever it is, again, the Brene Brown stuff, the Brene Brown video and the 45-minute video that's related to that a lot of y'all have been watching recently, the link is below. I talk about all this. If you're able to process all that stuff as much as possible, as much as you can, and you're like, I can't process anymore, the faster I think you will actually get to the point where that new beginning will be there, and it'll be a real new beginning. It won't be a remix of what you just did. Life is too short for that. So deal with your crap now. I know I am. I wouldn't be able to be as passionate as I am right now if I wasn't dealing with my own crap. And you won't be in it alone, because all of us are dealing with our own crap. The books that I recommended are a big part of that. They've helped me a great deal this year. Maybe I'll do a part 2 of this in the future, because there's so much good stuff out there that can help us on our journey. My Guy, Think Again by Adam Grant. Hope you're doing wonderful, Adam. One of my favorite books from one of my favorite authors. Think Again. I was looking for my physical copy, but I think I mixed it up. Ironically, when I was doing this change, not the transition, but doing this change to this new office, I have it somewhere around here. I read it to death. I read it like 3 times. Fantastic book. Think Again is basically like this. We've been taught to trust our gut and trust our feelings and all that. I've written books about that and all that. No shots at myself. Just that's been the nomenclature. That's been the zeitgeist, whatever fancy word you want to use. That's what the talk has been for years. At least as long as I've been a business author. What he's basically said, when this book came out 2 years ago, what he basically said was like, no, actually, you need to question your assumptions, because they're assumptions. And what we consider intuitions are actually based on outdated patterns. So how are we going to deal with that? Fantastic book. I could not find that book, as I said, but I do have a copy of his latest book, Hidden Potential, The Science of Achieving Greater Things. I'm actually still working on this book, but that'll be my next book that I'll be reading later on. I've had so many books. Again, shout out to short form. A lot of the books I'm talking about are available on there. Shortform.com. That's Damon, Damon. Thank you for sponsoring the episode. But, Think Again is available on there. But he basically asked you to question your assumptions and to pause on that. And that's really, I think, what you want to do as you start your new beginning from a transition standpoint, is to say, what did I assume the last time around? Okay, that might be true, that might not be true. Let's think about that one. And my most popular video about Adam Grant is Adam Grant Languishing 3 TED Talk Takeaways. The pandemic hit, of course, in late 2019, hit everywhere in 2020. And then in 2021, 2022, it might have been 2022. No, it's 2021. And late 2021, the second half of the year, TED actually reopened again. Very limited space, because obviously we're dealing with a lot of stuff at the time. And yeah, I was able to come up to Monterey, California, and see Adam do this TED talk about languishing. And languishing is this kind of uncomfortable space, back to neutral zone. It's uncomfortable space where you can't necessarily take action right away, and your next step isn't built yet. Very appropriate. Again, there's a reason why transitions and the creativity leap needed more arms, and switch. It's why a lot of their language overlaps. It's because we're all dealing with the same stuff. Adam, again, was talking about this 2, 3 years ago, but he was talking about it in regards to us being knee deep into the pandemic. And we weren't sure when it was going to end. If you remember 2021, if you're around that time, it was a rough time because we have our issues now, but we know that it's coming in waves, or for some people it's concluded, all that stuff. At 2021, it was like, this might be the rest of our lives. So it was a great time to have that discussion. And that's the deep part, is that, as I've talked about in, again, the complete Bring Your Worth collection, all the links are below. What if you're in this situation and you feel like that it's going to be forever? There's certain changes that happen that are forever. My gray hair is going to turn black. Unless I get from some Just for Men or something. Like, time doesn't go in reverse. That's one example of that. That changes forever. There's only one way out, right? My whole point is that most of these changes, though, they feel like they're going to be forever. Most of these transitions, the internal work, it feels like it's going to be forever. And sometimes it sucks. You're like, I feel lost. Well, I feel lost for the rest of my life. And in most cases, especially if you allow your emotions to flow through, the answer is no. You're not always going to feel that way. That's guaranteed. Death, taxes, and new emotions. There's only 3 things we can count on in this life. And so if you're feeling lost, you're feeling confused, if you're in this neutral zone where you're like, I don't want to feel these feelings anymore, you probably will not feel those feelings forever. Chances are extremely low. Even I think about loved ones that I've lost, people that were my heart, and the amount of pain when they went away just, seemed insurmountable. And now I can talk about it. I've talked about it on the show. That doesn't mean that they're forgotten. It doesn't mean the pain is any less. It just means new emotions have come in. And it's almost like a transformation or a transition. Almost like a transformation that happens with those emotions, but you have to give enough space for those transformations to happen. And if you don't give that space for those transformations to happen, how are those emotions going to transform? It's almost like sometimes we're afraid of our emotions, so then we don't deal with our emotions. And those emotions become the thing that we actually feared. Yeah, real talk. All this emotional stuff, again, I can't highlight this video more, especially after this conversation. Begin Emotional Intelligence, Brené Brown for Beginners. It covers most of my most popular Brené Brown episodes. Some great quotes from her, some insights. I've seen her TED Talks live. I've DM'd with her in the past. So I'm not in her circle, but I'm familiar with her philosophy extremely well. Hopefully that will help you guys get through this neutral zone, because beginnings and endings, they can be rough, but that neutral zone, that's why I want to dedicate so much time to it. A really big part of the process. So how are y'all getting ready for your next step? Are you getting ready for your next step? Are you more in a neutral zone where you can't even see the next step? How are you processing that day to day? Feel free to jump in the comments. This is a live show, so you're watching it live. Cool, feel free to jump in the comments. But, this is one of the 400 episodes of Bring Your Worth TV. So even after this goes live and it's recorded, feel free to jump into the comments and share the transitions you're going through. Love to hear it, and you might be able to help someone else along the way. I'm entrepreneurial coach Damon Brown. If you want to work with me, I'm at damonbrown.net. You can learn more about my books, my work, my coaching practice, and how I might be able to support you in other ways. You're watching Bring Your Worth TV every Wednesday at 1:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Vegas time. You can subscribe for free. I'll tell you episode 400. Enjoy the content. I made it for y'all. No use in it sitting there. And the complete Bring Your Worth collection, my latest book, is out now. You guys should get it wherever books are sold, including at damonbrown.net. And you can go and listen to the audiobook, not only at your favorite audiobook provider, but also right here at bringyourworth.tv. The link is literally right there. 8 hours of, I think it's 7 books in there, 7 or 8 books. Where else are you going to get this? Enjoy it. Enjoy it for sure. Thank you for watching today's show, 5 Secrets to Mastering Change Transition. Remember that change is stuff that happens to you or stuff that's external. Transition is how you respond to it, and it's the stuff that's internal. You learn that, you've got half the battle already done. Much love to y'all. Remember, you can always bring your worth. You can always build from now. Take care of yourselves and others. Today's show, NGMI, which is short, as the kids say, for not going to make it. If you see NGMI, that's what it means. When and how to take that loss. This is what we're talking about today, folks. You're going to have L's on your jacket, as they say. Not everything's going to be a W. That's just kind of how it works. And as many, many great artists have said, and many great people have said, if you haven't taken any losses, then you're playing it too safe. There could be a loss in your personal life. It could be a loss professionally. It could be a loss in like a friendship. Those things happen. That's part of the game. As the Shakespeare saying goes, right, it's better to have loved than have lost than to have never loved at all. Of course, like 20 other Shakespeare themes and quotes are coming in my brain from freshman year, but I'm not going to try to recite them. But that's probably the one that captures the energy the most. If you're going to make an impact on the world, you don't have to make an impact on the world. Let's be clear. But if you're here, you probably want to. And definitely if you've coached with me or you've been watching the show, you know the vibes. If you're going to make an impact on the world, you're going to take some losses. That's why the analogy is you can lose the battle but win the war, or vice versa. There's ways where sometimes a setback will set you up for success later. Sometimes letting go of a particular thing allows you to go forward. To paraphrase Whitney Johnson, who had a great podcast called Disrupt Yourself. Now she's spinning up a new podcast, but she has a really good book about disrupting yourself. She talked about having a slingshot effect. I had a similar argument in my book, The Bite-Sized Entrepreneur, where sometimes you end up being held back in a certain way. But then once you're out of that particular situation, then you go even further, like a slingshot, getting that momentum and getting that energy, because the energy doesn't go away. So if you have a particular loss or a particular challenge, that desire to win or that desire for that thing or that situation that you wanted to stay in or that you wanted to happen, that desire might not go away, but it might be redirected into something that's more appropriate. So today we're going to talk about 4 different factors that might give you a good signal that it's time to let something go. And then as well as tools, particularly books and some other Bring Your Worth episodes that will help you bow out gracefully and then reconfigure it so that you can actually come stronger again. I talked about this in my free newsletter. It's at joindamon.me. Comes out every Wednesday at I almost said 1:11, 5:55 a.m. It comes out every Wednesday at 5:55 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Vegas time. So usually the same day that I have the live show at 1:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I also have the newsletter comes out every Wednesday at 5:55 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. And I have a topic for every newsletter. And it's usually kind of a deep dive essay talking about something that's common within the people that I coach or even within my particular life, since I'm also a side hustler, a solopreneur, and a non-traditional entrepreneur. And today we talked about when to stop. And if you want more context about this and how I deal with this personally and so forth, be sure and check it out. You can join for free. The newsletter goes pretty deep now. I've had the newsletter officially for probably about a decade, unofficially for much longer. But the archive currently, if you click on, shout out to Beehive, my host for the newsletter. I love working with y'all. If you click on the Beehive link right there, then you'll get an archive. I think all the way to the beginning of this year. And as I'm recording this, this is October of 2024. And so you kind of do the math where I do a newsletter every week, goes all the way back up to, again, I believe the New Year's Eve or so. So yeah, plenty of archive stuff there. It's a good reminder as I'm talking to y'all. I would like to go ahead and in the near future, take my newsletters from the previous platforms and start to archive them. So it's a great time to go ahead and subscribe to the newsletter. Again, it's free to y'all, a free service. And you also can learn about some other stuff that's happening, as well as coaching opportunities, speaking engagements, just new stuff that's happening with me and new ways that I can serve y'all. And hopefully that'll be part of the conversation with y'all. All right, so as we get into it, the first thing that we need to recognize where you're like, well, I don't know if I should let this go. One of the first signals that you should let something go and realize that it's not going to work out how it is, NGMI, as people say today, is that it's taking more energy than it's actually giving. There's a strong caveat to this. If we're going to make an impact on the world, if we're going to have a positive relationship with a potential spouse, someone we're dating, or someone that's a life partner, if we're going to have a good relationship with a family member, chosen family or otherwise, a good friend or whatever, if we're going to do good work in the world, as far as in a broader sense, that's going to require energy. Right now, it's cloudy or it's a little bit cloudy in Vegas. I have a little bit of an allergy thing going on, but I'm committed to showing up for you guys. So even though I'm tired right now, you might be able to see it in my eyes, but I might be tired right now, but I'm still showing up for y'all. Whatever you're going to do is going to require energy. The key thing here is that once you put the energy out there, it's going to have to come back. If you're putting your energy into things where either it's not coming back at all, or the time it takes to get that energy back is way too long, we're talking like several solar years, then it might not be worth it. It might be worth letting it go. I think one of the challenging things that I've dealt with, and perhaps you've been in that situation too, is you put your time, your energy, all the resources. I talk about that in my book, Build From Now. You talk about you put your time, your focus, your agility, your time, and your energy, the things I talk about in Build From Now, into a particular thing, and then you're pushing it, and you're like, I'm expecting to get that energy back. The energy could be love, it could be money, it could be additional resources, it could be gratitude. Talk about the 5 different love languages. It could be gratitude to say, hey, thank you for working so hard on that. And so you're expecting that to come back. That's okay. It's okay to have those expectations. Those might actually be your needs, right? We all have needs in that. Things get complicated though. And I've been in a situation a handful of times where, have you ever realized you're hitting your limit? Whether it's putting your financial resources into something, or the amount of time, or emotional labor is what I'm really getting at. You put into something and you're like, you know what? This is wearing me out, or this feeling stressful. I can feel it in my body, which we'll get into in a second. Yeah, I can feel it in my body. It's wearing me out and so forth. But you know what? If I just push a little bit further, then maybe it'll pay off. Now, we all have our crunch time. I've done 2 startups. I sold the second one. You can learn about it in my books or earlier in the channel, in the earlier episodes of the channel. Again, you go to bringyourworth.tv. You hear me talk about my different sagas with startup worlds. And you're going to have what in Silicon Valley and in the tech world they call crunch times. You're going to have crunch times where you're going to have to push yourself really hard. Like, there's different projects I'm working on right now, and there's certain timings with them. And I'm like, you know what? I'm really tired right now. Excuse me. Like I said, I have allergies right now. So I'm really tired, but let me push a little bit further. I cannot wait to show them to you, by the way. They're in the last lap. I cannot wait to get them to you. But that's like a crunch time. It's like, there's a deadline for this. I need to get out at a certain time. Y'all might be expecting it, or a certain group might be expecting it. That's fine. But then when that becomes a default, that's when we get into trouble. And there's a moment when we've done enough, and then there's a moment when we've done more than enough. There's a moment when we've done enough, and then there's a moment when we've done more than enough, where we've taken it further. More than enough is okay some of the time. But if you're going to go to more than enough, there's two things that need to happen. The first thing that needs to happen is that you need to recognize that you're going over your limit. Sometimes we don't do that check in physically, mentally, emotionally, that we're going over our limit, right? So we'll go ahead and say, oh, well, I'll just push a little bit further, a little bit further, a little bit further, and then not recognize that we're way over the way over the line. To paraphrase Charlie Murphy, we're being habitual line steppers. There's a line right here, and then we're gonna keep going. Rest in peace to Charlie Murphy. We're just gonna keep going. If we stay in that status, we're always gonna be overtaxed. We're gonna be overregulated, as they say in the psychological world. We're gonna be overregulated. We're gonna be doing too much. You're doing too much. When people say you're doing too much, that's what they mean. You're way out of bounds. And you're doing so much that you're actually intruding on, frankly, the opportunity for other people to do things. And then you're also, of course, stressing yourself out, which is where we get burnout and other types of things that we don't, or other related trauma, frankly, that we're dealing with. The second element of that is that we don't recognize when we're going too far, but we also don't always see that whatever more we're putting in, at a certain point, we're not going to get it back. It's almost like a half-life. You can think about science, or I keep on thinking about orbits. The time it takes for, let's say, the planet Uranus to do a full orbit, it's like 278 years or something. I'm still into astronomy. So it's like 278, let's say 300 years for the planet Uranus to go all the way around in orbit. There's no way in our lifetime we're going to see the whole orbit. So it's almost like us putting energy into something, resources into something, where there's no way in hell it's going to come back, ever, at least not within our lifetime. Now, if that's part of our plan to say we're going to work and build something beyond a lifetime, that's fine. But us stressing ourselves out and overtaxing ourselves with the assumption that, number one, not recognizing we're pushing ourselves too hard, and number two, that whatever we're doing, we're basically pouring into an empty vessel because we're never going to get the energy back, is a dangerous combination. That alone, when you are not going to get the energy back, once you admit that to yourself, you got to let it go. It's kind of required, because our job here isn't to burn ourselves out or to get ourselves in a place where we're overtaxed and over-regulating. Again, my favorite psychological word right now, over-regulating, and we're doing stuff that's way out of bounds. That's not our job. If we're in a relationship and the other person isn't contributing, I don't mean not contributing as much, because relationships are kind of give and take, but they're not contributing at all and you're not going to get the energy back, that's a lost cause, respectfully. If you're in a co-founder situation and your co-founders aren't pulling their weight and you're burning yourself out, the scales have to balance. That they have to. If you're pursuing something and there's no kind of energy that you're going to get back from it, that's a tough conversation you're going to have with yourself. And for better or for worse, no one else is going to pull you aside to do that, because only you know what your limitations are. You might have certain limitations that are like financial, where you literally can look at a bank statement and be like, oh crap, I'm going broke. And you might be able to share that with someone, and then or a team or whatever, you can make an adjustment for it. But those more ethereal, abstract, invisible resources, I call them, only you would know that. Only you would know if you're about to burn out. No one else can do that. You can have mentors, you can have spouses, you have people that care about you, people that love you, but only you would know what those boundaries are. So we're really talking about boundary setting. Shout out to Brene Brown. Boundaries. That's what we're really talking about. If you're in a situation where you're putting all your energy into something, you got to do the calculus and say, am I ever going to get this energy back? Am I ever going to recoup? And I don't mean just financially. because you not allowing yourself to be whole again because you're investing into something that's not going to get you your energy back. That's, again, that's not what we're here for. That's not your job. The best book that I've read recently, oh man, I love this book that talks about it. This book, The Body Keeps the Score by Dr. Bessel van der Kolk. I've never said his name out loud, even though I've read this book. You see all the, I'm starting to lose my voice again. You see all the dog ears. There's actually some bedtime reading for my kids, even though it's some intense stuff in there, but there's some great passages in there as far as emotional intelligence. This book is a bestseller for a reason. You've probably heard people say this over the past decade, particularly if you've been in the same circles I have, where they say the body keeps score. Number one, the title is officially The Body Keeps the Score. So I'm going to be real about it. I'm a fellow author. I want to respect Dr. Dirtico's, process. What it basically means is that whatever we're dealing with, and he talks a lot about trauma, but whatever we're dealing with, the body doesn't forget it. So if you go through something that's really intense, that's still being held. Now, it could be held on an emotional level, on a mental level, and on a physical level, right? On a mental level, you might have forgot about it. In fact, you might have pushed it away, and at least as far as you're consciously aware of, which he gets into. But you're like, oh yeah, that breakup, or, when that company didn't work out, or, when I got fired from that job, I'm over that, whatever. Mentally, you might be going there, doing those gymnastics. Emotionally, somebody brings it up, you might feel a little way about it. And you'd be like, wow, you still have some feelings about it. You might be like, nah, I'm alright, I'm good. The body, though, the body keeps the score. Excuse me. And so when you have, it's almost like having a somatic, which means physical or body. It's almost like having a somatic memory. Like you might remember something that happened to you when you were in fourth grade. You remember it in your mind, fine. You might not remember. You might remember how you felt with whatever happened in fourth grade. But it's saying the body keeps the score. And if that stuff isn't processed, whether it's going to therapy, talking it through, sitting with yourself, forgiving yourself or forgiving someone else or a situation because of the circumstances, letting go of some of the guilt or the shame related to those circumstances, whatever it happens to be, then your body will find a way to hold on to it and process it. And it could come up with some nasty stuff. And so he's a doctor for a very long time and did a bunch of studies that are related to how the body keeps the score and holds on to those particular things. Not only does the body represent those things that we might be repressing or those things that we want to forget about and we haven't dealt with, but it also gives signals as far as us being in situations that are, my favorite word of the year, untenable. Untenable means that it cannot go on, it can't hold. It's too unstable, not gonna happen. NGMI, not gonna make it. The sooner we recognize that, the healthier, frankly, we can be. And so we've been in those situations, I'm sure you have, particularly if you're a grown adult like I am, at least I am most of the time, where you have a particular situation that you're in, and suddenly you catch a cold, and you're like, I can't shake this cold. It's like, well, there might be a stressful conversation that you need to have that you haven't had yet. You're in a particular job situation that you know is not right up for you on some level. You're putting in more energy than you're getting. It's untenable. And now you're like, your body's basically saying, keeping the score. So it's not just the score. It's not just a score of stuff that you might be repressing or not want to deal with. And then, it's coming back in something that's happening with your body, reminding you to deal with it on these other emotional and mental levels. It also could represent a signal of you being in a situation that on some level you're putting too much energy into, and your body's making it direct and saying, "Hey, I'm going to go ahead and make you trip on this stair. I'm going to go ahead and give you allergies or whatever, even though it's more weather related. But I'm going to go give you allergies just to pause you so you can think about what the hell you're doing and maybe make some other decisions. And then the rest of the body, your mind and your heart, your emotions will thank me for it." Excuse me. The book is filled with stuff like that. I cannot recommend the book more. We're almost at the end of the year. This book came out like 10, 15 years ago. This might be my book of the year. I love, love, love this book. This book, along with Trisha Hersey's Rest is Resistance, kind of see a theme here. They're both fantastic books. Cannot recommend them more. Maybe by the end of the year, I'll do my favorite books of the year. But this is one of them. Top 5. Woo! This is so good, so good. Highly recommended. And the doctor's still around. In fact, I have some colleagues that are trying to meet with him. To he does like conferences and speaking engagement stuff. So they're trying to go to one of his events. Man, I envy that. Bless them. I hope they have a wonderful time there. But the doctor does not play. He doesn't mince words, and it's so wonderfully written and analytical as well as very humane. Can't recommend the book more. My live show from a couple weeks ago, almost said a couple years ago. My live show from a couple weeks ago. I swear it wasn't a couple years ago. Excuse me. 5 secrets to making change in transition. Live Q&A, episode 393. The link is right below. Or if you're watching one of the other platforms, just come to BringYourWorth.tv, and the link is right there while you're watching this episode on another platform. One of my favorite live episodes probably I've ever done, and I talk about the 5 steps to going through a tough change and having a better transition. Briefly, change is what happens on the environment, what happens on the outside. Transition is how you handle that change on the inside. So transition is more about emotions and adjustment and things like that. Change is the circumstances, whether they're initiated by you or not. As Liz Gilbert talked about in her brilliant TED Talk, she's done 2 TED Talks. She has 1 TED Talk about change. And it doesn't matter whether it's a good change or a bad change, quote unquote, or if you initiated it or if you didn't initiate it, doesn't matter. We're still going through the same change, and our bodies react in that same way to as far as to change. So we might as well get used to transitioning in a healthy way, whether it's going broke or winning lottery. It doesn't matter. All the body knows, it's back to the body, all the body knows is that things are different and it needs to adjust. Excuse me. I'm entrepreneurial coach Damon Brown. You can learn more about me at damonbrown.net. I'm here to help you as a side hustler, solopreneur, otherwise a non-traditional entrepreneur. You're watching BringYourWorth.tv, episode 395, approaching 400 episodes. You can catch me live on Wednesdays at 1:11 p.m. Standard Time, Vegas time, as well as the archive of episodes, all organized at BringYourWorth.tv. We got playlists, all that stuff. Whatever you're into, I got you. Especially after 400 episodes, chances are I covered some of the stuff that will help you as a side hustler, a solopreneur, otherwise a non-traditional entrepreneur. You can subscribe for free at that messy link below. I look forward to these links being a lot shorter. That'll be on my that'll be on my media wish list, but I have no control over that one. And you get the complete Bring Your Worth collection right now, wherever books and audiobooks are sold. You can listen to the audiobook right now at BringYourWorth.tv. All right, so the first element of that, excuse me, is if it's time to quit something, it's taking more energy than it gives. It's taking more energy than it gives. A good signal that it's time to let something go is if you're procrastinating doing the thing. You're procrastinating doing the thing. Now, I want to immediately caveat this, where that doesn't mean that, you're tired or you're moving slow and it takes you longer than expected. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about ADHD or other types of narrow, spicy approaches where you just have a hard time completing things. Not talking about that either. I have a lot of loved ones that deal with that. I get it. What I'm talking about is that you just don't want to do it. to the point where it's just out there. It's amazing. And I'm a parent, so I have an 8-year-old and an 11-year-old, and a very active one at that, stay-at-home dad and all that. And it's amazing where there'll be something that my boys, they're both boys, my boys want to do, and they'll just spin it up. They'll come up with every single reason why it can happen. And if it's something they do not want to do, you can imagine it's quite the opposite. We never really change. We don't really outgrow that. I'm talking about kids, but we never really outgrow that. So if there's something that's on your agenda, there's a company that you're building, there's a person that you want to be with, there's a situation that you want to make real, and you're just not putting the energy into it at all, that usually signals that it might not mean anything to you now, or maybe it did at one period of time, but it just doesn't make any sense. And as I've talked about in previous episodes, it's actually okay for us to outgrow our goals. If you think about it, like, I'm middle-aged right now. Imagine if I had the same goals that I had when I was like a teenager. Like, that would, I'll be getting clowned right now. Because we're at a different place. I'm at a different place. I'm sure you are too, compared to where you were 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago, what have you. So it's okay to outgrow those things. What's not okay is to be in those situations where you're not contributing or don't want to contribute to this particular goal, but you keep saying that you're committed to it. Great example. I believe it was Don Cheadle. I recently seen Don Cheadle. I wish it was in person, but it was on TV. He was actually on the Team Coco podcast. It's a podcast by Conan O'Brien, the late night talk show host, and now, of course, he's retired from that and has a podcast. Great podcast, by the way. You can catch it on any of the platforms, YouTube, or of course, you can listen to it on your favorite audiobook platform, or podcast platform, audiobook. And Don Cheadle talked about actually studying jazz. And he was studying jazz, and he would play Miles Davis later on in his life. But studying jazz as well as, I think he was studying acting at the same time. Of course, he's a well-known actor in America at this point. And he was telling the story about, it wasn't Juilliard, but it was a high level music school, and how everyone around him was obsessed with their instrument, obsessed with the flute, obsessed with the oboe, obsessed with whatever. And whatever he was playing, it was a woodwind. So, if he played Miles Davis later, let's say it was the horn, and it might have been the flugelhorn. And he's like, I really like the flugelhorn. I'm pretty good at it, but if this is going to be my profession, like, I need to be told to practice. I need to be told. Like, I think it might have been his parents or whomever. Like, my parents are on me to practice. But then you got kids who, if you ever seen the movie More Better Blues, the Spike Lee movie starring Denzel Washington, and they talk about a horn player all about jazz. And, like, if I remember correctly, he would sleep with his horn, the character. Like this is the complete Bring Your Worth collection. This is my 27th book. I'm not that old. Again, I just had a birthday. I'm middle-aged, but 27 books. I think that might be more than the years I've been an adult. Books are an obsession. And since I was younger than my kids, no one had to tell me to go and write. Ever. Even when I went to grad school, I have a master's in magazine publishing, and I was studying journalism, and like nonstop schooling, again, straight through grad school. So I was one of those guys. No one had to tell me, Damon, go write, ever. They might have given me some guidance or said, hey, you might need to write this way or that way, or use this particular technique, particularly with journalism. So there was a format, but no one had to tell me to do it. That's what Don Cheadle was getting at. He was like, oh, this ain't for me. Because no one had to tell him to go act. But they had to tell him to go play the horn or whatever he was playing. No one has to tell me to go write a book. No one has to tell me to hang out with y'all or to be on the TED stage. No one, definitely no one has to tell me to be a business coach. I've coached hundreds of y'all, several hundreds probably at this point. No one has to tell me to do that. If it's something that you're actually getting energy from, something that you feel like is part of your greater purpose, something that you feel like you're contributing to the world, then people shouldn't have to say, you have to do this. You shouldn't have to yell at yourself to do it. Now, there's a certain grind aspect to getting to this point. I didn't just appear on the second stage of TED, a handful of years ago when I did my first TED talk or TED style talk. I had to work towards that. But that work made sense because that's what I really wanted. I did want to do public speaking. All the grinding for, I don't know how many years I was in school until I got my grad degree. I saw the vision all along that I was going to be a professional writer. Didn't know what kind, but I knew I was going to be a professional writer. So that momentum was naturally there. Now, again, the neurospicy of us and other things, sometimes things get in the way. But even for my loved ones or people that I coach that are dealing with certain neurospiciness, such as ADHD or folks that are bipolar and things like that, when it comes to that shit they care about, they don't mess around at all. And so if you're in that situation where you're like, I'm passionate about this, and then for some reason you're not doing it, that's a signal. You're procrastinating doing the thing. And the thing is, so many things today, the thing is that it's not like that thing is going to get lighter. It's not like that thing is going to get less intense. I get a nice little bag when I go fly to an event and I do public speaking. If I hated public speaking back when I was doing this joint for free years ago, me getting 4 or 5 figures wired to my account is not going to make me love the thing. Sorry, money's not going to do it. So if I was procrastinating, I would probably even feel even worse, because then I would feel shame, guilt, and silly because I have a family and I'm turning away this money because for some reason I can't get on the stage. It's better if you're feeling that way to deal with it early. Vibe it to something that you actually care about. It's okay to let it go. It's better to vibe with something you actually care about and then show up regularly, consistently, and not have to push yourself in that kind of weird way than to fool yourself into being into something that you're not into anymore. Because eventually, again, the body keeps the score, and eventually all that stuff's going to come out, and that might be blocking you from your true success. See, now you got me on my coaching bag. If you want to coach with me, DamonBrown.net. Maybe I can help you level up as well, but I'll stop getting in my coaching bag for right now. A great book that talks about this, The Daily Stoic by Ryan Holiday and Stephen Hanselman. I hope you both are well. Fantastic book. I have like 5 versions of this book, and I had to get a hardcover copy. I read it around the time that I was doing my first startup called So Quotable, when my co-parenting partner and I had our first kid. He just turned 11 this summer, so it was a while ago. I remember having an audiobook, and at the same time that I just became a startup guy and bootstrapping. So many memories. Yeah, I feel like my gray hairs came about 10 years late because it was a stressful period of time. And it's a wonderful book, as you can tell, Daily Stoic. Stoicism is about, I view it as having objectivity of your life so that at every moment you can know what your priority is. That's all. Doesn't mean you're not emotional. It doesn't mean you don't give a shit. It's not saying that. It's basically saying, hey, all this stuff is going on and life is hard and chaotic sometimes. But you know what your priorities are. Every day, it is daily, so you can read it every single day. There's an entry for, what's today, October 2nd? We'll pull it out right now. We'll do it live. Entry for October 2nd. And let me get my fingers to work here. This is good paper. Most valuable asset. But the wise person can lose nothing. Such a person has everything stored up for themselves, leaving nothing to fortune. Their own goods are held firm, bound in virtue, which requires nothing from chance and therefore can't be either increased or diminished. That's from Seneca on the Firmness of the Wise 5.4. I could just keep spitting, but right here, in fact, I'll go and take a moment because it's very short. It's a brief explanation of that quote, or that passage as they call it, coming from Holiday and Hanselman. Some people put their money in assets, stocks, bonds, property. Others invest in relationships or accomplishments, knowing that they can draw on these things just as easily as others can draw funds from a bank account. But a third type, Seneca says, invests in themselves and being a good and wise person. Which of these assets is most immune to market fluctuations and disasters? And it goes on from there. I'll spare y'all the rest. And that's for October 2nd, today. And so I have regular meditations that I do, nothing deep or elaborate, but just a few minutes every morning. This is a great companion to that. In fact, I think reading it in itself could be a form of meditation and being present for that. The thing is that we get so tied up, myself included, in the title, in the idea, in the future that frankly may never happen. It's more exciting when someone's pregnant than when someone actually has a baby out, because the future, as they say, being pregnant with possibilities, allows our imagination to go wild. But then we have to bring things down to earth and say, well, this is actually life. There's a daily operation to it. The best way to do it, I found, is to ground yourself in the present. Because if you have, and we'll get into having long-term goals later on in the episode, later on the live episode. If you're watching the clips, you'll find it in the next series of clips here. But if you're watching live episode, we'll go ahead and get into it a little bit later. If you have this long-range goal, that means that you're going to be grinding it out, and your daily day is going to have a certain energy to it. But if you can't stay in your daily day, your daily operation, it's going to be really hard for you. Again, I'm a parent. My kids are with me all the time, on top of me all the time. I would not have it any other way, but it also takes a lot of energy. But to be a parent, that's at least 18 years. And you got to know that from the outset, but you can't focus on 18 years. You have to focus on making sure they get up on time for school, make sure that they're fed, make sure they're being kind and thoughtful citizens. All those things are daily operations, hourly operations, minute operations, seconds in some cases. If you're parents or if you're helping the rearing of a child, you know the deal. It's second by second. That's the way life is. And so if you're in a situation where you're procrastinating and don't even want to do the second by second, again, NGMI, it's not going to make it. And so you might need to change your strategy or change your goals so it actually works out in a better way. Hey, I appreciate the shout out from Amazon. Unfortunately, I can't share it on screen here, but I appreciate you. I am doing well. I hope you're doing wonderful over here too, over at Amazon land. A good companion to this argument is Drake, Kendrick Lamar, and J. Cole, three of considered the greatest rappers of this current generation that's up. Creative power strategy. The basic argument is say, listen, there are three ways that you can actually approach how you get success. These three are exemplary of it. The three can't be more different. I break down a strategy that's within 10 minutes. Over on Amazon, someone asking, how do you deal with an L or a loss when it comes to a relationship? And I'll go and plug that in here as well. I can spell today. And I'll throw your question in there. Thank you for the question. I don't see your name in there, but I appreciate the question. How do you deal with a loss when it comes to a relationship? Really tough. I've definitely taken my L's for sure. I've loved, I've lost. Again, you can see the gray hairs. So I've been around for a little bit. And if you've loved, and been around for a little bit, you've also lost too. I think the number one thing from my perspective, I'm not a relationship coach, just be clear. I do the business coaching, but personal journey, I think the biggest thing that has helped me when I've taken an L when it comes to a relationship is actually, I'd say two things. The first thing is actually having the experience. And I don't know if you've been on like the dating scene or been single for a period of time. It can be difficult to find someone you actually just get along with, that you're using the same language. I don't mean English, but I mean using the same language as far as how you communicate, um, being able to have that chemistry, whether it's physical or otherwise, being able to get along for a period of time. And I always viewed relationships, whether it's romantic or platonic, and people are good friends, or whatever, almost like we're marbles being tossed out, and at a certain point you knock into another marble, and you might be going at the same pace at the same time or a similar pace, and then you two or that group has a shared experience, but it does drift away. To paraphrase Seth Godin, one of my mentors, I adore him. He says that all business partnerships, but I would argue that all relationships as well, it comes from, how can I put it? It's almost like all relationships are going to end. Not to be too morbid about it. They're going to end because one or both of them want to go different directions, or one of them passes away. Now that could be said, and Godin was talking about that in regards to relationships, or to business relationships. But that also applies to all other relationships if you think about it. Even if you're married, like you're not going to be married forever unless you're some type of demigod. It's not going to be forever. It's going to be for a set period of time. Which, in that sense, which leads to number two, is that then you become grateful for that connection at all. Like all the circumstances that are required for you to have a best friend, for you to have a chosen family, for you to fall in love, and for the person to fall in love with you too, for you to have a child. The amount of circumstances required to do that are insane. And so to get into your question, and to answer your question, I think it comes to having reverence and respect for the relationship happening at all. And if you are single now, then to reflect on what you can do to make yourself a better person so that you actually aren't required to be in a relationship to be happy. I know for the long periods of time that I was single I've had a few very serious relationships, long term. Again, I got kids right now. But those periods in between, I actually developed myself. It's kind of like being on the job market and not having a job yet. So you go to LinkedIn and you take some free classes. A lot of the classes are free. Trying to put you on game here. They have some free classes over at LinkedIn. Really good classes. Again, some of them are my mentors that are doing those classes. So really good classes. You're sharpening up your stuff. You're learning how to become a better cook so that, whenever you do go on a date, then you can cook for your date, and their family or whatever. So there's ways that you can improve yourself as well. And the last thing I think is just understanding that relationship with yourself. As I shared with someone recently, like I really love myself and I talk to myself all the time. I respect myself. I'm one of those people that can be by myself. Love being in relationships, but I'm one of those people that can be by myself, literally, like, just being on my own and having my quiet time. And if you're able to invest in that, to build into that, then I think that makes it a lot easier to have those periods of time where you're not in relationship, number one. And also, if things don't work out, then the L that you're taking is a little bit softer because you always got yourself. And, person in the Amazon comments, you got yourself. You sound like that you're doing all right. Build yourself up. And when you do have the opportunity to be in a relationship, you'll be ready. So, good question. Big food for thought. Again, my name is Damon Brown. I am not a relationship coach, but I am an entrepreneurship coach. So that's more my bag. But obviously, I can opine on both a little bit. I'm here to help you as a side hustler, a solopreneur, otherwise a non-traditional entrepreneur. You're watching Bring Your Worth TV or listening, if you listen to the podcast, every Wednesday at 1:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Vegas time. You can subscribe for free. So, is there something you guys are doing or not doing where you're procrastinating and you're realizing this isn't the thing, that you're kind of stuck? Give a shout in the comments. Let me know. I love to hear, and maybe there's some insight that me or the other folks in the community can give to you. I appreciate all y'all listening. Another big thing, when you're not going to make it, when it's time to just take that L, is when you are not growing. This is a huge one. This is so big because if you're not growing, then you're standing still. Or in a scientific way, when we don't grow, that represents death. Literally, we're always changing. Our hair is growing. Our you know, as we get older, we start to shrink a little bit because our bones shrink. Um, our body weight changes. Our cells are moving all the time. If you think about it from a scientific standpoint, not moving is as entropy. It's death. Things just stop when we're overly committed. And I talk about this in my in today's newsletter. The link is right below at joindamon.me. When we are just focused on one particular outcome in one particular way, that narrows our field of vision. And when our field of vision is too narrow, then we don't realize all the other parts of us, all the other ways that we can express ourselves that are not being fed. You're either investing into becoming a better self. Talked about that earlier in the episode with the Daily Stoic. We're either investing into becoming a better self, or we're stalling. We're BSing. Trying to keep it PG. We're BSing. We're either investing or we're BSing. That's probably the quote of the day for this episode. We're either investing or we're BSing. What that means is that when I was in grad school, I went to Northwestern, shout out to Chicago and Evanston. The money I put in, the time put a lot of energy into it. And I was still quite young. So it was a really big commitment for me to be in my early 20s. And that investment, money-wise and otherwise, ended up being the foundation of what I'm doing now. And maybe without Northwestern, I wouldn't be talking to you guys right now. And I wouldn't have the community that you guys have built with me. That's an investment. So the year I spent, it's a year-long program. So the year I spent in grad school, it wasn't wasted time because it was an investment. Now, if I was in grad school for plumbing, nothing wrong with plumbers. But if I was in the equivalent of grad school or advanced level trade school for plumbers, I like water. I was born in Atlantic City. Water's cool. I like eating seafood. Do I like toilets and sewage and pipes? Unless it's Mario Brothers, no, not my thing. I know plumbers. They're great. It's not my thing. That would be stalling. Now, sometimes we stall or we're BSing because of outward concerns. My family expects this of me, or I like this title, and this is my identity. I dealt with this a lot when I sold my last startup, Cuddler, because I identified myself as the co-founder of a very successful startup. I remember I was writing for Inc. magazine. You can still catch my Inc. magazine column at inc.com, or some of the links below at bringyourworth.tv. And I remember getting my column over there several years ago. And I turned in my bio and I said, okay, yeah, I just sold my startup. So it said, Dane Brown is former co-founder of the startup Cuddler, which connected people for hugs. It was just acquired, et cetera, et cetera. And I remember my editor at the time, shout out to him, said, well, I'm going to go ahead and change this because you're still a co-founder. And I was like, no, actually, I don't think you understand. I sold the company. It got acquired. And he's like, yeah, but once a co-founder, always a co-founder. And I was like, oh, you're right. But there's this identity crisis that sometimes happens where when we're letting something go, we feel like that a part of us is going away with it. And my business coach, I call that our toolbox. You can get fired from 1 million teen jobs. You can have your heart broken 20 million times. I don't wish that, but it does happen. You could be going through all kinds of stuff. You could, be a parent that loses a child, and sympathy and empathy for, you know, whatever you might be going through. But you're still a parent. You still would have been loved and had been a lover. You still had, if you got fired from all those jobs, these skills. They didn't take those skills from you. As I say in my book, Career Remix, the job is theirs, but the career is ours. You take that shit with you. See, there's my mouth again. Something about today. I swear there's nothing but tonic water in this. But you take that with you. It's the same thing. Same thing. Just like the person I was talking in the Amazon comments about relationships and taking L in relationships. It's like, yeah, but you learn from it. And also, you were in a relationship. I know some folks that have never been in a relationship, at least a serious one. I know some folks that have never been in love. That in itself, again, like having a child or whatever, the roll of the dice, the amount of circumstances, the Google, and I don't mean the company, the Google of circumstances that need to overlap for you to even have that opportunity. That in itself creates gratitude once you understand it. If you're in a situation where you don't want to be there anymore, but you're not leaving, you must be getting something out of it. There's people way wiser than me that have entire careers talking about that. But when we're in situations where the door is right there and we don't go, we're getting something out of it. I'm not talking about abusive situations. I'm not talking about, situations where we don't have the financial resources. I'm not talking about that. My family's from the hood, so it's like I understand. Like sometimes you can't move, but if you have the resources and the wherewithal, you can literally change the circumstances, but you don't. You got to ask yourself why. And you're either growing and you're investing or you're BSing. At a certain point, it comes all down to that. And thank you for the agreement in the comments, even though I can't share them online, but I appreciate your feedback. One of my favorite books, in fact, probably my favorite book on quitting. It's by my guy, who I already mentioned, Seth Godin, The Dip. It is a short book. I think, oh my God, but this episode is about an hour long. I think The Dip is shorter than this episode. I just realized that we're about to hit 58 minutes, which is crazy. I love chilling out with y'all, and it's a really important topic, and I appreciate y'all feeling it, especially in the comments. Listen, The Dip is like 45 minutes long. The book is super, super tiny if you're going to get the physical book. I have the audiobook myself. To put it plainly, either we're in a situation, I'm just paraphrasing what Seth said. We're in a situation where we're going through a difficult time, a dip, and that's just part of the ritual as far as us getting good at something, as far as us working with something, or it ends up being a thing where, oh my gosh, I think one of my live streams ended because I was cursing too much. Sorry, I lost y'all. Hopefully I'll try to get on later. But the certain dip where that's just kind of the rigor or the difficulty of what's going on with what's happening. Like, again, me being in grad school, that was hard. That doesn't mean it was a waste of time. It just meant it was hard. I had to grow. That's different than being in a cul-de-sac. Cul-de-sac, it's French, but it's more of an American term. And it basically means a suburban, usually in the suburbs, area where you get to a street and there's a little circle and it's a dead end. And people will have houses there, and if you have kids, it's a place where they can bike safely. I had a couple cul-de-sacs, when I was growing up in some of the suburbs in America on the East Coast and in the Midwest. But a cul-de-sac, you just go around the circle. You're not dipping, you're not doing anything like that. So that's what makes it so difficult. And so you have to know the difference between the dip, you're going through a hard time, but it's worth it, and a cul-de-sac where you're going in circles. A great companion to this is when should I quit something? I talk about some leaders of our time, a lot of people that are in the creative field, not leaders like presidents, but people in the creative field, and when to get off stage. and it's an important one. Be sure and check it out. It's actually one of my favorite little episodes from back in the day. I'm entrepreneurial coach Damon Brown. I'm here to help you as a side hustler or solopreneur, otherwise a non-traditional entrepreneur. You're watching Bring Your Worth.tv every Wednesday at 1:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Vegas time. You can subscribe for free. So, have you guys been in a situation where you thought you were growing, but you were actually, and you thought you were investing, but you were actually BSing? Or were you in a situation where you thought you were messing around and come to find out ended up being a really good move for you? I'd love to hear it in the comments. Let us know what's happening. All right. And my personal favorite one, you're not going to make it. You need to take that L when you don't see yourself doing that thing in 5 years. Now, it might be 1 year, it might be 3 years. I tend to work in 5-year horizons. This is the way my brain works. This is something that I always ask my coaching clients. If you've coached with me, you've probably heard me ask this question. Whatever you're doing right now, however you have your life set up, earlier in the episode, I was talking about daily operations. However you have your life structure right now, is it sustainable for the next 3 to 5 years? Often the answer is no. This also applies to whatever our goal is, whatever we're investing in, whatever we're moving forward towards. If we're putting all this energy into it, it's the month of October right now as of this recording. So if we're just focused on the month of October and it's like, well, this is how I'm going to break things down in October, and I'm going to go so hard and I'm going to have this every day, da, 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 da. What does November look like? Are you burnt out on the couch eating ice cream in December? Nothing wrong with being on the couch or eating ice cream. I like doing both. But that's not what you're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be in the gym. And I mean the gym as an analogy for everything. You're supposed to be in the arena. Well, whatever system you have right now, by December, you might be burning yourself out. So then the question is, why are you in such a rush? If this is something that you want to invest in, if this is something that you want to have a larger impact on the world with, if this is something that you say, this is what I want to do with my life. A lot of people that I coach, that's the language that they use, therefore that's the language that I use. Then, again, I'm middle-aged. A lot of people that I coach are a lot younger than me, so they might be in their 20s and 30s. There's some people that I coach that are in their 50s. But particularly if you're watching and you're younger, let's say you're 25. I remember 25. That was when I first started getting into books. And let's say you're 25 and you're already feeling burnout. Homeboy or homegirl. Retirement age here in America is 65 and on the rise. So if what you're doing is burning you out, and you're 25, how the heck are you going to go into another 40 years? How's that going to work? How are you going to have a sustainable career? If I didn't have that line of thinking, you wouldn't be talking to me right now. Yeah, I graduated grad school, I think I was 22 going on 23. I wouldn't have made it if I didn't have the mentality of thinking long term. So it's a balance, as I talked about earlier in the show, it's a balance of long-term vision as far as where do you see yourself in 5 years, and is this the direction to go? And short-term, coming all the way back, macro to micro, and saying, oh, well, let me go ahead and set this up so that I'm in a better place, and that the daily operation I have actually sustains me in a way that makes perfect sense. If you're going to go deeper into this idea, the Infinite Game is a great place to start. Shout out to Simon Sinek. He talks about there being finite games and infinite games. It's actually based on another book and called Finite and Infinite Games, I believe it's called. And I forget the name of the author, forgive me, but you'll feel free to look it up online, you'll find out. And of course, he cites it and gives respect to the original author heavily. Simon puts his own spin on it. The basic idea is that there are finite games like football. I don't mean, well, also either football for the blokes as well as for the Americans. Either football works where there's a certain amount of quarters or a sections to the game. There's a winner and a loser, and then everybody goes home and they claim victory for that moment until, of course, the next matchup. Those are finite games. Those are relatively easy. We know the winner, we know the loser. There's very few games that are set up like that don't have a definitive winner or loser. An infinite game is being married. An infinite game is being a parent or being a child, you know, offspring. And I don't mean the group, but offspring, you know, and you have parental guidance. An infinite game is running a company that you plan on passing on to your kids. It ain't going anywhere. And so you can win, quote unquote, a battle or a fight with your spouse. You can get one over on your kids or on your mom or your dad or whomever your guardians. And you can make a quarterly profit by screwing people over with the business that you're running. People do it all the time. People make choices. I don't have to name names. You know who they are. It's like, no, I have to win this battle. I'm gonna be, we call it petty. I'm gonna be that petty. I gotta win this thing. And they don't think about, oh yeah, I'm gonna have to sleep with this person at night. And I don't mean in a good way. It's like, oh, I have to sleep in the same bed. We got the same household. Okay, well, I guess I bet you have to talk to them again. Oh, you know what? One day I'm gonna be old. And the next generation, including my kids, are gonna be taking care of me. Oh. You know, me being a child, I can go ahead and do all this stuff, but eventually I need to get fed by my parents or by my guardians. And I'm going to want something from them because I don't have my own money or resources. Eventually there's going to be another quarter. And the board of directors is going to be like, well, Damon, you had a killer last quarter, but now your customers don't trust you. So how are you going to make it this quarter? That's the infinite game. Book talks about that. And then I have a video talking about it. How to win long-term, Simon Sinek strategy, breaking down what he's talking about, why it matters, and give some examples for the book. I recommend watch the video and then grabbing the book. It's a really fun book. I do a lot of walking, particularly when it's not 105 degrees as it is now here in Las Vegas. It's like it did not get the memo that it was fall, aside from the allergies here in Las Vegas. But when it's cool enough, I do a lot of walking. I remember listening to the audiobook and walking all around my beautiful neighborhood. And it was a great listen. And Simon's actually the one that does the audio. And I love his voice. I met him in person at TED a while ago. Awesome guy. But he also has a great, great, beautiful voice. And he killed the audiobook. So shout out to him. But I think that this last strategy, I think, will give you the best insight as far as making long-term plans. Today's show, I couldn't think of a more appropriate topic. Unlocking the power of solitude. When we think about solitude, sometimes we're thinking about, monks on the mountain somewhere. I have good friends that actually were monks, so respect to them. So there's nothing wrong with monkhood and taking that approach. But the real power, the real opportunity comes in us carving out our own lane within the rest of society. I'm going to be blunt about it. If you're going to make an impact in the world, you can't really opt out. That's not really how it works. If you want to make an impact in the world, you have to show up in a certain way. But to show up in a certain way and to contribute to the world that you want to make, you actually do need to find time, make time to actually listen to what's going on inside of you. I forgot to put it in the notes, but I'll throw it up right now. I have a newsletter at joindamon.me. Joindamon.me. You can join it for free. And one of the things that I talk about in today's newsletter is about how you can show up in a certain way while still making an impact on the world. And let me rephrase that. Basically, what you can do is get still enough to find out what kind of impact you want to make and then go out into the world and make it. And it's not as simple as a black and white thing. It's not as simple as on and off. It is more of a restorative, cyclical thing where you might need that time alone to figure out what's going on, what matters to you. When I talk about unlocking the power of solitude, it could mean meditation for you. It could mean time to yourself. It could mean not engaging in social media, some way to silence yourself so you can actually hear what's going on in your heart, what direction you want to go in, and what kind of impact you will make on the world. If you go through those processes of respecting those times when your body, your mind, your heart is calling for solitude, when you respect those times, those are often times where you get those insights, you can come back stronger and make it a better world. So we're going to talk about 4 ways you can do that. I know some of y'all are introverts. I know some of y'all are extroverts and you get energy from other people, which is that definition. Introvert means that you like being alone and you get energy from that. Extrovert means you get energy from other people. Really simple definition. This will apply to all of y'all. And I think solitude and having moments of stillness, which we'll get into, is a wonderful tool for everyone to have, whether you're introvert, extrovert, super social, antisocial, it doesn't matter. All those things come into play as far as you getting at least moments of silence so that you figure out what you're all about. Sometimes we get mixed up when we interact with other people too much, and we forget what we stand for. You can't just respond to things. You actually have to find out what matters to you. Today's episode is sponsored by Shortform. Shout out to Shortform. It is your ultimate book reader companion. I like Shortform for 2 particular reasons. Number 1, it actually allows me to get a great overview of books that I have not read yet, but I want to get into, and they make it really easy for you to purchase books through there or to go deeper into that topic. And it's a great guide to the books that I already know and love. And they're giving all kinds of insights that even some of the books are on my shelf behind my big head. And a lot of those books I've read like once a year, or I've read multiple times a year, or I'll read it and then read it immediately over again. They got the dog ears. I could show you a bunch of these books. All of them have the dog ears and all that stuff. This gives me an opportunity to go deeper and say, oh, okay, there's angles in here that I didn't even recognize because I just didn't have the insight. And Shortform happens to have the insight. So Shortform works actually it logged me out, so I'll go and show you the basic version of it. As it says, it's way more than book summaries. And what it does is it allows you to go into different aspects and go deeper into it. So you can browse the books, and we'll go ahead and do a quick browse right here. And if we want to browse my guy, Robert Greene, he's the author of many books. His most popular book, as some of y'all know, is 48 Laws of Power. There it is. So you see a summary there. Actually, I did log me in. So now you see the bookmark. And 48 Laws of Power is a massive book. It's really big. It's probably like 3 or 4 pounds heavy. Especially I think there was a hardcover version. I think I had the paperback back in the day. So if you're looking for a particular law of power, you might not be able to go through all that. In my case, I was doing an episode handful of months ago where I wanted to talk about the 48 Laws of Power. One particular law, I was able to go in there and quickly find out what law I was talking about and to go deeper than that. And we do continue reading. Law number 18. Oh my gosh, that's funny. I swear I didn't play on this. Don't isolate yourself. What was I just talking about at the top of the show? Do not isolate yourself. There it is. The law of power. Never isolate yourself when you come under pressure. This just cuts you off from information you need, and people could help you. And when real danger rises, you won't see it coming. Instead, make a point of being outgoing. Contact with others increases your power. Lovely, lovely, lovely. So the basic argument with that is saying you can actually find that solitude and find that peace of mind, but don't forget about connecting with other people. If you're going through a challenging time, if you're having a hard time, that's not the time that you want to suddenly cut people off. There's a difference between having some quiet time, meditating, or doing your moments of Zen, as they say, but also there's a difference between that and actually cutting people off and being like, no, I'm not going to rock with anybody at this point. Shortform is a great opportunity for you to go deeper, whether you're a bibliophile, which means a book lover like I am, as far as having your collection. This is a fraction of my collection. I have a book collection of books, and you want to make sure that you go as deep as possible with the books that you love. Or, like I said, you're interested in a whole bunch of different subjects, or even there's a subject that you want to go deeper in, but you don't know where to start. Short form will summarize it for you. Thank you so much for sponsoring today's show. If you want to go ahead and get 20% off as of this recording on the subscription to short form, you can grab the link. It's just shortform.com/Damon, Damon, and you can also get a free trial. So no harm, no foul. Hop in, see if you like it. It's one of my favorite companions. All right, so today we're talking about how to unlock the power of solitude. As we talked about the very introduction of the show, it's not about isolating yourself. It's not about saying, I'm not going to rock with people anymore. It's not like saying, I'm going to be by myself. It's more about saying, I'm going to carve out time, whether it's just a fraction of a second, to be still enough to actually know what my opinion is, what kind of world I want to help create, and how I'm going to do it. What my opinion is, what kind of world I want to create, and how I want to do it. That I found, and I'm a business coach. I've coached hundreds of folks, including some of y'all that are watching. I found that that's almost a necessary passage. If you think about the hero's journey when it comes to Joseph Campbell, big fan of Joseph Campbell and the mythologies that he was able to organize and catalog. They are not his mythologies, but he was able to organize them and have these theories around them. There's always a period of time of solitude. Always. When people are doing revolutionary things or people are doing big things, there's always a moment of quiet before. Always. You can take Star Wars, you can talk about the Avengers Endgame with Tony Stark being lost in space. Pick one. There's always a moment of silence, always a moment of solitude. So we're going to get into 4 ways that you can kind of build this into your life. You know, I'm a very active dad. I have an 8-year-old and an 11-year-old. Been there since day one. There every single day. They keep me busy. And so even if you are very busy or you have other people that you should be taking care of, there's ways that you can carve this out. So let's get into it. The first step that I found as far as unlocking the power of you being of doing solitude and unlocking the power in being by yourself is by actually determining what kind of rest you need. Sorry, a little tech hiccup there. But determining what kind of rest you need. Now, there's many different types of rest. There's a rest of talking with one of your closest friends and talking to them for hours. It's the rest of having a cup of coffee and lingering just a little bit longer. There's the rest of sleeping in, taking a nap. As you guys know, if you've been watching the show, I love taking naps. It's almost a daily practice for me. There's different types of rest. For some people that I know, their version of rest is traveling and being on the road in a place where no one knows them and they might not even know the language. They get recharged from that. For other people, their rest is having a daily meditation ritual where they're still or they're meditating for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and that works for them. I have relatives that run marathons. That's a kind of solitary rest for them. What is the thing? What are the things, the practices that allow you to feel like you're back to yourself once you are social again? For me, it's a lot of things that I've mentioned over the past 400 or so episodes of this show. So love taking outside walks, love meditating. I meditate every morning. I love having those long conversations with really good friends, like usually for hours. And I love listening to nature and being still. And of course, playing with my kids, which is a really big thing for me too. Those are the things that I can create my space of solitude around. Even with my kids, it's not me being out in the world. It's not a big crowd. It's not very expensive. It's just me hanging out with my boys. And that in itself kind of serves as solitude because it's solitude within the confines of my nuclear family. I think one of the key things and one of the reasons why we don't get the solitude and stillness that we need
is because we don't actually know what restores us. We don't know. When you say, hey, I'm burning out, or hey, I'm really stressed out about this, or hey, yeah, this thing happened with this relationship. I don't know what to do. I'm stressing out. I need to get myself together. What do you do? What's your go-to? Feel free to drop them in the chat, but it really is a broader question. And for the people that I've met over the years, and even some of the people that I've coached, sometimes we don't know. We just know I'm tired. We just know I need to stop. We just know we can't do this anymore. But those aren't actually actions, those are responses. There's nothing you can do about it. In the public speaking world or in the business writing world, which I do a lot with both ghostwriting and otherwise, we call those call to actions. What exactly is a call to action? I don't like the position I'm in. Okay, now what? What are you going to do? And sometimes our action is something that, and particularly in our Western world, we consider passive. I'm going to go take a nap. Why are you going to take a nap? Because I know that's the type of rest that I need right now. And when I wake up from my nap, I'm going to be sharper than all hell. That's knowing yourself. So part of the process and part of the reason why I think we have a hard time being still, creating solitude, getting deep rest, is because we don't know what actually restores us. So what are the things that restore you? Feel free to put in the chat. Write it down on a piece of paper or in your notepad, in your phone. Doesn't matter to me. But if you don't know that part, determining what kind of rest you need, then the rest of it's kind of a moot point. Then what are you going to do? So when you have situations like, again, right here in America, it's a very tense time because there's a really tough competition as far as with the elections and all kinds of feelings bouncing around today. So how are you going to take care of yourself? You should have that on the ready. I'm not trying to judge you, just more because I care about your health. I did almost all of my healthcare, self-care kind of rest things today. And it's like 1:00 here in Vegas. And I did most of them. That's not as a flex. It's more like I know what restores me enough to go and have a good conversation with y'all. What are your go-to things? You should have them on the ready. And then the idea of having alone time, making alone time, creating solitude, finding stillness, it won't be as big of a deal. The ideal time to do it is actually when you're not in a place of crisis or stress. It's when you're just thinking, you're just there. Another great time to do it is to recognize when it's happening. I happen to love dogs. And so I know when I go to the local dog park here, and I've made friends over there, so I don't own a dog, but it's kind of like the yacht thing. Like, you shouldn't get a yacht, but you should get a friend that has a yacht, so you don't need to do that same type of thing, right? I have my own kids, but I don't have my own dog. And so I know that hanging out at that dog park and just hanging out with the pets and other stuff, that gets me into a vibe. And it just happened to be a place that I walked at. And I was like, you know what? Every time I'm at that park that has little cute dogs there, I feel better. Acknowledgement, bet. Great. Not feeling that great? Have some quiet time with a pet. Done. Add it to the list. So I'd highly recommend you figuring out what exactly is restorative to you. Once you figure that out, then you can get to the next steps that we're going to talk about. But it has to start with that. And that goes back to knowing yourself and being honest with yourself. And sometimes those things that really restore you, like I like world travel, sometimes they're not possible because of resources, whether it's time or money or energy or just commitments. So you find other things on the list. And the longer your list is, the more ways you can restore yourself. Speaking of restorative things, one of my favorite books from one of my favorite people, Susan Cain's Quiet. I first saw Susan at my first TED conference, I want to say 13 years ago now. And I was in the audience when she did this talk. I had never heard of her. Most of my friends and people had never heard of her. So I think it was kind of a breakout moment where she talked about the power and, frankly, the shame that went around being an introvert. Now, in my parents' generation, the term introvert wasn't really around. If it was around, it was synonymous with shy. And then shy was looked at as, particularly among men, we're getting into gendered conversations here, particularly among men, that was looked at as a weakness. He's an introvert, he's shy, he's awkward, let him be. He's not leadership material, as they used to say back in the day. For my generation, and I'm part of very young Gen X, for my generation, it started to become, oh, okay, he's an introvert. And so they're antisocial. And that was the conversation. Even going back to college, and I got all kinds of stories. I probably shared them in the past. As far as like me being misunderstood because I didn't want to be around people all the time. Not because I didn't like people, it's just because I only had so much social energy. And like I'm talking about in this episode, I wanted to make sure I was centered as far as what I stood for, not just connecting with other people or getting the vibe from other people because they happen to be around and I'm sensitive to groups, right? Susan's probably a little bit older than me, so I'm pretty sure we're in the same generation. And she talks about that, but she also talks about the power that comes in having solitude, the ability to have a crystallized vision, the ability to be introspective, the ability to recognize and be self-reflective of your own issues and flaws. Where if we stay busy all the time, how are we supposed to understand when we're not in the right, when we're not being as thoughtful as we can, when we're not showing up as our best selves? If we have no reflection at all, we're just doing. How are we supposed to grow? I talk about that in the Bite-Sized Entrepreneur, which also, as I mentioned, is in the Complete Bring Your Worth collection. As far as if you are building your career and you haven't stopped or paused or thought about your career in 5 years, then you'd have the same mentality that you had right now. As we're doing this live, it's 2024. You'd have the same mentality as 2019. Do you know what you're doing in 2019? I had a different mentality. Proud to say. But that's because I reflected. And of course, there were a lot of outside things that made all of us reflect on our lives. My whole point is that Susan gets into this where there's an opportunity for us to grow because there's been, particularly here in America, such a bias towards action and being extroverted and rah, 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 yell, yell, yell. Real impact, number one, doesn't have to be like that. And number two, actually being quiet and strategic and understanding, empathetic is a type of superpower. Those of us that feel that way should not feel shame about that. That's what I got from our talk. I'll throw that in the replay. I'll throw the TED Talk in there as well. It's a fantastic TED Talk. Again, I saw it in person. You might see my big head in the audience when I do the pants. I can't remember. I haven't seen it in a little while. But I'll throw the link in the show notes after this goes live. And then you could also just go to TED.com or go to YouTube.com, look up Susan Cain Quiet, and her TED Talk has like 100 million views or something. If it was TED Talks, it would win platinum. And appropriately enough, I did a live show probably about a year and a half ago, how to lead as introvert, live Q&A, very similar to the format that we have here. And I talk about how if you're a little bit more reserved as far as socially, or you don't have a social battery, as some people do, there are ways that you can actually show up. You can make an impact in the world. And in fact, you might even be able to have a deeper impact because of that reflection and that thoughtfulness that naturally comes when you're not social all the time. Today, we're talking about unlocking the power of solitude. What kind of rest are you into? What restores you? It's probably better than rest. What restores you? What makes you feel whole again? When you're feeling jacked up and you're off balance, what gets you back to center? What gets you grounded? I shared some of that earlier in the episode. Let me know in the comments what makes you feel better in that regard. My entrepreneurial coach, Damon Brown. I'm here to help you as a side hustler, solopreneur, otherwise a non-traditional entrepreneur. You're watching Bring Your Worth TV live Wednesdays at 1:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Vegas time. So we're talking about today unlocking the power of solitude. Number one, you want to determine what type of rest or what will restore you to the level that you need to be. Another key point, number 2, is to find moments rather than exit events. Find moments rather than exit events. When I used to live in Silicon Valley about 15 years ago or so, hard to believe that time flies. Shout out to y'all up in the Bay. We would talk about exit events. Exit events are times when something ends, hence the exit, and you get some type of resource back or reward, and that could take in a bunch of different forms. Your kids growing up and moving out of the house where you have an empty nest, that's an exit event. My company, Cuddler, with my co-founders, shout out to y'all, getting acquired, it's about a decade ago now. It was acquired. That's an exit event. They bought the company, they gave all 3 of us a check. That's an exit event. An exit event is when you have invested into a particular company. That means investing in it through being an employee, or one of the founders, as I was, or you literally have stock in it. And then it suddenly goes public, it's on the stock market, and it's worth a certain amount of money, and you decide to sell that. That's an exit event too. An exit event is something where there's a often dramatic change that happens, and then you are rewarded or given something based on the work or based on the investment you've done in the past. That's what an exit event is. Retirement. If it's a good retirement, particularly, sometimes we're forcibly retired. But if it's a good retirement, quote unquote, that's an exit event. So often, we wait for the exit events to change our lives. One of the reasons why, as the kids say, particularly when I was younger, my passport stayed on pivot. I got to as many places as I could, particularly before I had kids, got married. I went to as many places as I could, particularly here in America. And that was because even at a young age, back in my, I'd say 20s, even late teens, I kept hearing people who are older, probably a little bit older than what I am now, hearing people when I was older, when they were older, talk about how they were going to postpone that trip to such and such, or they were going to visit and do such and such and learn how to do such and such when they retired. Some of them died. Not all of us make it to, our 60s, which is retirement here in America. In seeing that, even seeing folks who waited, postponed that rest, that solitude, what was going to be restorative, they postponed it, not because they had obligation to their kids or because their resources weren't able to do it, just because they felt a way about it and they said, I have tomorrow. I'll wait to this exit event. And then you turn 59 and a half, or you turn 65, or whatever your number is, and suddenly, magically, you're going to go on this world tour. Most of us don't have that, for several reasons that are way too deep from this podcast. Way too deep. They will do a future episode about that. My point is that seeing them, I realize I need to experience this now. Doesn't have to be right now. Particularly when I was a broke grad student back in my 20s. Doesn't have to be right now, but I need to do this. As I'm in middle age now, again, I'm a young Gen X, I don't look back and say, oh, I should. No, with my means, I saw as much stuff as possible. When my kids ask me, well, this country's like this, I'm like, well, actually, it's not like that. The second time I went there, this was the experience there. Now, the first time I went there, it was like this. Then I went there a few years later, and it was like this. And no, they don't actually hold their silverware like that. They hold all kinds of game and opportunities that I can pass on to my kids. I'm giving this travel example because Hope that's like the simplest one I can think of. But we do that every single day. You're sitting on the couch. You have a moment of quiet. You could take a quick nap. You could rest your eyes. You could daydream. Shout out to Dr. Natalie Nixon, author of The Creativity Leap. Talks a lot about daydreaming. You can space out. You can, if you got kids, you can listen to your kids playing. If you have a window nearby, you can watch the birds or listen to nature. If you're lucky enough to live by water, I live in the desert, so if you're lucky enough to live by water, you can hear the water outside. If the weather's doing crazy things, you can listen to the weather. And so many of us don't take that pause. That matters too. Those moments, call them micro moments, they restore equilibrium, even if it's just for a second. Even if it's like a 5-minute cat nap, or not even nap, where you're just, those moments where you're just so tired, you just close your eyes, and you don't go to sleep, and you just sit there, just still for 30 seconds, until, your kid asks for something, or your job or the people that you work with need something from you, or the bell goes off and you have to get the dinner out the oven, or you realize that you have to head off to work. That's fine. But we wait for these exit events. We wait for, I'm going to go ahead and work my ass off, and then I'm going to take this 2-week all expenses paid vacation. And again, I get to opine, forget the word out of my mouth, opine about that all day. But we assume that we're going to be suddenly in rest mode by the time we get that vacation. We assume we're going to get that vacation. We assume not only from a mortality standpoint, not only from a physical, I'm able to do this traveling standpoint. That's a whole nother conversation. This body is not guaranteed. I mean, from the standpoint of, you might burn yourself out. You might be doing that mental health damage to yourself before you even get to that vacation. So the focus is on finding moments rather than being big events. I know personally, for me and my co-parenting partner, if there weren't spaces that were built into it, at least I can speak for myself, I'd be burnt out by now. I'm at home with the kids every single day. After 11 years of that, it's just getting to the point now where I do have enough room to maneuver. Here, it's a silent place here, so I actually have space, just because a lot of personal dynamics have changed. But for 11 years, yeah. What happens when you don't take those breaks, when you don't find spaces for solitude? What you're doing, and you know that in your heart is not sustainable, and you're banking it on some exit event in the future. What if the exit event never happens? Then we think about how much we're grinding and how much that matters as far as us taking those breaks, finding those micro moments instead of focusing just on the exit events. One of my favorite books, one of my favorite people, so tiny, The Pocket, How My Children. Let me get that. There we go. Focus on our beautiful face. Shout out to Pema. Fantastic little book. It's something you can slip in your pocket. I've slipped it in my blazer pocket, particularly when I was going into contentious meetings and rough family gatherings. It slipped right in there. Like, I need a passage right now. I did an episode last week about how to have a peaceful, affordable holiday. I talked about that more. The link is right below. Long story short, Pema is fantastic. She is a Buddhist monk that didn't get into Buddhism officially until she's probably around my age. I think she's about 85. So, yeah, got deep into it. is originally from America, so she has a Western perspective on these Eastern philosophies. Has a great way of bringing things down to earth, particularly, again, I'm American myself. And each of these little passages is tiny. That's the whole thing. The whole thing. That's it. I think there's about 100 of them. Yeah, there's 110 of them, 111. Fantastic little book. I think it's like $10. $9. Go grab it. Walk around with it. It's really focused on understanding mindfulness and solitude. It is not heavily focused on Buddhist philosophies as far as talking about Buddhism per se. It's more about taking these philosophies and making them applicable to your life, or more applicable. Fantastic book, one of my favorites. It's tiny. Just walk around with it, particularly again, if you're doing the family gatherings. Don't leave home without it, like American Express. All right, live Q&A. This was about a year and a half ago as well. Improving inner peace. This live show was about mental health, how to get grounded. It goes much deeper than some of the stuff I'm talking about today because there's certain specific aspects that we go deep on. I think there's also some good questions from the audience that pop in there too, if I remember correctly. It was about a year and a half ago. One of my favorite episodes. Be sure and check it out if you want to go deeper. What moments are you guys taking advantage of? How are y'all showing up where you're able to frankly show up for yourself? How are you resting within the chaos of whatever your life is? And I don't mean chaos is a bad thing, just life is dynamic and uncertain and nutty sometimes. How are you taking care of yourself within that? Are you waiting for the big vacation when this money comes in or when the kids move out the house and all that stuff? Or are you finding spaces of solace within your life? I know, in my opinion, one is way more sustainable and realistic than the other. Realistically, and we'll talk about this in a second, you grinding all the time is not realistic. When people say, oh, every day is a grind, some of that is a choice. We have moments where we grind. I had a moment when I ground. Is that the past tense of grind? I have 2 degrees of journalism. I don't know what it is. Let's say grind. I grinded a couple days ago, not in a good way. And it was at late night. It was like that. A lot of people, some of you that are watching the show, needed my support. I was happy to come through. But then I rested some today. There's always part of a cycle. So how are you building in those little moments instead of waiting for a big moment to rest? I'll get off my soapbox. I'm an entrepreneurial coach, as you can tell. Let's put my coaching hat on. Damon Brown. I'm here to help you as a side hustler, a solopreneur, otherwise a non-traditional entrepreneur. Watch it, Bring Your Worth TV. Coming to you Wednesdays, live Q&A. Jump below with the comments and questions every Wednesday, most Wednesdays at 1:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Vegas time. You won't get it through my mouth. Subscribe to Bring Your Worth TV below. I'm cracking myself up today. All right, so it's not just about the moments. It's also accepting if we're going to have a peaceful time. We'll get the right one up here. On all kinds of tech problems. There we go. We're unlocking the power of solitude. We need to accept that everything is a cycle. I was talking about this a little bit earlier in the show, in fact, a few minutes ago. Everything is a cycle. What that means is that if you're showing up in a certain way, there are going to be moments where you're going to not be strong. There are going to be moments when you're tired. There's going to be moments when you're weak. You might not like to hear that. I don't like to say it, but my job is to be real with you. There's going to be moments where you're not going to show up, frankly, as your best self. One of the best things we can do is actually, number one, give ourselves a grace. And number two, to accept that it's a cycle. When we talk about we have to grind every single day, that we cannot waste a moment. And we plan on doing this for the long haul. Are we, if you're grinding every single day and every moment, you don't stop, you don't take care of yourself, you don't rest, are you really thinking long term? Again, I'm not a spring chicken. I'm halfway through my life. Even I'm like, okay, well, the second half of my life or whatever, knock on wood, whatever's left, being on all five cylinders the whole time, it ain't gonna get you there. You're not gonna make it. If you're really about the long-term strategy, if you're really about the long game, shout out to Dory Clark. If you're really about the infinite game, shout out to Simon Sinek. I can speak all day about it. Shout out to both of them. If you're really about that long-term strategy, then you can't be about constant grind. Like you can't. They're not compatible. They're not on the same street. They're not in the same zip code. Nowhere near. If you're after social justice, shout out to my social justice warriors. If you're really about making an impact on the world and making it more equitable, if you're really about uplifting your community and getting to the next level, you have to accept that everything goes into a cycle. There is no constant grind. There's a constant showing up, but there's no constant grind. When you get into understanding that things are a cycle, then it forces you to think more long term. If you think about I think it was the Vikings saying, at least I know it from the Vikings. It was probably some people before the Vikings that talked about first we feast, which is what the TV channel, that Hot Ones, if you're familiar with the Hot Ones show, with the hot wings, where people go on an interview. The company's called First We Feast. It comes from that term. So they did not invent the term. That's why if you look at the logo, it looks like there's a bunch of hairy Viking face on there, right? So that's where the history of the name of that production company comes from. I digress. It's like, at dawn we go to war, but first we feast. It's not necessarily about we're going to go ahead and we just want to party. Though, I'm sure they were partying like it could have been their last party, because for a lot of them it probably was. Shout out to them for embracing that life is short, because it is. It also meant we need to eat and drink and be merry and get our reserves together so that at dawn we'll be in our best fighting shape. You hear me? First we feast. Sometimes it cuts off there, but there's more to it. First we feast, then we ride at dawn. Why don't they just ride through the night? Why don't they just keep going? I'm sure they're really strong men, and some women in there too. Why didn't they just keep going? Why didn't they just fight 24/7 if they really wanted to take over that territory, or, get their women and children back, whatever the vibe was at that period of time? Even they knew, as savage and as intense and whatever cultural, compared to today's culture, however we might feel about that particular time in the Middle Ages or before that, they had the common sense to say, we need to rest first. We need to eat, drink, and be merry, so that when we're on the battlefield, we're ready. Again, if you're really about that life as far as making social change, and a lot of people that I coach, it's not just a side hustle. It's not just a soulpreneurship. It's not just, I'm going to build something and then get it acquired later, or make a bunch of money, sell some stuff to people, invest in capitalism. For a lot of us, it's not just that. I'd say for almost everyone I coach, it's not. In fact, for everyone I coach, it's not just that. I'm guessing since you're watching the show, it's not just that for you too. It's also making a long-term impact. You cannot make a long-term impact without taking care of yourself. It's not possible. It's like you can't be a fully present parent to your kids if you're not taking care of yourself as much as possible. Doesn't mean you have to be perfect. It doesn't mean that you need to have a vacation all that time. Like, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that the higher that we're able to take care of ourselves, the higher we're able to lead other people. Period. And so again, if you're really about that life, my career path and the work that I'm doing with this show and best-selling books and stuff, that started when I was a grad student, a very long time ago. If I hadn't rested, if I hadn't taken care of myself, then I wouldn't be here now. I'm positive. And there are a couple of years there where your boy almost didn't make it, where I was so burnt out, so worn out. I was done. And luckily, I was able to use these restorative practices to get back to myself. And luckily, I learned those lessons when I was much younger. So accept that everything is a cycle. You're not going to be on the grind all the time. That's okay. My favorite book, Rest is Resistance by Dr. Tricia Hersey. Shout out to her. Fantastic little book. She's the founder of the NAP Ministry, where it was people organized. I believe it started in Georgia, maybe in Atlanta. Excuse me. And she would organize people to rest, mostly people of color, because proportionally, we're a little bit more susceptible to burn ourselves out for many deep systemic and cultural reasons, which I'll have to save for another show. This is one of those shows today that it could be 4 hours long, but for my own sake of rest, we'll keep it to an hour. Fantastic book. It talks about the history of rest, particularly when it comes to minorities and/or people of color, particularly Black people. It talks about how we can integrate rest into our lives and why taking a nap, daydreaming and resting is actually a rebellious, anarchist, revolutionary thing, particularly for people that look like me. You think about women in the 50s, particularly those that were homemakers who were not given the respect that was a full-time job. I'm a homemaker myself, run several businesses, and also I'm the main one that takes care of the house. So you got my sympathy for what y'all were going through 60 years ago. You think about the person who's a minority that has to, in some cases, work twice, 3 times as hard to get the recognition of other cultures, other people, to get the respect because they're doubted. There's a weight and there's a shame and there's a guilt that comes from us pausing to actually take care of ourselves because we have so much further to go, because we fought so hard to get to this point, because I have personally have ancestors that died for my right to vote, my right to own a house or have an apartment, my right to marry someone who's outside of my culture. Born in any other time, my life personally will look very different. Even owning multiple businesses, are you kidding? I'm talking to y'all on the air about once, twice a week. I can say darn near what I want, and no one's gonna come knock at the door, hopefully. Knock on wood on that one. So if you know your history, particularly if you come from a culture where you weren't always given those freedoms, once you have those freedoms, stopping feels like an indulgence. It feels like a disrespect to your ancestors. But Dr. Hersey's actually arguing the reverse. As they say, I and we are our ancestors' wildest dreams. I'm thinking where my family line was 150 years ago. Here I am in a Brooks Brothers style suit, talking to 18,000 plus subscribers and who knows else, all around the world, raising my beautiful Black and brown kids and making a good living and supporting y'all in your revolutionary acts. They wanted to be able to rest, but they couldn't. We have the opportunity to do so now, even if it's, as we talked about in the previous segment, even if it's in micro moments. This, I just scratched the surface in this book, probably my favorite book of the year, hands down. It's, Dr. Hersey, you're doing killer work. The episode from last week plays into this, how to make a peaceful, affordable holiday There's going to be some holidays that you have: Thanksgiving, Christmas, Kwanzaa, Yom Kippur. Pick one. Hanukkah, Diwali, Bye Beach. Like, I can keep going. There's going to be some holidays that you have with your family, not so much chosen family, but with your blood relatives or people that raised you that aren't going to go so well. And there's going to be other ones that go great. Your job is to find a place of peace and rest, no matter what those circumstances are. Even again, if it's just for a moment. Sometimes a moment is all you have, and sometimes a moment is all you need. Be sure to check out last week's episode if you're worried about that particularly. Again, there's a really intense political climate. There's a lot of deep conversations we're probably going to be having during the holidays as things wind up here and wind down here. A little bit of both here in America. I'm entrepreneurial coach Damon Brown. I'm here to help you as a side hustler, solopreneur, otherwise not traditional entrepreneur. You're watching Bring Worth TV every Wednesday at 1:11 p.m. Central Standard Time. Vegas time. You can subscribe for free. How are you feeling as far as your guilt and shame about taking a break? Because that's really key to understanding and resting within a sense of peace of mind and solitude. In other words, that reflectiveness, that stillness, that solitude doesn't really work if you feel guilt, which means internally you feel like you should be doing something else, or if you feel shame, which means you think you're going to be judged because you're not doing something else. Solitude and stillness don't quite work that well in that environment because you're worried about what you should be doing versus just doing what you're doing. How have you dealt with that? Jump into the comments, let me know. I'd love to hear your thoughts. And lastly, when it comes to embracing unlocking the secret to good solitude, finding that stillness, it's about embracing the season that you are in. We're not always going to be in grind mode. We're not always going to be in busy mode. And yet, we can feel like we should be busy all the time. We could feel like we should be grinding all the time. That is actually against the laws of nature. It's starting to get chilly here in Las Vegas, and the coyotes and the squirrels, because I live in the city, all these different folks are just hanging out. And they're like, you know what? It's getting a little nippy outside. Maybe I should go find that cave. Maybe I should wrap up getting these nuts because the nuts are about to run out and I need to get myself together. Maybe I should go and pair up. Right, as the kids say, it's cuffing season. Let me go and get snuggled up right here with another squirrel over here and get ready for the winter because it does get cold here in Las Vegas. What season are you actually in? This year is almost up. Here in America, Thanksgiving's right around the corner, and then the holidays seem to go really fast. So we're like 6 weeks away. I'm going to repeat that. We're 7 weeks away from 2025. It's here. It's here, my guy. It's here, my gal. It's whoever you are, it's here. So whatever you're going to do, you need to put that strategy into place. With this year, it's all been about internal and behind the scenes growth for me. There's a lot of personal changes. You can tell that my office is different. So a lot of personal changes with me. My kids are getting older. My eldest just started going to middle school. Blew my mind. And of course, I remember when he was born. You know, such a crazy journey. As you know, if you're the guardian and or have watched kids grow up. I've been doing a plethora of ghostwriting. If you're interested in my ghostwriting services, feel free to hit me up. Been doing a bunch of that. I've been in demand to help other people shine. While I'm helping other people shine, because I'm used to being on the stage, so while I'm helping other people shine, I'm able to have my own solitude, do my own reflection, build my own base, and think about how I'm going to serve y'all better when I'm on the keynote stage again, which I will be soon. But well, I'll give y'all a heads up when I am. My whole point is that this is that season. This year, and I confidently say, because the year's almost over, for me has been about behind the scenes movement. Nothing sneaky, just I haven't been in the spotlight. I've been getting paid well, making strategic decisions, and building up my business, helping other people behind the scenes. That's what this year has been about. So me pushing to do, let's say, 5 episodes of the show and ramping it up, doing an episode a day, or me saying, yeah, I'm going to do a whole bunch of keynotes, it doesn't match the season. The quiet and the reflectiveness and the support. I have a wonderful therapist and all these things. That's allowed me to be even stronger. Where I'm already looking at 2025. I'm literally making plans for 2025 right now, maybe further. That only came from me embracing this season. What season are you in? 5 years ago in 2019, I was entrepreneur in residence in 2 different organizations at once. I was traveling back and forth from here in Las Vegas back to Toledo, Ohio, to be the entrepreneur in residence at the Toledo Lucas Library Consortium. I forget what it's called, network, one of the biggest in the country. Shout out to them. Shout out to you, Jason, as well as Linda. I miss y'all. And I'm doing keynotes once a week. But my family had already moved here because we were in Ohio area. My family already moved here, flying back and forth. That was the season at the time. That was the season. Passport on pivot. Spending time with my kids and then hopping on a plane. Dropping them off at school and hopping on a plane. This year has been pretty much the opposite of that. I spent so much time with my kids, so much time alone, so much time in quiet and solitude and reflection and reading all these amazing badass books. That's the flavor. So it would be a travesty for me not to embrace that. What season are you in? Is it the season for you to be alone? Is it the season for you to be quiet? If it's a season for you to be loud, for you to be outside, for you to be traveling, for you to be super productive and have all this outward motion, fine, embrace that. But you have to be real about yourself and real to yourself and say, okay, what season am I actually in? How can I make the biggest impact? My biggest impact this year is you. How am I supporting you? In 2019, my biggest impact was how many stages am I getting on? How can I tighten up my keynotes? How can I sell books and build and write new books so that they're supportive of the journey that I'm on? How can I build my coaching practice? Because obviously it's 5 years ago, it was a lot smaller. That was energy at the time. Energy this year, it's in the background. And the more I embrace that this year, the more powerful the results. I can feel the results. Not to sound like an infomercial, but I can feel the results. That comes from embracing the season that I'm in. What season are you in? You can jump into the comments and let me know. Because once you find out, again, kind of like we talked about in the first portion of this conversation, as far as knowing what restores you, knowing what season you're in is just as powerful. Today's show, I am excited. My favorite emotional intelligence questions. I love talking about emotional intelligence, particularly when it comes to us as solopreneurs and particularly non-traditional entrepreneurs. Because when I say non-traditional entrepreneurs, we're usually of a certain ilk. I love that word. Of a certain ilk, of a certain energy that doesn't quite fit the norm. So you could be part of the LGBTQ or queer community, whichever term you prefer. You could be part of a minority group. You could be a person of color. You could be all three. And those different things fall into different ways that our different communities need to be served, different ways that we can show up that allow us to be our full selves, and us working with the startups, with the side hustles, with the things we're creating. Not only are we ideally contributing to having safe spaces and strong places, forget safe, strong spaces for those people, those communities that have not had the support that other communities have had, but also by example, by being a shining star, then we're actually able to give permission and be able to be a light for folks who see themselves in us. Emotional intelligence questions are a big part of it because if you're not part of mainstream culture, if what you're doing is unusual, which look at my resume, you, you got my sympathy and empathy. If you're trying to do something different, and if you're not trying to do something different, then why are you doing it? All of us are trying to do something different, particularly if you're watching this show. That means you're going to have friction. That means you're going to have people not understand where you're coming from. You might have even have hostility or challenges towards you. Because of those particular things, your emotional intelligence for the average entrepreneur might have to be right here. For us, it has to be up here. It has to be. Because there's certain questioning and certain intensity when you are a non-traditional entrepreneur, one. And second of all, when you're trying to do something different. It can be tough to be an entrepreneur as it is. It can be tough to build a side hustle when you're living in the hood and people aren't really respecting or seeing your vision. It could be hard when you're part of this particular group and you want to break from the pack and do something different. There's a different energy to that. You need to have your emotional intelligence on point. I know for my two startups, my 4 TED Talks, one of them on the second stage of the main one up in Vancouver / Whistler, and another one for various TEDx's, even with my best-selling books, and even the ones that didn't sell that well, even more importantly, it required some type of emotional intelligence because the whole time I'm going against the grain. If you're trying to make an impact, you need to be grounded enough to move forward. And you gotta start asking those emotional intelligence questions. Emotional intelligence, very briefly, is how you respond and react to other people based on your whole knowledge of self and knowledge of where other people are coming from. Responding is something that you think about and something that you put forward. It is almost strategic. Reacting is that first initial punch. So sometimes you're going to have a bad reaction to something, but that doesn't mean that you can't have a good response as far as how you're going to handle it. So we're going to talk about those things. And there's 3 main questions that in my coaching practice, I've been a business coach for several years now, probably going on a decade now, almost a decade. And I've coached several hundreds of y'all. In that process, there's 3 questions that I absolutely adore. You've heard some of these in the previous programs. We're going to really go and break it down. We're also going to talk about some of the books and the therapists / teachers that inspired those particular questions. So let's get into the episode. Today's episode, first of all, though, is sponsored by Shortform, the ultimate book reader companion. You guys know I'm a fan of books. I have my new office. So I have little books there, right by a picture of my grandmother, rest in peace. But I have books all behind me. I have books in my other office. I have books all over the place. Even for me, bibliophile, I think is the term, books serve a really big part of my identity and how I'm able to really do the work that I care about. And so Shortform has been a great partner. I'm going to go and show you some of the stuff that they do. It comes down to 2 basic things. For Shortform, they're really good at encapsulating the big ideas within long books. I'm really into long books, and my books are very long. I just showed you a very long book of mine. I think that book's like 70,000 words. So finding these big ideas and breaking it down. The second thing it does is it allows you to go deeper into the books you already love. So a good instance, and I've shared this before, is with 48 Laws of Power. Shout out to Robert Greene. Hope you're doing well. One of my favorite books. And I remember I was doing an episode earlier this year, and I wanted to highlight one of the laws of power that came to mind. Law of Power book, which should be on your bookshelf, is huge. It's like this thick. It's like 2 inches thick. Might be longer, but 2 inches thick. Really heavy book, like physically heavy book. I lent it to somebody, never gave it back. A really good use of power, I might add. And I think I might have had the audiobook. It was too much. The book itself is like literally hundreds of thousands of words. It's a thick book. What was that particular law? I went on here, they had the law right there. And one of my favorite laws, don't isolate yourself. Never isolate yourself when you come under pressure. It just cuts you off from information you need and people who could help you. And when real danger arises, you won't see it coming. Instead, make a point of being outgoing. Contact with others increases your power. Now, I'm an introvert. I talked about that in last week's episode about solitude. So I'm a solitude advocate, but I have a big connection with other people, particularly in the groups that I'm involved in. Great example of that as far as number one, it being a great rule. But number two, I didn't have to go through the entire thing. And it's beyond just the old school Cliff Notes, which as a middle-aged person, you might remember Cliff Notes. It's well beyond Cliff Notes. I was never a fan of that. No shot at Cliff Notes. But it breaks it down detailed enough, even with the sidebars, to talk about it. So number one, if you have a massive bookshelf like I do, or you have these really heavy books and you need to do immediate research, like when you have a show every week, then this comes in handy. The second thing is that it actually allows you to go deeper into a particular thing. So let's look at my guy, Robert Greene again. Sorry, my internet's running a little bit slow today. There we go. Robert Greene. Right. So, and talk about prolific. And they're all really good books. Mastery's fantastic, et cetera, et cetera. But then you see the podcasts. And you see the podcast episodes. And then there's actually more than this if you click view all. But so you can go deeper into that. So you could say, I love Robert Greene's book, and or I love all of his work. I want more of it. You can go on here and it's like a whole web of it. Even citing articles from HBR, so Harvard Business Review, or Inc. Magazine, which is where I've been a columnist for a little while, et cetera, et cetera. It cites those things too. So it's a great resource. They have a good exclusive plan for, good exclusive plan for Bring Your Worth TV watchers and listeners, if you happen to be listening. It's a free trial, so check it out, give it a spin. Just go to shortform.com/Damon, or you can go ahead and sign up if you want to go get it going, and it's 20% off. It's a good deal. So I would suggest you take advantage of it. I don't know how long we're going to have in this deal, but we ended up partnering earlier this year. Thank you again for Shortform for coming through. All right, so today we're going to talk about my favorite emotional intelligence questions. Question number one. If you had a magic wand, shout out to Wicked, in theaters everywhere soon. If you had a magic wand, what would you do or have? If you had a magic wand, what would you do or have? This actually came from my first therapist. I want to respect the privacy, so I'm not going to mention their name. But it was a wonderful person. They were African-American, just like I am, and they were a guy. So it's a male African-American therapist. Actually reminded me of my father's, because I have a stepfather as well as a biological father. I mention that because it's really key, as far as it doesn't mean that your therapist, whoever you connect with, has to look exactly like you or be of your culture. But it certainly does help. And there's an amazingly dearth, I think that's the word, lack of African-American therapists, particularly African-American male therapists. So I lucked the hell out. So very, very thankful for him. Shout out to you. I hope you're doing wonderful wherever you are. And I was having a hard time. He said, if you had a magic wand, what would you do or have? This question is powerful. Before I get into why this question matters so much, I got to shout out Dr. Charmaine Jackman with one of my favorite t-shirts. Yes, I wear it to family reunions. Get you a therapist. You can get the t-shirt. It's available. I think it's still available now. I got it earlier this year. The link is right there. Just go to innopsych.com. The link is right there. Check it out. It's not even a referral or nothing. I just rock with Dr. Jackman's work, and particularly with this shirt. So thank you, Dr. Jackman. I appreciate that. Why it matters so much as far as with this question, if you had a magic wand, what would you do or have? It matters for two big reasons. Number one, it's able to help you uncover your desires. Because sometimes if we, when I was in actually it wasn't grad school, when I was in undergrad, and one of my favorite teachers talked about there being overactive editors and underactive editors. Underactive editors are like sumo wrestlers. They move really slow. And so when you do a piece of writing or you have something that you're going to say, then it's like your brain takes a while to process it. And your stuff might come out kind of weird. And it's like, oh, I should have said it a different way. You ever have that feeling? That's having a slow editor, like a sumo wrestler. Shout out to Japan. You're moving really slow. Having an overactive editor is like having a monkey. That means that as soon as a thought comes into your head, you're over editing it. I have a little bit of both. My background is journalism, so I've tangled with both of these editors in my mind. We often do the same thing with our desires. Before before we even get it to our conscious, it's like, wow, I really would like to be loved for who I am. Let's say a simple thing like that. We could immediately jump in with the voice of our parent or guardian who was super critical, the voice of the public who didn't necessarily have faith in the work that we were doing, and the people around us who misunderstood us, and be like, Damon, no, no one's gonna love you for who you are. Don't even don't even think about that. And so before you know it, poof, it's gone. The magic wand question kind of plays with that because it says, no, actually, you can, let's go into this fantasy world, which isn't really a fantasy world, and say, what exactly would you do or have? And then once that question is answered, then you can go deeper. I remember talking to a client years ago, actually it was a potential client, someone I knew, and they're talking about they had a particular problem. The problem is that they needed money. What do you need money for? Why do you need money to get this thing done? Well, why do you need to get this thing done to go forward with your business? Oh, because da da da. And going layers down, kind of like one of the coaching rules where you ask why 3 to 5 times, right? And come to find out, they needed, and from an ego standpoint, from a security standpoint, they needed to feel legitimate. So to feel legitimate, they had to pay someone X amount of dollars to do this to their product or their service. But actually it wasn't necessary because that was actually insecurity they had. Once you get into the magic wand land, then suddenly it starts to peel away those layers. And it's like, oh, I just want to be happy. Well, what does it require for you to be happy? Well, it requires a lot of money. Well, why does it require a lot of money? Well, because then I can do things for my family. So you don't deserve happiness because you can't do anything for your family that would make them feel happy? Isn't that their duty to make themselves happy, just like you have to make yourself happy? Oh. See, that quickly, it just cuts to the chase. We're really talking about emotional intelligence, not just from a therapy standpoint, as far as people being a therapist. I am not a therapist, just to be clear. I've seen plenty. Not only from a therapist standpoint, but also and a coach standpoint, which I can talk about, but also from the standpoint of healing yourself. You don't need another person to ask these questions. You can ask yourself that question right now. And then you go as deep as you want to go, as deep as you can go. If it's too much for you, if you feel overwhelmed, then find some support. Do that. But these are things that we can actually do on our own too. If we're feeling stuck in our business, we're feeling stuck in our family or personal situation, whatever it is, particularly as solopreneurs, as non-traditional entrepreneurs, as side hustlers. Excuse me, once we get into that space, again, I'm emphasizing the solopreneurship. It's just, this is what you see right now. This is how I work. I work right here at this desk. I don't have a board of directors. At the moment, I don't have a co-founder. I'm just kind of on my own. And so these questions hopefully will help you get to those deeper levels so you can raise up your emotional intelligence. One of the worst things we can do is not ask these tough questions, and then we end up operating on autopilot. I've talked about this in the Complete Bring Your Worth collection, particularly in the very, very first book, The Bite-Sized Entrepreneur, where so many of us are on autopilot because we're being driven by things and we don't recognize what we're being driven by. So the first layer to the question, if you had a magic wand, what would you do or have? It actually allows us to understand our true needs and what we're actually looking for. The second part of it is it helps us face that these things may never happen. You may never get the acceptance from your family. Your product may never be a bestseller or be featured at one of the major big box stores. There's no guarantee of that. My first startup, it was very much a small thing, even though I pushed it really hard, but it helped me get on the stage at TED. My second startup co-founded it with my two co-founders. Hope y'all are doing wonderful. And it became twice in a row in 2014. It twice became the number one app in the world. I put the same amount of effort into both of them. Probably more effort into the first one, to be honest. You just kind of roll the dice. You don't know. And so there's certain things that could fulfill your heart's desire that may never happen. The magic wand thing basically says, all right, it might never happen. Now you can face it because you actually know what those desires are. Such a great question, actually very much informed my early adulthood. So thank you so much to my first therapist. I appreciate you. And of course, the shirt is available from Dr. Jackman. You can find all the links I'm talking about below. If you want to go deeper into these big questions, one of my favorite books of the year, you can tell it's been through some stuff. My kids have already spilled water on it like 3 times. Look at this thing. Ooh, you can tell it's my summer read. Man, shout out to Dr. Kristen Neff. Shout out to you. One of my favorite books of the year. Really simple title, Self-Compassion. It doesn't get any simpler than that. You know, for my generation and for right now, I'd say right before the current era, we talk a lot about self-love. You need to love yourself, give some self-love, da-da-da-da-da. And it's like, no, actually, we need self-compassion. I mean, we love ourselves to a certain extent, but self-compassion is when you screw up. Self-compassion is when you give your best. And to quote James Ingram, you give your best and you guess your best wasn't good enough. You don't make it. I've done 27 books, 2 startups, 4 of the TED Talk-ish things, including some TEDx's. Yeah, I hear you on failure. Kind of how it works. But if we don't let ourselves go outside, we're not gonna play to that next level. And oftentimes, back to the subconscious and unconscious thing, we actually stop ourselves before we start because we're afraid of failing. We're afraid of looking silly or stupid. This actually helped a lot. With all the transition I've had this year, it helped so much as far as understanding where I was coming from. And it plays a lot into that big question. You have to figure out what you need. What are the ways that you can give yourself what you need, no matter what's going on in the outside world? Particularly right now. Ooh, we definitely need some love for sure. Shout out to Self-Compassion. Appreciate your work, Dr. Neff. One of my biggest guides, How to Know Yourself More, a beginner's guide. I get into the Johari window that helps you understand what you know and what other people know about yourself. I get into some of the work of the next person I'm going to talk about, Dr. Brene Brown. I get into understanding your shadow, like all kinds of stuff in there. It's about 3.5 hours. Works well with audio. I think 2 of the episodes in it are live and the rest of them are recorded. If you're taking a long walk, I know we have the holiday season happening here in the United States, beginning with Thanksgiving in a couple weeks. Download it, the audio, take it on the plane with you, whatever. Do your thing. This is really good as far as if you want to do the work, you want to have almost like a masterclass, long form energy with it. It's a popular episode as well. I hope you guys get a lot out of it. So if you had a magic wand, what would you do or have? What would work for you right now? Feel free to jump into the comments if you have something on your mind and there's some type of thing that you would like to make happen. And it might be worth unpacking why exactly you want it to happen. I'm entrepreneurial coach Damon Brown, and here to help you as a side hustler, solopreneur, otherwise a non-traditional entrepreneur. Here every Wednesday at what time? 11 p.m. Just went out my brain. Been doing it for years. Went out my brain. 1:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Vegas time. You can subscribe for free, whether you're on Amazon, LinkedIn, or more importantly, here on the show. If you subscribe to the show and you put on the notifications, it allows me to go ahead and make sure the show continues on. And I know that you guys are rocking with me and you're supporting the show. Today, we're talking about our favorite, or my favorite, emotional intelligence questions. If you had a magic wand, what would you do or have? Is this person doing the very best that they can? Courtesy of Dr. Brene Brown, paraphrase, definitely in my own language.
Is this person doing the very best that they can? It sounds like a really simple question. It sounds very basic. I can't speak for you, but I've been in situations where I've been almost concerned with someone else or even a group of people. Like, it's almost like something being right in your face and you can see it. It's 3D, it's right there. And nobody else around you, or this one person or what have you, or this group, they can't see it. That's when this question comes into play. Because maybe they can't. It reminds me of me being directionally challenged. I have a hard time with directions. I will get lost very easily, even in places that I know. That's just how I'm built. I don't mind sharing it with y'all because if you ever meet me, you'll recognize it right away. But me understanding the emotions and the flow of a room or of a crowd, I'm a keynote speaker, so I do a lot of public speaking. The flow of a crowd, when the energy shifts in a room, I can map it like Magellan. That's just the way my brain works. It's the way my heart works. I've always been like that, according to my parents. So if you're giving me a physical map and saying, "Oh, well, just take a left, take a right, take your left," and then you see the second light, I'll just look like a deer in headlights. But he asked me, "Hey, what was the vibe in that room when you did that speaking engagement the other day, or when you coached that person the other day? How did that go?" You would think I was, Tony Stark's with engineering. We all have our particular strengths and, places where we can grow. And frankly, I'm halfway through my life right now, middle-aged. I could spend the rest of my life trying to get better with maps. I'm only going to increase this much. And I have a pretty healthy ego. I know I'm only going to increase this much. Where other people in my family, you can throw them in the middle of the Death Valley, which isn't too far from here. I live in Las Vegas. Death Valley is probably like 100 miles away, something like that. You can throw them in there. They will come back here and be hanging out at my place. But give them a day or two. Probably survive the whole thing too. I'm not that guy. When you're interacting with other people and you ask this question, is this person doing the very best that they can shout to Dr. Brene Brown, two things happen. The first thing is that you develop empathy, where you're like, oh, wow, this is the best they can do. Wow, that's okay. This is all I'm going to get from them. This isn't going to, again, you see the pattern here. If you heard the first question, this is the second question. This is the best they can do. This isn't going to change anytime soon. This is it. They're maxed out. I've had a long time family car, and someone's pulling up in a Ferrari. I could be pushing my baby as hard as I want to. Ferrari's just gonna tap on the gas, and I'm in the dust trail. We all have our Ferrari moments, and we all have our family car moments. That's just kind of how it works. But that leads to the second part of it. First thing is like having empathy, where it's like, oh, that's all you can do, and believing it, which is as cynical as I can be sometimes. That's hard. Believing it, that's the best that someone can do. When someone shows you who they are, believe them. That's part of that saying. The second part is that you begin to drop judgment. Because what happens is that you realize you're judging them based on what you can do. You're judging them based on what you can do. I have 2 degrees in journalism. So if we're going to talk writing, I can talk writing all day. Yeah. If you put me in front of a toilet and say, fix it, it's like maybe 4 or 5 things I can do just because I've been a homeowner. It's like 5 things I can do with a toilet. But you put me against someone from the Plumbers Academy or something, they're going to run circles around me.
But that's like them getting mad at me, or me getting mad at them because they can't write a 45-minute keynote. It doesn't match up. When those things don't match up, then we have the opportunity to actually show up as our kindest self. And that's what we really want to do, right? If someone is incapable of doing something, we first have to recognize and accept that they're not capable of doing it, that they're doing their best. Number two, we can't measure them or judge them based on what we can do. When you say it out loud, it makes no sense. Why would we judge somebody else based on what we can do? They're different people for a reason. This question, I think, gets to the heart of it. And as you tell, it's one of my favorite questions. I love Brene Brown's work. This is, I think, exemplary of what a lot of her work boils down to. The question is actually from Rising Strong, my favorite book from Brene Brown. There's like two of her later books I have not read yet. So as of right now, this is my favorite book. I've read it several times. Like I have in like 5 different formats. But I do not have a physical copy on me. Go figure. But of course, it's available on all your platforms. And I got the link below for y'all. Fantastic book. It comes from the Teddy Roosevelt quote about the man in the arena. And it doesn't matter how many times someone falls. The question is how they rise strong. When you fall on your face, when you're embarrassed, when you have shame and guilt. Shame means you feel like other people are judging you based on your actions. Guilt means that you're judging yourself because you feel like you screwed up. How do you get back up? Knowing that you might end up in the dirt again. That's where the quote comes from. The whole quote is in the book, as well as so much great insight from Dr. Brown. Fantastic stuff. If you want to learn more about her work, this is becoming arguably the most popular episode of Bring Your Worth on the whole channel. Brene Brown's Secret to Accepting Difficult People. I break down what I'm talking about in the quote. Is a person doing the very best that they can. Sounds like it's resonated with a lot of people that have been coming through the show. If you have not watched it, out of all of these, be sure and watch this episode. It's only like 6-7 minutes long, but it seems like a lot of you are getting a lot out of it. There's also a whole discussion that you'll see in the comments about people in their own situations, and you might be able to get something from it. If you don't go a lot deeper, Begin Emotional Intelligence, Brene Brown for Beginners, about 45 minutes long. It includes the aforementioned episode about difficult people, as well as a lot of other stuff when I've covered Brene Brown on this channel. I think you guys would really appreciate that, particularly if you're tuning in to today's show. My entrepreneurial coach, Damon Brown, here to help you as a side hustler, solopreneur, otherwise a non-traditional entrepreneur. You're watching Bring Your Worth TV, Wednesdays live, 1:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Vegas time. You can subscribe for free and grab my latest book, the complete Bring Your Worth collection. And of course, you can listen to the audiobook right now. Well, after we finish talking on the show. It's about 8 hours long, and it includes, I think, seven books, including some bestsellers in there. So it really is a gift to y'all. When was the last time you were in a situation and you didn't treat someone well, or you cut off a relationship, or what have you? Or you judged someone? Forget cutting off. Sometimes it happens. You judged someone because they weren't at the level that you were at. How much would this question have changed how you operated? Are there certain ways that you could have supported that person once you accepted that that was the best that they can do? Things kind of change once we throw judgment out the window. So is this person doing the very best that they can? Powerful question, one of my favorites. This is a big one. If this experience were to last forever, what quality would have to emerge for me to have peace of mind? Dr. Michael Bernard Beckwith. If this experience were to last forever, ever, what quality would have to emerge for me to have peace of mind? That's Dr. Michael Bernard Beckwith.
Fantastic question, one of my favorites. You'll see it in my book, Career Remix, as well as, I want to say, the original Bites as Entrepreneur. Is in one of those. But Original Bites as Entrepreneur, of course, is in my latest book, The Complete Bring Your Worth Collection. Listen, this is one of my favorite questions, and it appeared in several of my business books because it gets to the heart of something. There's going to be certain things that are never going to change. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. And what Dr. Beckwith is saying is that you're going to have to find your way on this lovely green earth without necessarily getting what you want, how you want, in the way that you want. That's what it is. It's not cynicism. It's not even realism. It just is. Because the faster you get on that journey, as far as acceptance, the more you see the other opportunities that you have. First element of this is finding peace wherever you are. So, particularly in the last year or two, particularly here in America and some other places abroad, the amount of changes and adaptations, and even look at the past 5 years. Think about the past 5 years, wherever you are in the world. How much things have changed? Amazing. How much we survived, how much we continue to survive, how many people have passed. Let's keep it real. There needs to be a level of grounding that happens because the world is not going to stay the same. As much as doing the work of this show, doing the work of the 27 books, doing the coaching, what motivates me is creating a better world. I also recognize that probably within my lifetime, that work will not be done, which might as well say that work will be never done, at least within my lifespan. So you have to find comfort in that the world's always going to evolve. And it might not go in the way that you like. Does that mean you stop doing the work? Does that mean you stop showing up? Were you doing the work just because you thought you'd quote unquote win? Because things aren't going in your favor, that's reason enough for you not to make the world better for the next group of people or things that are here? If that's enough, then it becomes a question of how committed are you to this part of the journey and why were you doing it? This isn't meant as a judgment towards you or even towards myself. So I definitely have felt that way sometimes. But what he's forcing you to do is to look beyond the right now. I can't go forward because this hasn't happened yet. I can't go forward because this person hasn't changed their mind. I can't go forward because this group won't get out of my way. Is that all it takes? You're just going to be miserable then, huh? If this thing were to last forever, what would you need to facilitate, to bring in, to talk about, to create, to have peace? And I don't think he's talking about giving up. Sometimes we put so much power into other people, other organizations, other groups, and say they took this from us. Well, now they did, because we gave it to them. It wasn't tooken, pardon my English, but it wasn't tooken until we said it was tooken. Someone can take your joy? You kind of have to give it to them. Not saying it's easy, but so many of these things that feel like black and white, that feel like either or, that feel like they've taken us away. We really, once we say that, we've kind of given it away. What do you actually have control over? That's what, in my opinion, what Dr. Beckwith is saying. Zero in on what you have control over. I control my mind, my heart. I have limited control over my family as far as guiding them. I have some control over this channel. I have control over what I'm going to write. I have control over what I'm not going to write. I have control over what I'm going to eat, how I'm going to take care of myself, how I'm going to rest. I have control about what I'm going to ingest. I have control over how much I look at social media. Done whole episodes on that. And I'm just going off the top. I'm just spitballing here. There's so many things that we actually have control over. And when we're spiraling, having a difficult time, overwhelmed, disappointed, angry, I've been all those things this year. I'm not trying to judge you. I'm speaking from experience. We have a choice. We can either say these things need to change, or I'm not going to have peace. Or we can say I can cultivate my peace by doing these things that I actually have control over. It's always a choice. Fantastic follow-up to this. The Body Keeps the Score by, I always screw up his name, Dr. Bezel van der Kolk. Bezer van der Kolk respects your work. And he's still around doing his thing. In fact, I know some folks are trying to get to his seminars. Good luck getting to his seminars. I heard he's very popular these days. Fantastic book. I've heard about this book for years. You've probably heard this little quote, Body Keeps Score, etc. It comes from this. This is not light reading. It is heavy. My kids wanted to read this because I'll read out loud to them. I was like, I'm not reading this out loud to you at all. There's a lot of trauma-informed things in here, as they say, a lot of intense stuff that talks about. So, buckle up if you're going to read this one. But it's a fantastic book that talks about how what we don't deal with appears in other forms, usually in the physical form. When we say we're over it, we're not really over it, the body keeps the score. It knows you're not over it. So this ties into Dr. Beckwith's work in question, I believe, in that he's not saying if this situation were to last forever, then you would have what would it be required for you to have peace? What he's saying is that what would be required to have real peace? As one of my mentors says, you can go ahead and say you're over it, but did you let it go? Some of us, including me, have a hard time with that. This is a great warning to say, yo, if you're saying you let it go, you didn't really let it go. It's not like it goes anywhere. Fantastic book. Read it, as you can tell, from cover to cover, and dog-eared the heck out of it. Please go ahead and read it if you're interested in some of the, I think they call it a psychosomatic. It's a connection between the psyche and soma being the body, psychosomatic connection. I nerd out on it. I think y'all would appreciate it as well. And 4 ways to self-sabotage, beginner's guide. Worth checking out as far as you understanding how you can be better towards yourself, how you can be more honest with yourself, and getting into these 3 questions we talked about today, how you can actually raise your emotional intelligence without destroying yourself. And I think it's such an important part of the journey. All right, today's show, let go of perfection. This is a big one. When it comes to perfectionism, I know and care about a lot of people who are perfectionists, and often it's a fear of not being good enough. And that's really where it comes from. It comes from a place of, I don't know if I belong here. Now, some people have categorized that nowadays as imposter syndrome, as in you start to get success, but you believe that you're faking it and that you're going to get found out. Some people have put that as feeling guilt or shame, which we'll get into a little bit in this episode, as well as some of the people and the leading psychologists and other folks who specialize in this idea. But the result is often that we feel like we're below our actual potential. So today we're going to talk about 4 questions you can ask to address your own perfectionism, why being perfect is overrated, it really is, and also how we can move forward and be in a better place, particularly as a creator, to do that. So let's dig into the program. If you have any questions, comments, feedback, even if you disagree with some of the stuff that I'm saying, jump into the comments. Let me know what's happening over there. And today's episode is sponsored by Shortform, the ultimate book reader companion. You can get a free trial or 20% off now at shortform.com/Damon, Damon.
Let me throw it on stage here. There we go. I love what technology works. This is short form. This is actually my short form account. I use short form for two different things. The first thing I use short form for is that I have it's a very small piece of my catalog. I recently moved offices. I have like 5, 6 times as many books as I have behind my big head over there. You can see it behind my shoulder. Sometimes there's massive books that I have, literally physically massive. Again, like the 48 Laws of Power, which you see right here, huge books. And there's one particular passage or one particular idea that I want from them. I'm doing one of my live shows, what have you, and I need it right away. What are you going to do? This gives you an opportunity to get that information very quickly. So one, as far as the archivist, even if it's books that you already have, then you're able to go through and get the information quickly. Secondly, if there's books that you're actually interested in, then not only can you go deeper into the essence of that book, but you can actually see the things related to it. So for instance, the 48 Laws of Power here, that's done by my guy, Robert Greene. So we'll do Robert Greene. And then you have his beautiful books there. But then you also have the podcasts that he's been on, specific podcast episodes. See, there he is right there, as well as major articles from HBR, Harvard Business Review, or other platforms like that. For someone who researches books, again, the Complete Bringworth collection is my 27th book, so I'm one of those book nerds. So I'm constantly researching and looking into things. If you're working on articles, a lot of y'all that I coach are journalists. So if you're researching this thing, if you're grant writers, respect out to y'all. If you're doing anything that requires research, it will find the core of that book, have it available for you quickly, and then have all the information that's connected to that book or that author. So now you don't have to scrub through all the podcasts and find out, well, what else did Robert Greene say? Or when was he talking about the 48 Laws of Power? They're literally right here and it connects directly to them. I have a limited time offer that I was able to get for Bring Your Worth TV listeners and watchers like yourself. It's available. I think it's a free trial. I want to say for 30 days, something like that, 30 to 60 days. I believe it's a month, might be more. And then it's going to be 20% off if you decide to get involved. Please go and check it out. Not only would you be supporting the channel, but also you'd be able to get a lot more of your work done more efficiently. So thanks again to Short Form for sponsoring the show. All right, so let's talk about it. Letting go of perfection. It really begins with understanding yourself and understanding why you feel a certain way about when you create and when you feel that pause to say, you know what, I'm not good enough for this, or what I did isn't good enough, and I'm going to stay in this position. I found that in the people that I've coached and people that I even care about that deal with perfectionism, it often creates a pause. But it's a pause that really shouldn't be there. It's like you're about to ship something, and you're like, it's not quite good enough. You're about to apply for that position or that role. You're about to do that startup. I'm not quite ready. So many of us, and I have my master's, so I'm not judging anybody that does the higher education. But part of perfectionism is feeling like you always have to keep getting more and more validity and more acceptance and more credentials. So, you know, folks that have like 3 PhDs and all those things, but they haven't actually been in the workforce, or they haven't actually created anything. They've just been studying it. At a certain point, to be frank, all of us run out of time. That could be part of perfectionism as well. So we're going to get into 4 questions you can ask yourself to work on your perfectionism, as well as give a smattering of books, of course. Shout out to Short Form. A smattering of books, many of them that are available on Short Form, as well as some previous Bring Your Worth episodes that would apply to it. Before, I totally forgot. I can tell I'm on some other stuff right now. Today is the 400th episode. So it's been 400 episodes, almost 4 years of hanging out with me hanging out with you, 18,000 plus subscribers and all that. Thank you so much for the love and support. You know, back in 2020, December of 2020, it was the equinox. And I guess that's not the equinox. I guess it's the winter solstice. So it was like December 19th, 20th or something like that when I started. Thank you so much for the love And I so appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. So 400 episodes. And the tough thing is that if you're kind of stuck in a loop of perfectionism, you're not going to make it as far as getting that far. It's like you're so focused on making sure that things are perfect or correct. And if you go through the 400 episodes, plenty of content. I'm sure it's like 2 months worth of episodes now, if you just played it straight on YouTube or what have you. They are far from perfect. And I won't even bring up some of those things. Speaking of shame and guilt, ways that I've screwed up this channel. But yet, we survived. And you guys hung in there with me. And so many of us expect other people to think that we're perfect, when in reality, they just want to see us thrive and to do the very best that we can. So the first question, one other thing too. Sorry, see, I'm all over the place today. I talked about perfectionism in today's newsletter. I have a newsletter at joindamon.me. Why perfect is overrated. I really enjoyed writing this for you guys. It's a really short essay talking about that. It's part of my weekly newsletter available at joindamon.me, or you can just click the link below. And that would also help support the channel. You'll find out what's going on with me, special coaching tools, and other things that are exclusively available there. But it goes deeper into the conversation. So the first question you want to ask yourself is, and let me go ahead and take this down to make sure there's enough room, because this is a long question. So I want to make sure that you guys can see the whole thing. Suddenly I got to ask it. When you feel like you aren't doing enough, are you feeling guilt or shame? When you feel like you're not doing enough, are you feeling guilt or shame? We can take a step back here, and for a lot of us, we get guilt and shame mixed up. We think they're the same. They're actually not. And this definition comes from Dr. Brene Brown, as well as some other people, but Brene Brown is the main definition that I use. Guilt is when you feel like you should be doing something, either something better, or more likely you should be taking some type of action, but you're not. So it's an internal judgment to say, yeah, I should have hit the gym this morning, but I didn't. I feel guilty about that. That's a simple example. It's usually internal. Shame actually is the opposite of that. Shame is when you feel like you should have done something, or perhaps done something better, and you're afraid other people are going to judge you. It's an external instrument. As you might imagine, with guilt and with shame, guilt can eat you up quite a bit, but shame is really, really corrosive. And it's corrosive in the sense of you're actually giving away your power. And there's always going to be, 8 billion people in the world, if not already, right? If not soon. So 7.5, 8 billion people in the world. I don't care if you're the biggest superstar on the planet, have all the money on the planet. You imagine some of the people I'm thinking about. Those insecurities as far as what other people think will continue to haunt you. You can have the most beautiful person that you're married to or going out with or whatever. You can have beautiful kids, beautiful house, straight up, talking heads. This is not my beautiful wife. This is not my beautiful house. You can go through that spiral, be through the opposite of that. And if you are conducting from a place of shame, then whatever you do is never going to be good enough, because there's always going to be someone who might have an opinion. And sometimes they're actually going to have a point where you could have done better if you had different resources or had a different perspective. And sometimes that's true. But when we're run by shame, we allow that to eat us up inside. And that's what makes it so difficult to work with that, There you go. My shift came from my mentor. You're okay is everyone else is fantastic. You're okay, as in you're pretty good, is everyone else is fantastic. And that would shift you. I remember us talking about, thank you for the feedback. You're pretty good, just okay, is everyone else is fantastic. So often the measuring stick that we have, particularly if we're dealing with perfectionism, and I don't consider myself a perfectionist, but I definitely have been in that arena where I've suddenly caught myself where it's redoing something for the umpteenth time, not uploading a video for y'all, not wanting to go on live because my hair isn't perfect, like whatever. We've all dealt with those types of things. If you're not dealing with those types of things, you might not be pushing yourself enough. But if you are feeling those things, you might be going into new territory, which is where the insecurity might come from. But it's important to know if you're feeling bad because you have a higher standard for yourself, guilt, or if you're feeling bad or perfectionist about it because you're afraid that other people are going to judge you. Again, the most corruptive perfectionism, and the one that I've seen in my coaching clients and even folks that I've interacted with, the most difficult one is when it's built around shame. Because you really have to tame the beast. Because there's literally always going to be other people's opinions. I probably deal with guilt more than shame, so that's a little bit easier. Where it's like, oh, okay, well, Damon, you can adjust your standard. And then that kind of calms you down. Meditation, other things I talked about in recent previous episodes, episodes on transition, other things. A lot of the links are below. You can just subscribe right now and see the recent episodes right before this 400th one. That actually helps you get grounded. If you're dealing with shame, though, that means that you have to kind of call back those voices and find out where they're coming from. And sometimes those voices are coming from, the way we were raised. They're coming from an intense criticism that cut us deep when we were in elementary school. I still remember some of those criticisms when my kids are 8 and 11. I still remember some of those criticisms that some of the less nice teachers said to me. And that was decades ago, as you can tell by my gray hair. So sometimes those voices actually aren't our own. We just internalize them. And often that ends up representing where shame comes from. A good example to go deeper into this is Brene Brown, Dr. Brene Brown, be respectful here. Her first book, The Gifts of Imperfection. This is a lesser known one because her next book, I want to say, was Rising Strong. Was it Daring Greatly? I think Daring Greatly was her second book. And that's when, she took off. That's around the time I went to my first TED and saw her speak in person, blew my mind. So this is before everything took off. A classic, old school one. It's right in the title, The Gifts of Imperfection. Why being perfect and having things perfect is overrated. It's so important to have this part of the conversation, particularly as I've talked about, I'm a parent. And so I'm having those conversations with my boys darn near every day, definitely weekly, as far as they get out into the quote unquote real world, as that feedback starts to come in, separating their internal standard and their personal best from what other people might do or say. And sometimes that shame isn't imaginary. Sometimes people are actually being privileged. I dealt with that a lot recently, and I had to do my own check-in of myself and be like, this person's opinion or this organization's opinion does not define me. This book is into that and more. Definitely check it out. I think all of Dr. Brown's books are classic. My personal favorite is Rising Strong, but this one is also a classic as well. And of course, talking about Dr. Brown, not me, but her. I'm not a doctor yet. What's the difference between shame and guilt? It gets a lot deeper into what I just broke down for y'all. Definitely worth checking out. And I think that might give some insight as far as that's concerned. If you're dealing with perfectionism, or if you consider that you're a perfectionist, do you feel like you're dealing more with guilt, which is feeling like you should do more in an internal way, or more dealing with shame, where you're afraid that you're going to be found out, that you're not doing as much as you think you should be? Let me know in the comments. Even if you're watching the replay, go and throw something in there. I think it's really important to kind of figure out where that's coming from. I think that's key to dealing with perfectionism. So the first question, when you feel like you aren't doing enough, are you feeling guilt or shame? I'm entrepreneurial coach Damon Brown, here to help you as a side hustler, solopreneur, or otherwise a non-traditional entrepreneur. You're watching Bring Your Worth TV live on Wednesdays at 1:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Vegas time. You can subscribe for free. You can grab the new book, The Complete Bring Your Worth Collection, available wherever fine books are sold. And you can also listen to the audiobook on your favorite platform, including Spotify, and listen to it right here for free. And you can catch some of the recent episodes on Spotify and check it out. Yeah. And Recovering Perfectionist Profitability Guilt. Yeah. And I think it's really, I appreciate that. And I think it's important to kind of separate what those two feelings are, because then you can address them in a deeper way, as we'll talk about in other questions. Thank you so much for your comment. All right, so today we're talking about How to Let Go of Perfectionism live Q&A. Again, jump in the comments. Let us know how you're feeling about that and how you're dealing with your own perfectionism. So next question is, when was the last time you were proud of something you created? When was the last time you were proud of something that you created? As creators, as entrepreneurs, as business leaders, even as far as, again, back to parenting and other things, there's so much emotional labor. If we care, there's so much emotional labor that we put into the work that we're doing and leadership that we're doing. How often do we say, hey, Damon, talking to myself, I did a really good job. I showed up as best as possible. How often does that happen? I found that when we kind of get lost in the throes of perfectionism, psychiatrists often talk about voices, not as far as psychiatric, but voices as far as the voice in our head. And there's always a dialogue in our head if you think about it. That's why meditation and other things are so important. Walking long distances, taking long showers, taking a bath, whatever it is that gets you into that zone, taking a nap, because then we're able to separate the voice in our head from our true feelings. It becomes the voices in our head that are saying, yeah, Damon, you screwed up. They tend to be a lot louder than the ones that said, hey, Damon, you showed up really well. Good job. Often it could be lopsided to one particular thing. So when we talk about when's the last time you're proud of something you created, it requires not only pausing and giving yourself flowers, as they say nowadays, to a recent action or even a past action that you did, but it also requires hearing that voice that says you did a good job. And that has to be turned up more than the one that says you screwed up. Because personally, the one that says I screwed up, and I have a solid ego too, but that can yell pretty loud. I'm like, why are you so loud? Yes, I know I screwed up the video. Yes, I know I could have said something nicer in that instance. Yes, I know that I sent that out and it had 3 different errors in it. Yes, I'm aware of that. Yes. As someone said recently, and I wish I can remember who said it over the last few years. It's like, have you tried? I think it might have been Pema Chodron, the monk who I talk about quite a bit on this channel. I think it was something to the effect of, you tried beating yourself up to become a better person. It seems like that didn't work out. How about you try the other way? Actually give yourself love. It's the same exact argument. We beat ourselves up, we do the self-flagellation, all this stuff because we think that's gonna take us to the next level. Sometimes we do need to be hard on ourselves and show up. Again, this is the 400th episode. I can't thank you guys more, but I had to be hard on myself to show up 400 times. This through a pandemic and little kids and all kinds of personal stuff going on. So sometimes you have to be tough on yourself, but that doesn't mean you have to beat yourself up. Those are 2 separate things. Discipline is different than criticizing yourself. Discipline is saying, I'm going to show up for you guys at 1:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Vegas time, live on Wednesdays as much as physically possible. I'm going to do bonus episodes on Sunday. I'm going to do shorts. All the things that are available at bringyourworth.tv. Again, you can subscribe below. But the proof is in the pudding. I've showed up for y'all consistently. That's discipline. When I miss an episode or it doesn't work out as well as I thought, then that's when I need to be really careful. That's when it's like, okay, we can go into criticism territory. Me beating myself up because I missed an episode or it didn't go as well, or my mic was messed up and I didn't realize it, or I realized it was spinach in my teeth, whatever the vibe is, that's not going to help get us there. What will help us get us there, though, is saying, I had pride. I was happy. I was thankful that I was able to show up in this particular way. I did it. As I talk about in my newsletter, the link is below, and I mentioned it earlier in the show. You can read it at joindamon.me. There's been so many major transitions I've been through, and frankly, so many people I love have been through a ton of transitions too. It just seems to be that year of transitions.
As I talked about the newsletter, the amount of seasons that are changing, it seems like we're between seasons, and everything feels like it's in transition. Many of us would not make those 3, 4, in my case, 5 different transitions simultaneously that I went through this year would not be possible if I didn't have gratitude and recognize how well I showed up. Even if it wasn't as well as I wanted it to be, it was my personal best. That comes down to creating, that comes down to leadership, that comes down to any endeavor that requires some level of discipline. That's what I'm getting at. If you're going to have that discipline, you need to be gentle with yourself and actually congratulate yourself when you are able to show that discipline. And it might not be to the level that you want, but it might be the best that you can do at this moment. If you want to go deeper into this idea, one of my favorite books by one of my favorite people, The War of Art by Steven Pressfield. Hope you're doing wonderful, Steven. Hope you're doing well. Fantastic book. You can see the dog ears and it's turning brown. It's gonna be my complexion in a second. This book is old. I've had it for at least a dozen years. One of my favorite books of all time. Break through the blocks and win your inner creative battles. Steven talks about quite a bit in here, but it's extremely simple. It's really big type, so it's not a really long book. I want to say it's 120 pages. What am I talking about? It's not even that. You can read it in the afternoon. I like to savor it. I probably read it about once a year or so. He has this argument saying that there's something called the resistance. The resistance is basically saying that voice, going back to voices, that voice in your head that's saying, yeah, you're not good enough. You need a little bit more accreditation. You need a little bit more work, and you're not ready for the public. You're nowhere near the level of these other people who are really the masters at the game. And as you can imagine, his argument is saying, no, actually, you have to fight through that resistance because the resistance is lying. Masters become masters because they do the work. They put their behind in the seat. That's it. And I'm middle-aged. His book writing career didn't really start until he was a little bit younger than me. And he's pretty well known now if you're familiar with art and creating and you know the work of Elizabeth Gilbert with Big Magic and some of the older The Artist's Way by Julia Cameron. Like, this is in that fashion. And he's one of the leaders in that discussion now, for sure. And I've talked with the guy, like he's on that level. What's brilliant about it, though, is that to be able to find and clarify how you're going to impact the world and how you're going to serve the world at not a young age, that's a different vibe. I think he might have wrote this when he was like 40. The amount of wisdom in here is incredible. And here's to having a life well lived. So shout out to you, Mr. Pressfield. As you know, I love your work. Fantastic book you should have on your shelf. Out of all the books that I recommend here, this one is probably the best one if you're feeling stuck in the energy about it. And exactly, it's in the practice. It's in the practice of doing the work. That's how you become better. And you may never master what it is. I don't plan on mastering, 400 episodes in, I don't plan on mastering hanging out with y'all, or I'm a keynote speaker. I've done a few TED Talks. I'm nowhere near a master at doing those. But that's not the point. How many things do you want to venture at and then you get it perfect when you do it the first time? What's after perfection? Sounds pretty boring to me. If you want to watch a video that talks about this even more, it's about consistency, the practice, as the comment says. Watch this now, live Q&A. This was probably at the top of the center somewhere, I want to believe. And it's about how to be consistent. And yeah, there's a lot of good tips in there. I'm really proud of this particular episode because something that I talk to a lot of my coaching clients as well as a lot of y'all that watch the show about how to show up consistently. Again, we're episode 400 today. So, please listen to some of that advice. And a lot of that advice actually doesn't come from me,
from the Stephen Pressfields and the Elizabeth Gilberts and the people that I honor as far as being wonderful mentors, whether I know them personally, like Stephen, or don't know them personally. I appreciate all of y'all on the journey. So when was the last time you were proud of something you created? Let us know in the comments. Jump in. It might have been a while ago, or it might have been something earlier today. Even if you don't comment right now, just go through that process, because that question will help you realize how loud those critical voices are versus those ones that really just want you to be better, to show up consistently. I'm entrepreneurial coach Damon Brown. I'm here to help you as a side hustler, solopreneur, otherwise a non-traditional entrepreneur. This is Bring Your Worth TV. Wednesdays, 1:11. What time is it? 1:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Vegas time. You can catch it on mess load of platforms right now. But if you want to subscribe to the main base here, you can subscribe right below at youtube.com/BrownDamon or just at bringyourworth.tv. And of course, the Complete Bring Your Worth collection is available now. You can also listen to some select live shows on Spotify. You can expect more of that over there. And that's become a really fun platform so far to work with. Today we're talking about, excuse me, how to let go of perfectionism. And when is the last time you were proud of something you created? What past failure are you still replaying in your head? What past failure are you still replaying in your head? This is a heavy one. As I mentioned, I've gone through a lot of transitions, particularly this year. And if you're going through transitions, you're not going to be perfect at all. The transition just essentially is another word for chaos, because you don't have your grounding yet. A lot of our perfectionist tendencies tend to come up or get amplified when we're going through a new area that we're actually, quiet as kept, we're actually not supposed to know. We're not supposed to go through a transition perfectly. We're not supposed to have this tough conversation perfectly. We're not supposed to get into this new role perfectly. We're not supposed to do that. Now, if that's our criteria, then yes, we're going to be sorely disappointed. So when we're talking about perfectionism, we're really talking about idealism. In an ideal world, in this vacuum, I would operate in this way. If I already knew that was going to happen, I would operate this way. Well, of course you would have, as any sane person would. But you didn't know. You didn't have all the answers. Listen, if you had all the answers, it wouldn't be a transition. Because it wouldn't be anything new. Therefore, it's literally logically impossible for you to have all the answers. Because if you're doing the same old stuff, then it's not a transition. It's not anything new about it. So when we dwell on what past failure are you still replaying in your mind, when we're dwelling on those past failures, it's often our inability to recognize our own idealism, to realize I'm beating myself up over a situation that I have very little control over. I'm self-flagellating, which is hitting yourself with a whip or whatever. Like, I'm hurting myself, proverbially, not literally. If you're literally doing that, please get a therapist. But if you're doing that psychologically to yourself, if you're hurting yourself, if it's often based on these high expectations, these, I would argue, unrealistic expectations that you're going to show up a certain way that was near to impossible to show up as. I have stuff from my childhood where I'm like, oh, I could have handled that better. I'm like, I was 4. Like, doesn't make any sense. I did, and likely you did, whatever seemed reasonable based on the resources and the knowledge you had at the time. You did whatever seemed reasonable based on the resources and knowledge you had at the time. Perfectionism and trying to make things perfect plays a game with us. It's ethereal, liminal, abstract idea that we're supposed to live up to. But that's not why we're here. That's why we get into the guilt versus shame. Guilt is saying, I should have showed up a certain way. Why didn't I show up that way? Shame is saying, I didn't show up that way and everybody knows it. Now I can't show my face. In either case, then that's when the compensation starts. When we start trying to overcompensate for so-called past failures. I remember interacting with someone. I'll keep the names out of it. I remember interacting with someone and them saying, well, I don't feel guilt or shame because I'm over that. And it's a shame that other people do. And myself and other people that interact with this person all kind of looked at each other and like, oh, you just revealed. I used to play poker. We're just from Atlantic City. You just revealed your cards, right? It's like playing Uno with all the cards upside down or right side up. It's like, oh, you really feel a level of guilt or shame to the level where you can't even admit that you feel those things. That's some deep work. Not from a place of judgment. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that if we feel this guilt or this shame, or both, you can feel both, around a past failure or sometime we weren't able to live up to the expectations we had in our head or that we felt like other people had for us, then overcompensation starts. I did a recent episode around summertime. It's all in the links about accepting your shadow and understanding your shadow side. It gets into that. Dr. Brene Brown's work gets into that. Whatever we don't reveal, we can't really heal. And we don't have to reveal it to other people, but we do need to work on our stuff. And if we don't work on our stuff, I guess you could say our stuff will work on us. And I remember having this moment with this person and with other people that were there. And it was a clear moment. We all kind of looked at each other. It's like, and whatever they weren't dealing with was crystal clear to us. But they were in such a sense of denial and probably over shame over whatever they experienced. That stuff was unprocessed. And who knows how else that might have been coming out in this person's life. When you know better, you do better. Be gentle with yourself. Exactly. From the great, another doctor, Dr. Maya Angelou. Thank you for the comment. I haven't heard that one in a long time. So what past failure are you still replaying in your mind? When you're about to launch that product or that service, when you're about to get on that stage and say something, if you're a speaker like myself, when you're about to seal that deal with that new customer, when you're about to address a community that you've been waiting to serve for so long, when you're about to apply for that grant or that scholarship or that funding, you're talking to VCs or what have you. And that little thing says, no, you're not. That's not you. What's replaying in your head? Often there's some type of pain, some type of wound that's there that needs to be addressed. And hopefully that example I gave, which I hope they're doing better, but it sounds like that, with the person that I was talking with, they had a lot of work to do. And hopefully they got to it. We all have work to do. Sometimes it's just more obvious to other people. If we want to go deeper into this, we cannot have this episode without my guy, Nan Nan Han. Let me move my fat finger so you can see it. There we go. No Mun, No Lotus. Rest in peace. He passed away about 2 years ago. Fantastic monk, Buddhist monk. I forget where he was based. I want to say in Nepal, but he moved around quite a bit. Actually, Martin Luther King Jr., that one, well before I was born, came to this guy, Nan Nan Han, to get insight into nonviolent revolution. He was Martin Luther King Jr.'s mentor. This guy was on some deep stuff. I think when he passed away, he was probably approaching 100. He had been around for a while. Fantastic book. The basic premise and the idea of this is that the lotus flower, which if you're familiar with yoga practices or if you've seen someone meditate, I think I had a recent episode on solitude, and I was in the lotus position. It's basically when you have like, your legs crossed, crisscross applesauce, as they say at my kids' school, and then your hands out, in a particular position. That's called the lotus position because you're opening yourself up to whatever wisdom might come from the insights from the universe. We won't get too deep into it, but that's the lotus position. That's based on the lotus flower. The lotus flower, which I think is really common in like Thailand and kind of the Southeast Asia, including like Nepal, that actually comes from mud. No mud, no lotus. One of the most beautiful flowers in the world. It's usually like pink and it might be a little lavender. It's like beautiful, these pastel colors. It comes from the mud. Comes from the mud. They got it from the mud, as modern hip hoppers say today. Got it straight from the mud. Those toughest challenges that we have, they often end up creating the most beautiful results if we're resilient enough and if we're disciplined enough to get through those pains and those challenges. And as we talk about in this episode, to get over our perfectionism and to realize that the mud is part of the process. Who deals with mud and doesn't get dirty? Who raises a person from when they come out of the womb or later, for those folks that adopt or have step families, raises them until the parent is no longer there, when the parent's time to check out, and doesn't make mistakes or doesn't learn things. Who founds a company? I've founded two of them. Who's founded a company and not made mistakes, not lost sleep over a misjudgment or miscalculation, not sunk a company or nearly sunk a company because they were off base, end up losing a customer because they said the wrong thing or they addressed something different. Then next time, you show up better. When you know better, you do better. Again, thanks for the quote from Dr. Maya Angelou. I was a big fan of his before he passed. And then when he passed, I did a special episode 190. So like 200 episodes ago. Best Thich Nhat Hanh quote you need to hear right now. We're going through turbulent times. When I did this video, guess what? 210 episodes later, still going through turbulent times. As I say in many of my books and sometimes on this show, this is something that we need right now in these turbulent times. And it's always turbulent times. There's always something new going on. That's what makes the world go round. One of my favorite songs right now, which I grew up with, but I'm really getting into now, is the Stylistics, People Make the World Go Round, which if you didn't hear the original one back in the early 70s, you would have heard the many remakes from Angela Bofield, rest in peace to her, as well as I think it's a guy named Mark Dorsey, who actually did it for the Crooklyn soundtrack back in the 90s. I'm getting music nerd on you guys. But it's a fantastic song where it's like, this is kind of how it works. There's ups, there's downs, there's challenges. What are we going to do with this mud? When you're beating yourself up over a past failure. And it's okay to call it a failure if you feel that way. Okay, you had a past failure. Does that prevent you from moving forward? Does that close off all the doors? Was there nothing learned from that failure? And if all those things are, are not true, or, you have new opportunities, you learn something from it, was it really a failure? Something to think about. You guys don't have to jump in the comments with whatever past failure you're feeling, unless you feel like doing it, because I know it's a lot, and some of us have very happy ones. I know I certainly have some, First attempt at learning, exactly. Learning how to embrace both aspects as necessary in order to create the magic. Exactly. Yeah, I'm thinking about so many songs, in fact, the song thing, that talk about how you have to accept the mud to get the lotus. You have to get the wheat and the chaff. Every rose has its thorn. Shout out to Poison. There's so many, right? Shout out to my 80s babies. But there's so many different things that represent that. There's a reason why in poetry and in song we hear that so often.
Let me know your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear more of your thoughts too. And thank you for the comment about fail as well. I'm entrepreneurial coach Damon Brown, here to help you as a side hustler, solopreneur, otherwise a non-traditional entrepreneur. You're watching Bring Your Work TV, Wednesdays, 1:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Vegas time. You can subscribe for free. If you wanted to do any sponsorship of this show or the newsletter, and I'm available on multiple platforms, be sure to check out the link below. I do a lot of my sponsorship through passionfruit.com. It's spelled F-R-O-O-T. They're a great partner. All the links are below. You can reach out to me directly, and we'll see what's up. But I love partnering with folks that really want to connect with non-traditional entrepreneurs, side hustlers, solopreneurs, and people who, particularly in this day and age, want to make an impact on the world. And like I said, it's always time to make an impact in the world. To quote Seth Godin, what to do when it's your turn, and it's always your turn. You can get the complete Bring Your Worth collection. It's available now. Book 27, and there's 7 books in this one, including some compilations. I think you guys would appreciate it. Thank you for the love and support. If you want to listen to the audiobook, you can get it on your favorite platform, as well as listening to it here at BringYourWorth.tv, and fresh and new on Spotify. There's some limited episodes on there. I think we're going to focus on the live episodes. So if you prefer Spotify, head on over there. Check it out. Add me to your Spotify playlist. And also, almost all, maybe all at this point, of my audiobooks are also available on Spotify. So thank you, Spotify, for the partnership. What is the worst outcome? Excuse me. What is the worst outcome of you doing the best with what you have at the moment? What is the worst outcome of you doing the best that you can with this moment, with what you have at this moment? Such an important part of our discussion, because whatever you're doing, you're going to have limited resources, period. You can have all the time in the world, but maybe your money's low. You can have a whole bunch of money, but maybe you don't have the physical energy to do it. I talk about this in Build From Now, about the 4 or so different aspects. If you go to buildfromnowquiz.com, you can actually take a quiz to learn more about your aspects. All the links are below. I talk about this in my book that came out in 2021, which is actually included in this series as well. It's the green book that you see on the side. So you're going to be lacking something. I don't mean that in a bad way. I don't mean that in a scarcity way. I mean that in just, we're here on Earth. And so there's going to be limited things of whatever, right? And in Build From Now, I give the example of you being a retired person who might have all the time in the world, right? But you might not have the financial resources to spend in your situation. You might not have the energy because you're retired, so you're in a different place, et cetera, et cetera. Compare that to someone who is college age. And so they could have all the energy in the world to do all-nighters, if they're healthy otherwise. But they might be broke as a joke. And they might not have the attention span and the focus that, say, a retiree would have. A really simple example of that, that's one way that we can work on understanding where we are in the world right now, as far as our world, what season we're in, and what we're capable of doing. And if we understand what we're capable of doing at this point, then our standard isn't based on some abstract, with everything otherwise perfect, da-da-da. It doesn't operate in a vacuum. There's never a vacuum. I've done 27 books, 4 TED Talks, 2 startups, and a partridge in a pear tree. In all those situations, it was never perfect, ever. Ever. There was always elements that were missing. There was always timelines that didn't line up. There was always stuff that I look back and I'm like, oh wow, I would have did that. And then we're gonna have triple the value. Like, I shouldn't have signed that contract. What was I thinking? Well, I was doing the best that I can with what I got. If we're able to have an honest look at the resources we have, whether we're looking at our past failures, which we talked about earlier in the episode, or we're looking at the situation we're in now, what resources do you actually have? As I always say, I'm proudest of those moments where I showed up, did my best, regardless of the outcome, did my best, and understood I had one hand tied behind my back. Because often we have a finger,
a hand, an arm, arm and a leg, we're not working at full capacity because that's not how life works. There are not, I've never found in all my adventures these perfect moments where everything lines up perfectly. I and the people I co-founded with, or whatever, have everything we need, and it goes smooth. Like I, I've never experienced that. Jump in the comments if you've experienced that. Like I would love to hear it, but I've never experienced that. And so once you kind of set up those realistic things as far as what your resources are, then you can set realistic expectations. Again, what is the worst outcome of you doing the best with what you have at this moment? Are people going to laugh at you? Are you going to be, have to have the letter A on your chest and people are going to be throwing tomatoes at you through the neighborhood? Are you going to lose all your funding? Are people not going to love you anymore? Is your ego going to get bruised? In coaching, they talk about asking the whys. I've heard it with 3 whys. I've heard it with 5 whys. But let's just say 3 whys. I'm not going to do this because it's not ready. Why isn't it ready? Well, it's not ready because there's all these features that I promised that are not in it yet. So then why is that issue? What's the worst outcome with that? Well, people are going to be expecting all these different features that I promised. Okay, well, why or what will happen if you say those are going to launch later? And that this is your minimal viable product, or this is your prototype, or this is version 0.9 instead of 0.1.0, to get nerdy for a second, and they will roll out eventually. Then suddenly you start to get to the meat of it. And it's like, oh, you feel bad that these features aren't in your particular app or product or service. You have those expectations and you're afraid people are going to call you on it. But what if they do? Does that mean you withhold what you have from people until this idealistic moment where you have the panacea and the Shangri-La moment, whatever term you want to use, and then suddenly you're going to bestow it to the heavens? When I was launching my second app, Cuddler, I launched it with 2 other co-founders. Shout out to them. One was the artist and one was the lead of the whole project. So I was more a COO/CMO because I was doing the marketing as well as the day-to-day operations. We launched really quickly. It is the exact same time that my eldest, who's now 11, at that time he was 9 months old, 10 months old. Yes, he's almost 1 around time when I started with this app. We launched it shortly after his first birthday. The app ended up getting acquired right after his second birthday. So within a year, it was a whirlwind. I talk about that again, the complete Bring Your Worth collection, and have that conversation about it. Get an audiobook, links are below. And I wasn't sure if we were ready or if it made sense. The app that we had created, it felt like it was time to launch it. And I'm pretty good with timing. I was like, it feels like it's the time to launch this app. It was called Cuddler, Connected People for Hugs. And a friend of mine at the time, you know who you are if you're watching, I appreciate you to this day, up in Silicon Valley, said, if you wait until you have everything you need and you wait until it's perfect, then that means it's too late. Straight from Silicon Valley. I was living in Silicon Valley right before I launched the app. She was right. All the apps, all the services, all the products that have revolutionized how we operate today, whether it's Facebook, now known as Meta, Google, now known as Alphabet, Amazon, Twitter, now known as X, but I mean really the old school Twitter, LinkedIn, YouTube. I know some of the inside stories with them. They were all simple and scrappy, and they worked with what they had. But that scrappy version that they launched to the audience was enough to build them up to the next level. But if they're waiting to be perfect, Do yourself a favor. Do an online search on what the first version of Facebook looked like. Check out this channel. Go to bringingworth.tv if you're not on there already. Go to the playlist where it's like the full Bring Your Worth episodes. In fact, the link is right below. What am I thinking? Link is right below. Click on that link. Go through the 399 episodes before this one. This is episode 400. Go to episode 1. Compare that to someone doing a video from a cave in a very dark place. You won't see that much of a difference. But it has to start somewhere. You have to start somewhere. When we did Cuddlers, the version we launched was missing 3 or 4 key things that we wanted to have in it. Within a week, it was the #1 app in the world. We're in the cover of the Wall Street Journal. If you don't believe me, you can just do an online search. Look for CUDDLR. I cannot make this stuff up. That was version 0.4, 0.6. It was definitely not 1.0. But that was enough to catch the world on fire. If we waited, again, shout out to my friend in Silicon Valley, if we waited until it was perfect, I would not be talking to you right now because it would never launch. And if it did launch, it would have missed that window. You have a limited window of opportunity for whatever you're trying to create. It's okay to have that kind of urgency. That urgency might get you out the door and out of your perfectionism. Something to think about. What is the worst outcome of you doing the best with what you have at the moment? Go through the worst case scenario. Your family stops talking to you. You're the laughing stock of Silicon Valley or of the community or whatever vibe, whatever people you're trying to serve, you're laughing stock for a week. We're in a quick news cycle. It's not like how it was even 10 years ago. Whatever you screw up, whatever you fail at, quote unquote, it's not going to be headlines for long. Trust me. Go through your worst case scenario. And as you keep going through those layers, maybe you can find out why you're really not moving forward. My favorite book on this topic, another doctor. I'm realizing I have almost all doctors here. Dr. Gay Hendricks, The Big Leap, one of my favorite books of all time. There's so many gems in this book, but basically talks about why we stop ourselves from growing. Not the world stopping us from growing. You hear all this lip service. Some of it's lip service. Some of it's real, but some of it's lip service about how other people are holding us back. At what point do we take accountability? At what point do we up-level our game? Yes, there are factors and entities, and I won't turn this into another type of show. There are things that are blocking us, that are preventing us from being as great as we want to be, absolutely. So does that mean we just sit down? What I love about The Big Leap is that it's all about the internal struggle. He doesn't talk about society. He doesn't talk about structures. He doesn't talk about who's in government. He doesn't talk about what, nope. It's like, what are you doing about it? Sometimes we need to hear that. Yes, I have my share of political activism and I have my share of making movements and I've donated how I've donated and all those things. You know, don't sleep on that. I'm not trying to say that the world is perfect. What I'm trying to say though is that at the end of the day, it's about our accountability. My responsibility is to show up for you on Wednesdays. Doesn't matter who's in office. Doesn't matter how much money I have or don't have. Doesn't matter what client came through or what didn't come through. Doesn't matter what book is out. I made a commitment to you. As Seth Godin said recently, talking about his recent book about strategy. This is strategy. He recently said, a brand isn't a logo, it's a promise. A brand isn't a logo, it's a promise. The Bring Your Worth brand is a promise saying, okay, I've showed up for y'all 400 times in 4 years. That's part of my promise. Me just looking in the camera, talking to y'all, connecting with y'all. That's the vibes here. Dr. Hendricks gets into this in so many different ways. In the future, I could do a whole episode about Dr. Hendricks. fantastic. Particularly this book is fantastic. It matters to this episode about perfectionism because he talks about something that changed my perspective. It's called an upper limit problem. It's when you have the opportunity to level up. You have a promotion that you can go for. You have an idea that's going to serve this particular community. You just need to launch this product or service. Someone's asking you to speak somewhere, and suddenly you have a chance to be on stage and connect with people, even though you're not a professional speaker. And then suddenly you get laryngitis. Or suddenly you randomly trip on something and you break your leg and you can't show up for it. Or you say, you know what? I know you're offering me this position, but I'm not ready for it. All these instances, aside from perhaps some bad luck, we all have bad luck sometimes, these will be considered upper limit problems, where they compare it to like a thermostat, where we have an internal thermostat. Use the old school thermostat. You can tell what era I grew up in. Not the buttons, not the nuts. No, you turn that son of a gun. It's like having a thermostat, and it's saying it's going to be 68 in this house. The weather could be up, the weather could be down. We're going to make sure it's level. Your 68 degrees might be, I always have to live paycheck to paycheck. That's how my family was. That's how my friends are. That's how I am. There's not enough money in the world. What does that mean? When you get a nice, say, 6-figure job, before you know it, you're blowing through that money because your thermostat is saying, no, we're supposed to be at 68, son. Come on, fam. We're supposed to be at 68. I don't care how much money you make. This is a comfort zone. Your thermometer, or thermostat is set to here. It's supposed to be 68 degrees. So you could be a millionaire. You're still going to be living paycheck to paycheck. Let's make sure that happens because this is your comfort zone. That's the upper limit problem. As soon as he said that, which of course I put some South Jersey spice on it, but that's what he said. As soon as he said that, it blew my mind. I have the audiobook. I listen to it regularly. And as soon as he said that, I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm seeing all the upper limit problems that I have. Until you see that though, and you don't understand your assumptions underneath, you don't know. You don't know. So it's bringing those subconscious things to the surface. That's just one chapter in this amazing book. I just scratched the surface. Please grab the book if you haven't already. And it is definitely a vibe, Thank you. I'm glad it resonates with you, Whew. Speaking of, stop self-sabotaging. Talk about a nice segue. Live Q&A. It was, I think the beginning of the summer. I think it was May of this year here in Vegas. Yeah. How much stuff are you doing that's actually preventing you from being your greatest self? Your higher stuff is there. Your higher self is there. You want it to win, right? You want to be your best self. Listen, there's like 5 more weeks as of this recording, as you're watching me, as we're talking. There's 5 more weeks in the year. What do you want the next year to look like? I got some stuff written down on the wall over here that you can't see, but it's right over here. Making strategies and plans. I'm planning on having a good year, at least within the capacity of how I can make it a good year. It'll be the best year possible based on how I'm showing up. If you're ready to have that conversation, definitely check out that live show. So what is the worst outcome of you doing the best with what you have at the moment? Throw it in the comments. Are you afraid that people are going to laugh at you? Are you afraid that you're going to lose this opportunity and screw it up? Are you afraid you're not ready? And then you ask yourself why 2 to 3 more times. See where it leads you. Drop something in the comments if you want to explore it with us. I'm entrepreneur coach Damon Brown. I'm here as a side hustler, solopreneur, otherwise a non-traditional entrepreneur. That is me. I'm here to help you in that way. As a business coach, I've coached probably 500 or 600 of y'all. Come through if you want to coach with me. Just go to damonbrown.net or drop me a line over here. Bring Over TV, Wednesdays at 1:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Vegas time. You subscribe for free. You can also check me out over on Spotify. You start to see new episodes over there. Go ahead and subscribe over there if you're rocking with Spotify. And of course, my newest book, the complete Bring Your Worth collection, available everywhere fine books are sold, including at davidbrown.net if you want it signed. You can also listen to the